Ding. Your external aid has arrived in Qingzhou, Fenghe region. Mount Luo. 9 majestic peaks rise in a continuous chain, soaring into the clouds, a sight both grand and awe-inspiring. On each peak, there exists an expanse of opulent palaces, interconnected in their lavishness. In terms of grandeur, they surpass the mundane royal palaces by several tiers. Amidst the waste of one mountain, there lies a sprawling complex of residences. Who am I? Where am I? A youthful boy, with an innocent visage, opens his eyes in confusion. Countless pieces of information swirl in his mind, causing him a splitting headache. He instinctively pounds his head with his fist, attempting to alleviate the pain, yet to no avail. After a considerable time, the information finally coalesces. My name is Jiang Heng. Am I in Qingzhou? He sits up from his bed, his eyes regaining clarity. Surveying his surroundings, he finds himself in a quaint and simplistic chamber adorned with an antique charm. On one side of the room, there's a set of tables and chairs on the other, a somewhat worn-out mat, while he sits upon the bed at the far end. Indeed, have I traversed realms? Is this akin to a fantastical ancient world? In his previous life, Jiang Heng was an ordinary office worker on Water Blue Planet, nearly 30 years old yet still lacking achievement, persistently single despite his parents' fervent pushes for marriage. Life had been mundane and monotonous, until one fateful day when he was struck and flung over 10 meters by a red sports car that careened off the road. He subsequently lost consciousness entirely. Now, his consciousness merges with that of a young boy, who also bears the name Jiang Heng. According to the memories of this world's Jiang Heng, it is a realm where martial arts reign supreme. Powerful individuals can soar through the skies, seize stars and moon, seemingly capable of anything. Even ordinary folk, with a modicum of cultivation, far surpass the boxing champions of Jiang Heng's former life. The world structure diverges greatly from that of his past. In this world, there are sects, dynasties, and sacred lands, all coexisting in remarkable harmony. As Jiang Heng comprehends, the dynasties are subordinate to the sacred lands, responsible solely for managing the mundane world. Sects are akin to corporate conglomerates. Sacred lands, in essence, parallel sects but stand above both, often controlling the dynasties while focusing solely on cultivation, maintaining the stability and harmony of the overall situation. Jiang Heng currently resides in the illustrious top-tier sect, the Luo Sect, in Qingzhou. Generally, there are 3 pathways to enter the Luo Sect. The first, a youth of impeccable background and high talent, may directly join as an outer disciple, allowed to cultivate the various techniques of the Luo Sect and enjoy its provisions. The second, a youth with a clear background but lower talent, may undergo assessment to join as a servant, only becoming an outer disciple once they attain the rank of a formal martial artist. The third, a powerful individual who gains the sect's recognition, may enter as a guardian of the sect. Jiang Heng falls into the second category. As a servant, he is not even considered a disciple, merely akin to a laborer within the sect. He is provided with meals and lodging, with 2 days off each month, alongside the opportunity to become a formal disciple of the sect. After organizing his thoughts, Jiang Heng cannot help but let out a bitter laugh. This feels akin to entering a sweatshop, devoid of any salary. I truly envy those with superior talent, who can join as outer disciples without the burden of labor, dedicating their days solely to cultivation. Yet, despite this self-deprecation, he understands that even the mere opportunity to enter a sect far exceeds the fate of remaining an ordinary person. Even as a servant, countless youths vie for entry, all seeking the chance to become martial artists. Alas, he is hindered by his lack of talent. At that moment, a voice resonates. Ding. The potential upgrade system has been activated. As the mechanical sound echoes, a mysterious piece of information floods into Jiang Heng's mind. A system? For a moment, Jiang Heng stands frozen in place, then erupts in joy. As a seasoned reader of web novels in his previous life, he is no stranger to systems. These are often heralded as essential tools for traversers. With a system, even the most inept can rise to become the strongest in the world. As he digests the information in his mind, Jiang Heng grasps the functions of the system. The potential upgrade system, as its name implies, allows the use of potential points to infinitely upgrade his cultivation or techniques. Potential points can be acquired through 2 means. The first comes from cultivation. The second arises from combat. It appears to be a rather unremarkable system. Having encountered various invincible systems in novels, Jiang Heng, once calmed, finds his own awakening system somewhat ordinary. Nevertheless, having an advantage is already more than enough. What more could one desire? Jiang Heng rises from the bed, eager to test the system's functions. Standing in an open space, he acknowledges the utmost priority: sustenance. The more he consumes, the better the quality of his nourishment, the more efficient his absorption, leading to swifter cultivation. This technique maximizes the efficiency of consumption, reputed to yield effects akin to turning radishes into ginseng. It is the premier foundational technique within this world, widely disseminated throughout. Previously, young Jiang Heng could not fathom why the best techniques were publicly available, but now, having merged with the memories of water-blue planet's Jiang Heng, he quickly understands. Possessing the finest foundational technique allows the gifted to achieve prominence more readily, thus capturing the attention of various sects and even sacred lands. In any case, the martial prowess in this world is astonishingly formidable, alleviating concerns over civilian martial power, inciting chaos. Moreover, even so, it does not imply that all individuals are masters. Martial cultivation demands talent and an abundance of resources. Ordinary families, upon discovering their children possess talent, may exhaust their fortunes to support their training or promptly send them to a sect. However, when talent is deemed average, many families, merely striving to make ends meet, will only allow for minimal cultivation, treating it as a means to enhance physical fitness. Thus, the majority of the populace in this world remains decidedly ordinary. Otherwise, Jiang Heng would not find himself as a servant in the Luo Sect. Coupled with the Buddhist instincts and countless memories of past cultivations, Jiang Heng feels assured. After taking a deep breath, he begins to practice. Whoosh! A punch slices through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Then, with a turn of his body, he appears to soften, arms extending backward in unison. His form alternates between stretching and tensing. Though his posture is peculiar, it possesses an unusual beauty. His breathing fluctuates in rhythm. Simultaneously, a series of sounds resonate within his mind. Yet, immersed in his cultivation, Jiang Heng lacks the energy to pay attention. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Heng withdraws his fists and stands still. He then opens the system prompt window, only to find it filled with a plethora of notifications. Ding! During cultivation, gain 2 potential points. Ding! During cultivation, gain 2 potential points. Ding! During cultivation, gain 2 potential points. He then accesses his personal panel. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation level, Mortal Realm 383-1000. Primary cultivation technique, Primordial creation technique, Heavenly level, entry level. Martial techniques, none. Secret arts, none. Potential points, 100. Jiang Heng gazes at his personal panel, lost in thought. According to the cultivation hierarchy of this world, prior to formally entering the martial path, one is classified as being in the mortal realm, which purely involves refining the body and honing strength. Generally, the limit of the mortal realm hovers around 1,000 pounds of strength. His strength, based on tests conducted a few days prior, is approximately 400 pounds, just shy of the mark. The figures align perfectly. Comparatively, it seems that the cultivation value on the panel corresponds to 1 point, equating to 1 pound of strength. In essence, 100 potential points could enhance my strength by 100 pounds? Upon this realization, Jiang Heng cannot help but swallow hard, excitement bubbling within him. Allocate points. Increase cultivation by 100 points. With a mere thought, the system panel immediately shifts. Simultaneously, he feels a surge of warmth manifesting within him, permeating every inch of his flesh and blood. His muscles swell slightly, becoming denser and more resilient. As he clenches his fist, he distinctly senses a significant increase in strength. Upon checking his cultivation progress, it indeed shifts to 483-1000. Jiang Heng cannot help but smile. It seems my calculations were accurate. 1 potential point corresponds to 1 cultivation point, roughly equivalent to 1 pound of strength. While I am uncertain if this ratio holds for subsequent realms, thus far, the system's capabilities are simply astounding. And this is merely from one session of cultivation. In just around a quarter of an hour, I have augmented my strength by 100 pounds. If I were to cultivate for 10 hours daily, I could potentially increase my strength by 4,000 pounds. Over the course of a year, that would amount to nearly 150,000 pounds of strength. Jiang Heng gasps in awe, finally grasping the terrifying nature of the system. In comparison to his previous cultivation speed, it has been enhanced by several thousand times. Moreover, according to the information about the system in his mind, the acquisition of potential points is limitless. Continuous cultivation allows for the perpetual accumulation of potential points, leading to ongoing enhancement of one's cultivation. There are no bottlenecks whatsoever. Chapter 2. The Little Junior Sister. When Qingxue, with a single punch, brought me to tears, and I leveled up. Upon this realization, Jiang Heng hastily resumed his cultivation. Within the confines of his room, the air surged once more. The system notifications rang incessantly. Ding. During cultivation, gained 2 potential points. Ding. During cultivation, gained 2 potential points. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. Gurgle, a peculiar sound emanated from Jiang Heng's stomach, which was deeply engrossed in his training. He instinctively halted his movements and was struck by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Even feeling a depletion of his vital essence, he quickly comprehended the situation. This was a side effect of excessive training. His physique strengthened at a visible rate. His power surged dramatically. Cultivation. Mortal Realm. 883-1000. He was just a step away from entering the realm of martial arts. Jiang Heng chuckled, preparing to head for a meal. At that moment, a melodious voice, like silver bells, wafted in from outside. Brother Jiang Heng, are you home? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a figure burst through the door. It was a young girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, clad in a blue and white floral dress. Her lips were as red as coral, her teeth white as pearls, and her skin smooth as jade, leading to a gradual severance of their connection. It was only later, when the once young Jiang Heng refused to accept mediocrity and returned to the Luo Sect, that he willingly became a servant in hopes of seizing the opportunity to become a martial artist. The Luo Sect upheld stringent standards. Those lacking talent were never admitted. However, as a mere servant, thanks to the reputation of Jiang Heng's parents and the intervention of Wen Qingshue's father, he was granted an exception to enter without examination. A flurry of information instinctively flashed through his mind. Jiang Heng smiled, and, gazing at Wen Qingshue's lovely face, inquired, Qingxue, what brings you here? The merging of memories rendered them devoid of any awkwardness. Jiang Heng's heart jolted in surprise at her remarkable talent. His own cultivation aptitude was exceedingly ordinary. He lacked even the qualifications to be a servant in the Luo Sect. 16. Yet here was Wen Qingshuo, who had only just turned 13 a month ago, already a formal martial artist. Although there were disparities in resources, her extraordinary talent was unmistakable. Quick, call me sister and let me hear it. Hurry up, call out. Jiang Shidi. Wen Qingshuo, noticing Jiang Heng's silence, persistently continued to pester him. Jiang Heng's lips twitched slightly as he gazed upon the youthful face before him, with the memories of a 30-year-old. He found it quite difficult to utter the words. At that moment, he recalled the information he received upon the awakening of the system, which indicated that victories in battle could yield potential points. Sending her sprawling to the ground, he swiftly pounced on her, twisting her arms and pinning them behind her back. Brother Jiang Heng, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. When Qingxue cried out, her eyes slightly swollen and red. Your cultivation may exceed mine, yet you still cannot defeat me. Should I still address you as Shiji? When Qingxue, filled with indignation, retorted loudly, that's because you ambushed me. Otherwise, I would have definitely beaten you. No one will speak up for you, claiming it to be unfair. Remember, the outcome is what truly matters. When Qingxue instinctively sensed something amiss, but upon reflection, she found a semblance of truth in his words. Jiang Heng could not help but feel ecstatic. This single, straightforward battle had granted him potential points equivalent to several hours of uninterrupted cultivation. Instinctively, he relaxed his grip. At that moment, when Qingxue seized the opportunity, swiftly wriggling free from Jiang Heng's control and emerging from beneath him. Brother Jiang Heng, I don't care. That doesn't count. Now, I formally challenge you. If I win, you must call me Shiji. If I lose, I will call you Shixiang. When Qingxue glared fiercely at the dazed Jiang Heng, her face flushed with anger. A formal challenge. Observing her expression, Jiang Heng couldn't help but smirk teasingly. Very well. Come forth. As he spoke, Jiang Heng focused his thoughts. Increase. A surge of warmth materialized within Jiang Heng's body, rapidly enhancing his physique once more. Inside Jiang Heng, his vital energy surged wildly, even echoing with the faint sound of a mighty river flowing. Reminiscent of distant thunder rumbling, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The energy coursing through him grew increasingly vigorous and tumultuous, distorting the air around him, which became visibly warped. This distortion continued to expand outward. Gradually, vast swathes of twisted energy enveloped his form, rising and swaying like a majestic dragon encircling him. The vitality surged like a dragon. "You have broken through as well," when Qingxue exclaimed in astonishment. The vitality surging like a dragon signifies that the physical body has reached a new realm, marking the entrance into the martial path. This means that, at this very moment, Jiang Heng has officially become a martial artist. A smile graced his lips, brimming with excitement. Just half a day ago, the original Jiang Heng, a mere youth, possessed only a strength of over 300 pounds, far from the physical limits of an ordinary person. What are you so proud of? You have just broken through as well. It's uncertain who is truly stronger. When Qingxue retorted playfully, her own vitality surged wildly, enveloped in an invisible aura. "Come forth." Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation level, physical realm first stage, 883 10,000. Primary cultivation method, primordial creation art, heavenly grade. Beginner, martial arts, none. Secret techniques, none. Potential points, 0. Not only had he just broken through, but with a cultivation level of 883 in the physical realm, he naturally surpassed when Qingxue significantly. Regrettably, this battle yielded no potential points that he speculated that either it was impossible to continuously gain from a single individual or that this encounter hardly qualified as a genuine battle. "I will definitely defeat you next time." When Qingxue huffed playfully and turned to leave Jiang Heng's room, Jiang Heng also prepared to wash up and have a meal. Outside the courtyard, when Qingxue walked away, covering her still slightly aching eyes, muttering in frustration, "How infuriating. Brother Jiang Heng truly struck me." She continued on, far into the distance. In her mind, an ethereal female voice suddenly resonated. "Xiaoxue, that young man you encountered earlier is rather extraordinary. If nothing unforeseen occurs, his strength is likely to advance by leaps and bounds very soon. Should you continue your training in a conventional manner, it is highly probable that you will never surpass him." When Qingxue was not the least bit surprised by the voice in her mind. Half a month prior, on an ordinary afternoon, while she was practicing in her small courtyard, a translucent speck of light descended from the heavens and seamlessly merged into her being. The speed of that light was astonishing, so much so that even amidst the esteemed practitioners of the Luo Sect, it went unnoticed. That night, when Qingxue experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream in it, vanquishing all in its path, with a casual wave, boundless spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, obliterating everything in existence. When Qingxue vividly witnessed a cataclysmic battle, where innumerable powerful beings floated in the void, exuding an aura as deep and vast as the ocean, yet one by one, they fell before Shaolin Yun's effortless gestures. It was a clash that rivaled the might of deities and demons. However, as increasingly formidable adversaries besieged her, Shaolin Yun ultimately succumbed. Following a cataclysmic self-detonation that annihilated all, she transformed into a fragment of soul, traversing the boundless void, and entered when Qingxue's body. Thus, when Qingxue awoke, and Shaolin Yun's consciousness merged with her own, after several days of communication and exploration, when Qingxue witnessed the astonishing prowess of her counterpart and established a preliminary alliance, leading to her subsequent breakthroughs. "With my assistance, within 10 years, you shall become the most formidable practitioner in this world." When Qingxue erupted with excitement and eagerly asked, "What must I do?" "I will directly impart my experience and martial insights into your mind. All you need to do is fervently refine various resources to infinitely elevate your cultivation. Henceforth, there will be no obstacles, and your cultivation will soar unimpeded." Yet, when Qingxue hesitated slightly, although she was still young, she understood the gravity of such an immense opportunity and felt the need for caution. Shaolin Yun continued, "Rest assured, since my soul has merged with your body, I am naturally bound to share your fortunes and misfortunes." As the foremost sect within the Qingzhou region, boasts not only 9 towering mountains that pierce the clouds, but also an abundance of various minerals, shops, fields, pastures, and countless other assets. In the context of Jiang Heng's previous life, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a trillion-dollar conglomerate. The sect's population exceeds several 100,000, with roles distinctly defined. Each mountain peak houses its own service academy, further divided into various branches. Some are tasked with tending livestock. others with cultivating medicinal herbs, some with cleaning duties, while others managed the kitchen or maintenance of buildings, creating a miniature society within. Jiang Heng belonged to the 8th Peak Service Academy, specifically the 8th branch, which was responsible for the care of cattle and sheep, providing meat for all the residents of the 8th Peak. After his bath, Jiang Heng, clad in a gray service uniform, entered the dining hall of the 8th branch. It was mealtime, and the dining tables were laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes. Jiang Heng collected a generous portion of food and found a seat in the somewhat spacious hall. Recognizing the substantial appetites of martial practitioners, even the service staff enjoyed unlimited food supplies. After finishing one serving, Jiang Heng promptly requested 2 more portions, which finally satiated his hunger. Upon completing his meal, Jiang Heng made his way directly to the courtyard designated for outer disciples, eager to finalize his promotion before nightfall. Outside the 8th branch's hall for outer disciples, within a spacious area marked by a plaque reading Martial Examination Hall, a dozing attendant in blue sat behind a square table. Jiang Heng pushed open the door, approached the desk, and respectfully presented his identification token. "Esteemed attendant, I am here to apply for promotion to outer disciple." The reviewing attendant, a middle-aged man with a square face, lifted his head, squinting slightly as he assessed Jiang Heng, casually responding, "First, lift that stone pillar over there, then demonstrate your martial prowess with blood and energy like a dragon." Jiang Heng placed his identification token on the table and followed the instructions to a corner of the hall, pausing before a stone pillar inscribed with 1,000 pounds, gripping the handles tightly. Chapter 4. Promotion to Outer Disciple. Jiang Heng observed clearly that an invisible layer of energy enveloped his fingertip, embedding itself within the token, subsequently gliding across it as if writing "So this is what is referred to as true qi? Even a mere attendant possesses such formidable strength." Jiang Heng's expression turned slightly grave, reflecting on the knowledge he had acquired within the service academy after entering the realm of martial arts. The first stage is known as the flesh-body realm. This stands in stark contrast to the mundane realm of body refinement prior to entering the martial path. The mundane realm solely focuses on the refinement of the physical form, enhancing strength. In contrast, the flesh-body realm involves the internal refinement of the body, augmenting vital energy and blood. The flesh-body realm comprises 10 minor stages, and upon reaching its pinnacle, not only does external strength and physical resilience increase dramatically, but the internal sinews, bones, blood, marrow, and orifices all undergo a qualitative transformation, rendering the human body nearly equivalent to a leap in evolution. At this juncture, one's power can reach an astounding 100,000 pounds. Akin to a sovereign of the mortal realm, capable of single-handedly confronting a myriad of foes. The second realm of martial arts is the true qi realm, wherein one refines a more potent and pure internal energy known as true qi. The specifics of its strength were not elucidated even by the steward of the miscellaneous department, but it is certain that this evident qualitative change surpasses the limits of the flesh-body realm by a considerable margin. In the Luo Sect, such formidable true qi realm practitioners are merely ordinary stewards. The steward then produced 2 sets of new outer disciples' uniforms, along with newly labeled identity badges, and presented them to Jiang Heng, simultaneously calling out to the inner room, "Xiao Fang, come here." A young servant clad in gray swiftly approached, bowing respectfully towards the steward. "Xiao Fang, take this newly appointed senior brother to select an unoccupied residence." "Yes, esteemed steward." The young servant bowed before Jiang Heng. "Please follow me, senior brother." In that fleeting moment when he bowed his head, Jiang Heng distinctly perceived a glimmer of surprise and envy in his eyes. The opportunity for miscellaneous servants to ascend to outer disciples is indeed fair, yet not abundant. They are often preoccupied with labor, leaving little time for cultivation. Rarely does one, like Jiang Heng, a tender youth, among others. After providing a comprehensive overview, they finally arrived at the residential area. Jiang Heng casually selected an uninhabited residence as his abode. After Xiao Fang handed him a thin manual, he respectfully took his leave. It was only when his stomach grumbled once more that he ceased his practice. Jiang Heng withdrew his fists and stood still. The vital energy completely settled, and the air within the courtyard gradually regained its tranquility, rendering further cultivation ineffective for enhancing his level. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Heng suppressed the urge to elevate his cultivation and set out. He first indulged in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, then made his way to the scripture hall. The scripture hall was an independent 5-story building, exuding an ancient and sturdy charm. 2 solemn-faced attendants stood guard at the entrance. After presenting his identification badge, Jiang Heng entered the building. The scene on the first floor immediately captivated his attention. On either side of the walls stood towering bookshelves, densely packed with various tomes. The left shelf bore the label Secret Techniques, while the right shelf was marked Miscellaneous Studies. In one corner of the hall, Jiang Heng approached the right shelf and began to peruse books on martial knowledge. In his youth, Jiang Heng had been orphaned and placed in the care of an ordinary family, affording him little opportunity to engage with martial arts. Later, after joining the Luo Sect as a handyman, he had only spent a little over a year, leaving him with scant understanding of martial concepts. However, now, through the wealth of literature, Jiang Heng was finally gaining a more profound insight into martial arts and a clearer impression of this world. Martial cultivation, after transcending the mundane realm, enters the stages of martial arts. The first four major realms are named the physical realm, the true qi realm, the innate realm, and the spirit qi realm. Each realm is further divided into 10 minor stages. Within a prestigious sect like the Luo, the first realm, physical realm, is designated for outer disciples. The second realm, true qi realm, is for inner disciples. The third realm, innate realm, is for core disciples. The fourth realm, spirit qi realm, is for elders. Beyond this, no further information was found. Yet, it was evident that there existed realms beyond these, including the sect master above the elders and holy places beyond the sect. The depths of this world were indeed profound. Jiang Heng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, in his past life. He was an avid reader of novels, having perused countless fantasy tales where terms like true qi and innate were commonplace. Yet, in this world, they seemed to possess a strength akin to superhumans. Not to mention, at the pinnacle of the first realm, the physical realm, one could wield a staggering force of 100,000 pounds. Jiang Heng mused that even the bald-headed superheroes from his previous life's comics would pale in comparison. After some contemplation, Jiang Heng regained his composure. With the system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of this world in due time. Each a unique martial art manual pertaining to the realm of physical cultivation. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed Jiang Heng's expression that he recalled that the system seemingly possessed the capability to infinitely upgrade martial techniques, or even divine level. If that were true, it would indeed be remarkable. At that moment, Jiang Heng's eyes brightened as he spotted a manual titled Bronze Statue Technique, Yellow Level, after perusing some texts. In Chapter 5, 3 techniques achieve perfection. For instance, the Bronze Statue Technique, in Jiang Heng's possession, comprises 5 levels. Upon reaching full mastery, one's body resembles that of a bronze statue, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, particularly against sharp weapons like swords. However, the entry into this technique is rather challenging, requiring the use of various medicinal baths in conjunction. Achieving proficiency is even more arduous, demanding not only medicinal baths but also enduring long-term forging. Moreover, such secret techniques merely provide a passive effect that increases fixed defensive values. In the early stages, the benefits are substantial, endowing one with defensive capabilities far surpassing peers of the same rank. Yet, at a certain level of cultivation, their efficacy diminishes entirely. After all, given the formidable destructive power of high-tier warriors, not to mention the bronze statue technique, even a lump of meteoric iron could be easily shattered into fragments. The enhancement in defense becomes virtually negligible, difficult to learn and master, ultimately rendered useless. Such secret techniques can be deemed superfluous for the vast majority. Jiang Heng opened the manual and meticulously perused its contents. A smile unconsciously gracing his features. This meant that as long as his potential points were sufficient, he could effortlessly acquire any martial technique manual. Even disregarding its various intricate requirements, he decided to postpone his learning for the moment and resumed his search on the bookshelf. Shortly thereafter, he selected 2 additional manuals. Point 1 was titled Shattered Rock Fist, an attack-oriented martial arts technique, by employing shock waves. It delivers a formidable blunt force, and when mastered to its pinnacle, it can amplify explosive power by 3 times, one punch strong enough to obliterate a mountain peak. The other was named Swift Wind Steps, a technique focusing on evasive maneuvers, with 3 techniques, one for defense, one for offense, and one for escape. It was a perfect trifecta. After transcribing the 3 manuals, Jiang Heng departed from the scripture repository. For outer disciples, ample food is always prepared at any hour of the day, thus Jiang Heng harbored no concerns regarding the consumption incurred during his training. The following evening, having accumulated 5,500 potential points, he learned Shattered Rock Fist, Yellow Grade, Beginner. Ding, consuming another 1,000 potential points, he acquired Gale Step, Yellow Grade, Beginner. As the system notifications resonated, a torrent of information surged into Jiang Heng's mind. The insights and techniques of the two martial arts were instantaneously comprehended, as if he had practiced them countless times. With the remaining potential points, he expended 2,000 to elevate the copper statue technique to the second level. Soaring nearly a meter high, every punch, kick, and motion from Jiang Heng stirred the atmosphere within the courtyard. Eventually, he paused, standing still with clenched fists. His eyes, previously shut, suddenly opened wide. Radiating a divine brilliance, he accessed his personal panel. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation level, body realm 4th level, 2340,000. The primary technique. Primordial creation technique, heavenly grade. Beginner, martial arts techniques. Shattered rock fist, yellow grade. Perfection, Gale step, yellow grade. Perfection, secret technique. Copper statue technique, yellow grade. Perfection. Potential points, 10, 300. In a mere 20 days, not only had his cultivation advanced by 3 minor realms, but 3 techniques had also reached perfection. At this moment, he had accumulated enough potential points to further enhance his techniques. Upgrade the copper statue technique. Ding, consuming 10,000 potential points. The technique is under derivation. Please wait. Ding, derivation complete. Please name the new technique. Without hesitation, Jiang Heng declared, Silver Statue Technique. Congratulations, host, you have mastered Silver Statue Technique, Mysterious Grade. 1st level. This strike was delivered with all his might. Clang. Following a dull thud, Jiang Heng raised his arm to inspect, finding no trace left behind. Previously, with the perfected copper statue technique, his arm would bear distinct white marks. In contrast, this enhancement was far beyond mere improvement. It was evident that this was not even close to its limit. Jiang Heng could not help but smile with satisfaction. Undoubtedly, as a technique of mysterious grade. Such defensive prowess was likely unrivaled within the same realm. One can only speculate the highest level of attack that can be resisted. After completing the efficacy tests of the technique, Jiang Heng took his identity token and departed. After indulging in a hearty meal at the dining hall, Jiang Heng made his way towards the merit hall. Along the way, he encountered numerous outer disciples clad in blue robes. Many were gathered in small clusters, engaging in lively conversation as they too headed for the merit hall. The merit hall is a rather expansive estate, and at the entrance, 2 long lines had formed, allowing for an orderly entry. After a substantial wait of approximately half an hour, it was finally Jiang Heng's turn. He presented his identity token, and upon the steward's request, signed his name before receiving a small blue porcelain vial and exiting the estate. Yet I am in dire need of medicinal pills. I humbly request you to lend me a few chi blood pills. In the future, I shall protect you in the outer branch. What do you say? The other 2 remained ominously silent, watching Jiang Heng. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Heng regarded the speaker with amusement. It appeared they had gathered intelligence on him beforehand and were lying in wait, attempting to leverage their 3rd-level cultivation to intimidate him. The 3 were taken aback, but Jiang Heng paid no mind to their astonishment and took the initiative to strike. Come on! His figure darted forward like a swift wind, charging towards the leader. With his right hand clenched into a fist, the energy surged continuously, enveloping his fist, the perfected realm of Shattered Rock Fist. A 3-fold increase in explosive power, such audacity. So what if I am at the 5th level of cultivation? The man, incensed by Jiang Heng's aggressive approach, surged forward as well. The fists collided. The man's expression changed abruptly. He felt as if his right fist had been struck by a falling meteor. The violent force coursing through his arm and flooding his entire body. His organs, even every inch of flesh, wailed in agony under the impact of that punch. This was, at the very least, a perfected level Shattered Rock Fist. A thought flashed instinctively through his mind. In the next moment, accompanied by a muffled sound, an invisible shockwave spread wildly in all directions. The man screamed as he was sent flying backward. Brother Zhang. The other 2 individuals could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The man retreated step by step, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. Limited cultivation, dares not offer guidance. Jiang Heng's stride did not falter as he continued to grin ominously. You all appear to be in your 40s or 50s. Yet you dare to claim limited cultivation before a mere 16-year-old. Thus, as your senior, I must impart some wisdom. In truth, the group appeared to be in their 20s, but Jiang Heng chose to say this deliberately. None of the 3 dared to refute him, trembling as they gazed upon Jiang Heng. Come on! Jiang Heng bellowed once more, his figure transforming into a gust of wind, his aura resembling that of a ferocious dragon. With a single punch, the man let out a pained cry, soaring backward. The last individual's lips quivered incessantly. He turned to flee but was effortlessly caught by Jiang Heng. who similarly brought him down with a punch. After tossing the three together, Jiang Heng half-squatted, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Brothers, my cultivation is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level, yet I find myself lacking in medicinal pills. So I must audaciously request a few blood essence pills from you. What say you?" As the senior speaks, it is naturally permissible. The three hastily produced a small porcelain vial from their ropes. "No one is to mention this matter again." The other two nodded vigorously. They retrieved a small porcelain vial, opened it to reveal 3 red pills, a faint, pleasant aroma wafting from within. Is this the legendary blood essence pill? Said to be equivalent to the concentrated essence of an entire cow, Jiang Heng took one, scrutinizing it for a moment before swallowing it whole. The pill slid down his throat and into his stomach. Though he could not tell how long had passed, only when Jiang Heng distinctly felt that the pill had been fully digested did he cease his practice. He glanced at his personal panel, plunging into fervent cultivation once more. Upon the complete digestion of a single chi blood pill, even under the cultivation of the primordial creation technique, it would take approximately an hour. Jiang Heng, unwavering and tireless, only to discover, as expected, that his potential points were insufficient. He then opted to allocate his potential points towards enhancing his cultivation level. Ding, consumed 40,000 potential points. Cultivation level elevated to the 5th realm. His cultivation level ascended 2 tiers in rapid succession, upgrading the silver elephant technique. Ding, consumed 10,000 potential points. Silver elephant technique, mysterious grade, elevated to the 2nd tier. A massive torrent of heat surged violently within Jiang Heng, engaging in a wondrous chemical reaction with every fiber of his being. He could distinctly feel his body becoming increasingly robust at an astonishing rate, akin to a high-strength alloy. This fortitude represented a fundamental transformation of his entire physique. Yet it did not diminish his agility in the slightest. Was it also 10,000 potential points to progress from the 1st to the 2nd tier, just as it took to advance from the yellow grade to the 1st tier? Jiang Heng pondered for a moment. He then drew forth his longsword, channeling his entire vital energy into a formidable strike. Bang! His arm felt no pain or discomfort. Yet, the longsword shattered abruptly, fragments raining down upon the ground. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Heng executed the perfected version of the rock-shattering fist, delivering a thunderous blow to his left arm. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed. His left arm remained unscathed. Truly remarkable. Jiang Heng couldn't help but silently marvel. He wondered if he could withstand an attack from a peak-level physical realm practitioner. Upgrading the rock-shattering fist. Ding! Consumed 10,000 potential points. Technique evolution in progress. Please wait. Ding! Evolution completed. Please name the new technique. In comparison to the rock-shattering fist's 3-fold explosive power, the enhancement of the mysterious grade mountain breaking fist was not particularly significant, merely elevating that multiplier to 5 times. This, of course, referred to the perfected level. At present, the entry-level mountain breaking fist offered Jiang Heng little substantial improvement to his prowess. After testing it out, he found it to be approximately equivalent to raising the 3-fold explosive power to around 2 times. The remaining 10,000 potential points were just enough to upgrade the swift wind step to the mysterious grade entry level, further enhancing his speed without altering the name. Thus, Jiang Heng's potential points were nearly depleted. Yet the reverse is arduous. Having witnessed the miraculous effects of the chi blood pill, he found himself looking down upon the gradual cultivation methods of the mundane sort that he recalled that the handbook for outer disciples included a detailed explanation of the sect's contribution system. The sect tournament for outer disciples occurs annually, and those ranked within the top 50 have access to resources that far exceed those available to ordinary outer disciples, even after surpassing the 3-year threshold. Their benefits can persist. However, those ranked beyond the 50th position must adhere to the standard welfare system. Those within 3 years continue to receive 3 chi blood pills monthly at no cost, while those who have been there for over 3 years can only redeem them through contributions. Additionally, to remain in the outer sect, a disciple must expend a certain amount of contributions each month. Contributions are not strictly enforced. They may choose to cultivate in peace, with the sect providing for them, or they may actively seek to earn contributions to exchange for various resources. The means to earn contributions is through accepting various tasks within the task hall. Concurrently, Jiang Heng discovered another method to accrue contributions in the handbook: the duel arena. To encourage disciples to engage in combat, the sect established a duel arena in the outer courtyard, by maintaining the title of arena champion. In essence, the duel arena serves as a source of contribution points for those exceptional talents who suddenly emerge but have not yet had the opportunity to compete in the sect tournament. Weapon, treasure grade 1,000 contribution points. 10 taels of silver, 1 contribution point. Based on Jiang Heng's previous life's price comparisons, 1 tael of silver in this world roughly equates to 1,000 yuan. Thus, when calculated, 1 contribution point holds the purchasing power of approximately 10,000 yuan. Consequently, a single qi blood pill is nearly equivalent to 100,000 yuan. This implies that within just a day and a night, he has consumed wealth amounting to 1.2 million. Such an astronomical fortune is something he could never amass in his previous life. Jiang Heng couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Following the throng, Jiang Heng entered the main hall. On one wall, a series of large characters were displayed in 3 columns, outlining the tasks and their respective rewards. Collect fresh corpses of fierce beasts, exchanging 1 contribution point for every 10 kilograms, with no time limit and no restrictions on quantity. Gather various spiritual herbs and medicines, priced according to their quality. Also with no time limit and no restrictions on quantity. Aside from the 2 aforementioned long-term tasks with unlimited quantities, most other tasks typically require a significant investment of time. For instance, hunting down the traitorous disciple of the sect, Jiang Heng, who is at the 8th level of the body refining realm. As Jiang Heng observed, some tasks were being taken up by others and removed from the wall. He noticed that the wall itself appeared to be net-like in structure. The tasks were inscribed on square wooden stakes, embedded from the back of the wall, thereby displaying the text in neat rows before the public. This resembled the principle of movable type printing. Jiang Heng curiously watched for a while, contemplating thoughtfully. He needed to earn at least 1 blood essence pill's worth of contribution points every 2 days, or else it would not be worthwhile. Thus, he should only consider tasks that offered an average of over 5 contribution points per day. It appeared that tasks related to the body refining realm were not particularly rewarding. Jiang Heng furrowed his brows and turned to leave. Chapter 8. What an imposing physique. In another direction of the outer gate branch, one could find the dueling arena. In the expansive area, numerous outer disciples clad in blue were gathered around a circular stage that spanned 100 meters, their cheers and applause ringing out continuously. As Jiang Heng approached from a distance, he inquired about the specific circumstances of the duels at a table not far from the stage. Every outer disciple was allowed to challenge, but if they failed, they could only attempt again the following day. Achieving 10 consecutive victories would allow one to become the second challenger. Only the second challenger had the right to contest the reigning champion. The latter would surely be overwhelmed daily, leaving no time for cultivation. He presented his identity token and calmly stated, "I wish to challenge." The blue-clad steward raised his gaze once more, casually responding, "It was forbidden to deliberately inflict fatal harm on fellow disciples in the arena. Though injuries and even death could not be entirely ruled out. He advised Jiang Heng to be prepared with his preferred weapon. I understand." Jiang Heng patiently awaited his turn. 10 minutes later. Next, outer disciple Jiang Heng. The youth's lips curled into a somewhat sinister smile. Jiang Heng cast a sidelong glance at his opponent, a light smirk gracing his lips. As he clenched his fist, a torrent of vitality surged through his entire being. Instead, he displayed an audacious arrogance. "Very well, then let it be." The young man cast aside all distracting thoughts and immediately entered a combative state. His spirit surged, and he launched himself forward with tremendous force. Without a cultivation level of 7 or above, stepping onto the duel platform is merely courting disaster. I fear for Jiang Heng's situation. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, aside from cultivation, the mastery of martial techniques is equally crucial. Luo Guang, after all, possesses the 7th level of cultivation and has refined the meteor sword technique to a proficient level, with 70,000 pounds of strength, coupled with a 1.5-fold explosive power. That amounts to an astounding burst exceeding 100,000 pounds. Even if Jiang Heng had attained the 7th level of cultivation, he could not possibly match Luo Guang in terms of martial techniques, thus ensuring his defeat. Among nearly 100,000 outer sect disciples of the Luo Sect. On the platform, whoosh, the young man Luo Guang's sword resembled a shooting star, its speed unparalleled, and its momentum fierce. Jiang Heng's movements were graceful, yet his aura was wild and ferocious. The two surged toward each other. In the next moment, to Luo Guang's astonishment, Jiang Heng did not evade. Instead, he met the sword's tip head-on with a powerful punch. Clang! The long sword shattered abruptly, yet Jiang Heng's striking force remained unabated. Under the overwhelming might, Luo Guang's ribcage caved in, his ribs fractured, and he was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. Outside the platform, a profound silence ensued. In the next instant, a cacophony of astonished discussions erupted. How was this possible? Such a robust physique. His fist met the longsword, which boasted nearly 100,000 pounds of explosive force, yet not even a scratch was left. Even more astonishing, with a single punch, he utterly crushed Luo Guang. What kind of explosive power must he possess? Having already claimed victory in 3 consecutive matches, Luo Guang could not even withstand a single strike in his presence. He is simply too powerful. Upon the arena, Luo Guang lay curled on the ground, lamenting weakly. 2 attendants ascended the stage, lifting Luo Guang down while casually tidying the area. Next contestant, Outer Sect disciple Meng Lingxiu, please come to the stage. Amidst the clamor, the voice of the steward resonated clearly. It was the former champion, Meng Lingxiu. After being defeated by Pu Xingyu, she had undergone half a month of seclusion and now dared to challenge again. Jiang Heng, possessing an incredibly robust physique, effortlessly exhibited a staggering explosive power of 100,000 pounds. At that moment, a breathtaking young woman in a flowing azure dress gracefully descended, landing not far from Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, esteemed junior brother, I invite you. Meng Lingxiu clasped her hands in salute. Jiang Heng responded with a composed smile, mirroring her gesture. In the next instant, Meng Lingxiu transformed into a wisp of wind, beginning her graceful movements. Chapter 9. Such an adorable girl. A single punch would surely make her weep for ages. The spectators below continued to chatter animatedly. In my opinion, Jiang Heng has the greater chance of victory. Although he has only endured 1 battle, his formidable physique places him in an almost invincible position, making it impossible for Meng Lingxiu to breach his defenses, let alone defeat him. Not necessarily. With Meng Lingxiu's mastery of the Gale Steps, it's likely that Jiang Heng won't even come close to touching her skirt. With her agile combat style, she might very well have a chance at victory. On the stage, Jiang Heng observed Meng Lingxiu's ethereal movements. What? He employs Gale Steps as well, and at a higher level than mine. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Heng had caught up to her. His right hand clenched into a fist, crashing forward with tremendous force. Meng Lingxiu's expression shifted dramatically. She twisted her body while raising her sword, attempting to block the impending strike. Clang! Under the unparalleled might, her sword shattered instantaneously. Jiang Heng's fist continued its relentless advance, gliding past Meng Lingxiu's chest as she turned. An incredibly solid sensation surged from an unknown source, causing her complexion to flush crimson. The sudden and rapid transformation of her form astonished all those watching from below. The movement of the body is dictated by the mind. This was the pinnacle of the Gale Steps. Where did this formidable genius suddenly emerge from? In her teenage years, possessing at least a 6th level of cultivation, with a mastery of body techniques that reached perfection, and a physique that was terrifyingly strong. Her explosive power in martial arts was evidently formidable. With such prowess, she would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable dark horse in next month's sect competition. On the stage, Meng Lingxiu was not only astounded, but also beset by a chilling sense of impending crisis. However, she found herself unable to evade the confrontation. I am at the 8th level of cultivation, proficient in the advanced heavenly Luo Palm. How could my explosive power possibly be inferior to yours? A sense of unwillingness surged within Meng Lingxiu. As a top-tier genius, had she not been so young, she might have long been ranked among the top 10 in the sect competition, gifted in both cultivation and martial arts. She found herself eclipsed by a peer. How could this be possible? Angrily, she summoned her entire blood energy and met Jiang Heng's incoming elbow strike with a palm. At the moment their limbs collided. With a force of 60,000 pounds, multiplied by 3, the resulting explosive force reached an astonishing 180,000 pounds. It directly overwhelmed Meng Lingxiu's palm, propelling her hand towards her own head. Jiang Heng will undoubtedly have the capability to vie for a position among the top 10 outer disciples, and he is merely in his teens. He is destined to rise, becoming a core disciple. At this juncture, Meng Lingxiu on the stage slowly opened her eyes, regaining her clarity. After expressing her gratitude to the deacon, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Heng, who stood quietly at a distance by the arena's edge. No one had ever been so merciless in their encounters with her. Moreover, that previous punch had just barely grazed her prominent features. Scoundrel! Blushing with indignation, Meng Lingxiu spat silently and turned to descend from the stage. Next, outer disciple Li, please come to the stage. With 2 overwhelming victories preceding him, the subsequent challengers essentially chose to concede before stepping onto the stage. In fact, no one dared to ascend the platform thereafter. Jiang Heng cast a glance towards the steward outside the arena. Since there are no challengers, I hereby declare Jiang Heng the second champion. Tomorrow at noon, he may be challenged by the reigning champion. After all, apart from the annual sect competition, the duel arena constituted a significant event within the sect, with daily contests drawing considerable attention. Within a luxurious and spacious palace, at the center upon a high platform, a middle-aged man clad in black sat cross-legged. His breathing fluctuated between calm and hurried, causing the air within the hall to stir in accordance with his rhythm. An overwhelming and fearsome aura enveloped him. After a long while, he ceased his cultivation, and the atmosphere gradually settled. Enter. Despite his eyes remaining partially closed, as if in a meditative state, he spoke in a languid manner. A middle-aged man pushed open the door and, bowing his head, approached the steps below, offering a respectful bow. Elder son, I bring intelligence regarding Jiang Wenjing's son, Jiang Heng. Chapter 10. Intelligence on Jiang Heng. The man in black, identified as elder son, furrowed his brow. Jiang Wenjing's son? That waste. Did I not mention that with the sect leader election imminent, we need not acknowledge his existence, lest it be perceived as a lack of magnanimity? The man at the steps, still bowing, replied calmly. His cultivation has been advancing at an extraordinary pace recently, and I believe it is imperative to report this. Just a month ago, Jiang Heng was bullied by a mere servant. Over half a month ago, he ascended to the rank of an outer disciple. This afternoon, he dominated the outer sect duel arena, defeating another disciple at the 8th level of the physical realm, who also possessed perfected swordsmanship. His mastery of the perfected gale steps, an unknown martial art above the perfected level, and a physique seemingly stronger than the perfected copper statue technique, all at the 6th level of cultivation. These feats appear to have been acquired within this past half-month. As he recounted these events, Elder Son's expression darkened, a formidable aura emanating from him, enveloping the entire hall in a terrifying pressure. Heh, it seems this little wretch possesses a terrifying talent akin to Jiang Wenjing. Initially, out of respect for Elder One, he had contemplated disregarding the boy's existence. However, it now appeared that this little wretch could not be allowed to remain. Speaking thus, Elder Son fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man, saying coldly, Lei Song, seize an opportunity to eliminate him. Remember, do not entangle us in any way. I do not wish to leave room for others to exploit. The middle-aged man, Lei Song, responded, Understood. The following day at noon. Jiang Heng, my junior, please wait a moment. Pu Xingyu will likely arrive in about a quarter of an hour, said the attendant courteously from behind a square table. Jiang Heng nodded with a smile. Should he choose to engage in a frontal clash, he would likely be defeated by Pu Xingyu, whereas a more evasive strategy could significantly increase his chances of victory. Just then, Pu Xingyu had arrived. Someone exclaimed, and many turned their heads. Even the two combatants on the arena paused, losing interest in their fight. In the waiting area, Jiang Heng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and turned to the direction of the entrance. A youth, robust as a tyrannosaurus and bearing a long sword on his back, strode forward with deliberate steps. His expression was indifferent, and his long hair, simply tied at the back, danced in the wind. Though his appearance was rather ordinary, it emanated an aura of nonchalance. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Jiang Heng in the waiting area. The moment their eyes met, a tremendous battle spirit surged forth. Jiang Heng, step up. I have heard of your achievements. Let us engage in a contest of strength between men. Pu Xingyu's rugged voice echoed throughout the arena, drawing the attention of all spectators to Jiang Heng in the waiting area. In one corner of the onlookers, Meng Lingxiu, with a frosty demeanor and flowing skirt, observed intently. As a prodigious talent, she had recently suffered defeats at the hands of two young geniuses over the past fortnight. Meng Lingxiu furrowed her brow and turned to see a disheveled youth, with long hair cascading to his shoulders, looking at her with concern. Address me by my full name, or kindly step aside. Meng Lingxiu replied coldly. The term bully filled her proud heart with a sense of humiliation. Furthermore, it is rather unreasonable for her to maintain a pleasant demeanor when the subject of her defeat is so eagerly brought up by the opponent. The countenance of the unsightly youth shifted, as he forcefully suppressed the rage swelling within him, his expression twisting with barely concealed ire as he proclaimed, Regardless of how you treat me, I shall continue to protect you. This is the declaration of the foremost individual from the outer sect. What does it matter if one becomes the champion of a mere dueling arena? In my eyes, it is nothing more than a child's play. The unsightly youth let out a cold laugh, oblivious to the murderous gaze cast upon him by Meng Lingxiu beside him. In the waiting area, Jiang Heng maintained an air of calm upon hearing Pu Xingyu's challenge. Furthermore, with his taunts, he sought to compel me to relinquish my advantage in agility and engage him in a direct confrontation, despite being older, having entered the sect earlier, and possessing a higher cultivation level. You resort to such petty schemes. With an impure heart, how can you even speak of martial arts? Jiang Heng's voice turned grave as he concluded. The spectators exchanged peculiar glances at Pu Xingyu. What does it matter if I grant you a slight advantage? Come forth. Let us see who is more resilient. As he spoke, Jiang Heng's blood surged within him, enveloping his being in a dragon-like aura. The energy swirling and rising. With a powerful stomp, the stones beneath him erupted, and he shot forth like a missile. Chapter 11. The foremost individual of the outer sect, Qi Peng, the surging vitality created a tumultuous atmosphere around him. "You seek your own demise," Pu Xingyu declared, drawing his blade from its sheath. With a powerful push, he too surged forward. Under the oppressive energy, the two clashed like ferocious beasts in a thunderous collision. Jiang Heng, at the initial stage of the 6th level of cultivation, possessed a strength exceeding 60,000 jin, augmented further by the explosive force of the Xian level breaking mountain fist, granting him an astonishing burst of 200,000 jin. Though his strength was only slightly greater than Pu Xingyu's, Jiang Heng's physical resilience far surpassed that of his opponent. With a resounding crash, the blade met the fist, unleashing a violent shockwave that radiated outward. Jiang Heng stood unwavering, while Pu Xingyu's long blade nearly flew from his grasp, forcing him to stagger back a step. The outcome was clear. The audience erupted in astonishment, realizing Jiang Heng's explosive power surpassed that of Pu Xingyu. His physique, agility, and strength were all at the pinnacle of the physical realm. Truly, he was a monstrous youth, given his youth and limited cultivation, once he attained the 10th level of the physical realm. In the grand competition of sects, the strongest among the nearly 10,000 external disciples of the 8th peak emerges. On the arena, the two combatants paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd below. Jiang Heng left only a barely perceptible crimson mark on his opponent. Was such invincible physical prowess truly attainable at the corporeal stage? Pu Xingyu's thoughts were tumultuous, but facing Jiang Heng's renewed assault. Unrelenting, Jiang Heng pursued him, swiftly grasping Pu Xingyu by the hair to halt his retreat, while his right hand rained down a flurry of punches. Thud, thud, thud. Releasing his grip, he allowed Pu Xingyu's form to slump lifelessly to the ground. In his mind, the system's notification chimed in at an opportune moment. Ding! Battle victorious. 100 potential points acquired. A steward leaped to Pu Xingyu's side, performed a brief examination of his injuries, and proclaimed, "The victor is Jiang Heng." From this day forth, Jiang Heng is the new champion of the arena. The crowd erupted in cheers. At this moment, one might think that the victor of the sect's grand competition had been determined. Given the fervor of the audience, a voice dripping with disdain echoed from the periphery of the arena. The crowd turned, immediately spotting the unsightly youth standing not far from Meng Lingxiu. She subtly shifted aside. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Qi Peng held his head high, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Heng on the stage. "Jiang Heng, I hear you bullied Meng Lingxiu yesterday. I am eager to see if such arrogance can withstand a single strike from my sword." Beside him, Meng Lingxiu clenched her fists and glared fiercely at Qi Peng. Jiang Heng's expression remained tranquil, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "So, you were Qi Peng, the champion of last year's 8th peak sect competition?" Qi Peng's expression faltered. Proud and haughty, upon witnessing Jiang Heng's nonchalant attitude, a surge of unnameable anger ignited within him, prompting him to coldly declare, "Indeed, Jiang Heng, do not only bully girls, do you dare to duel with me?" Beside them, Meng Lingxiu's gaze sharpened as she cast another glance at Qi Peng. There was an air of menace. Qi Peng shuddered involuntarily and turned to see only the frostbitten profile of Meng Lingxiu. "Choose your preference." Qi Peng was taken aback. He had initially intended to duel at that moment, but with Jiang Heng's words reaching this juncture, he felt it inappropriate to impose further conditions. Moreover, Jiang Heng had just fought a fierce battle. Even if victorious, others would perceive it as taking advantage of a weakened opponent, lacking honor. "Then I shall grant you 1 month's grace, and we shall meet again on the arena," he proclaimed. "However, even if you fail to reach the final battle, I demand a private duel with you, and no matter what tricks you employ, you cannot evade this confrontation." With that, he elegantly turned and departed. Chapter 12. A surge in cultivation. Earth-level golden statue technique. Jiang Heng descended from the arena and made his way to the waiting area. "From today onward, you shall be the champion of the arena. You may designate a time for accepting challenges. Simply return at that hour each day to face your challengers. Remember, you must come every day. Should you fail to appear on any given day, and a challenge arises, your opponent will seize your title and become the new champion." The attendant recorded Jiang Heng's information and then noted his 10 contribution points for the day. Under the influence of the primordial creation technique, they were swiftly digested and converted into potential points by the system. 2 hours later, having completely digested the vitality pills, Jiang Heng received 20,000 potential points and immediately upgraded his most crucial secret technique, Silver Statue Technique, to the 3rd level. His defensive power surged once more. In the days that followed, Jiang Heng exchanged 2 vitality pills daily with his contribution points, secluding himself in his small courtyard for intensive cultivation. Each afternoon, he dedicated half an hour to accept challenges in the duel arena. Given his current strength, defending his title was merely a formality that I end this tranquil period. Time slipped by unnoticed. 1 month later. Within Jiang Heng's courtyard, he had elevated his cultivation to the 10th level. The overflowing vitality he exuded began to retract, yet his powerful movements still caused the air to tremble violently. The sound of howling winds filled the atmosphere. After a long while, Jiang Heng withdrew his fist and stood still, opening his personal panel to check. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation. Physical realm level 10, 23 100,000. Major cultivation technique. Primordial creation technique. Heaven level. Entry level. Martial arts techniques. Mountain breaking fist. Mystic level. Perfected. Swift wind steps. Mystic level. Perfected. Secret technique. Silver statue technique. Mystic level. Perfected. Potential points. 160. 700. At present, he has attained the 10th layer of the physical realm. All major techniques have reached the perfected mystic level, resulting in a dramatic transformation of his strength. The reason he has not continued to elevate his cultivation is to participate in the upcoming sect competition. Securing the championship will yield substantial rewards. Furthermore, with such a remarkable qualification, he will receive focused training from the sect and may even become a seed disciple, thereby enjoying a significant allocation of the sect's resources. And could not help but exclaim, "So hard! I am now absolutely invincible in the physical realm." Jiang Heng's confidence was not merely a result of naivety. After gaining insights into martial knowledge in the scripture hall, this is akin to the classification of equipment in games from Jiang Heng's past life. Theoretically, each level of equipment corresponds to tiers such as bronze, silver, gold, and even divine artifacts. However, in reality, novice villages seldom feature divine artifacts in their level 10 equipment, often only possessing basic or bronze tier items. Equipment of levels 20 and above may range from bronze to gold, with true divine artifacts only emerging at higher levels. The same principle applies to cultivation techniques. Now, it is time for me to crush everything in my path. A mischievous smile spread across Jiang Heng's face. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the annual sect competition, the moment he will truly step into the spotlight. The next day, Jiang Heng, for once, did not engage in cultivation. He leisurely exited his small courtyard early in the morning, heading towards the plaza in the outer sect courtyard. Along the way, many outer sect disciples, also en route to the sect competition, recognized Jiang Heng and greeted him with polite nods. Over the past month, Jiang Heng had firmly occupied the position of champion on the duel stage, becoming well known among the majority of outer sect disciples. Regardless of whether one has witnessed Jiang Heng's battles, it is widely acknowledged that within the outer sect resides an exceptionally handsome individual, whose ferocity in combat is akin to that of a colossal beast, a peerless genius, mastery of perfected techniques in both boxing and movement, an invincible physique, and a cultivation level at the 6th tier of martial arts far surpass the typical outer sect disciples at the 10th tier. After all, the impact of perfected martial arts on combat prowess is indeed monumental. Countless individuals prophesy that Jiang Heng is poised to secure a position among the top 20 in the grand competition. Should he experience a breakthrough in his cultivation, even the top 10 could be within his grasp. Given Jiang Heng's age, this undoubtedly qualifies him as an extraordinary talent. As Jiang Heng approached the square, burdened with a satchel, approached him, beaming with a smile. "Good brother, would you like a report on the outer sect experts? It's merely 1 contribution point." Jiang Heng paused and turned his head. "I have no money." The round-faced youth maintained his cheerful demeanor. Since it is brother Jiang in person, this report shall be complimentary. As a gesture of goodwill, he produced a slim booklet from his satchel and handed it to Jiang Heng. "You are one of the favored candidates predicted to win the championship by our hall's brethren. In the future, as you enter the inner sect, or even the core, you will have ample opportunities for encounters. This token of goodwill is but a trifling matter." Jiang Heng cast a curious glance at Liang Pingwei, asking with intrigue, "A favored candidate for the championship. Many hold me in high regard. You have already triumphed over fellow prodigies Meng Lingxiu and Pu Xingyu, ascending to the position of champion in the duel arena. The martial prowess you have demonstrated is nearly unmatched within the outer sect. Based on our comparative analysis of each expert's strength, we believe that should your cultivation break through to the 8th tier, your chances of winning the championship would be substantial. For an ordinary person, advancing 2 tiers in a month is virtually impossible. Yet, for you, brother Jiang, it remains a distinct possibility. Do you possess confidence in your own abilities?" Jiang Heng smiled faintly, his gaze brimming with an air of disdain towards all challenges. The champion shall be mine. He flipped open the booklet in hand, navigating directly to the section on championship contenders.it listed only 5 individuals. Jiang Heng, age 19, possesses a physical cultivation level of the 10th realm. Mastering the consummate tier of the falling star sword technique and the consummate tier of the gale step. He was the champion of last year's sect competition. Buhan E, aged 17, also at the 10th realm of physical cultivation. Lan Gaozhua, 24 years old, is at the 10th realm of physical cultivation and has mastered the consummate tier of the Moonfall Blade technique. Jiang Heng, age 16, is at the 6th realm of physical cultivation or higher. Having achieved the perfected tier of the Shattering Rock Fist and the perfected tier of the Gale Step, with suspected mastery of the perfected tier of the Statue technique, are there only 2 favorites for the championship with 10th realm cultivation? Tirelessly earning contribution points and striving to cultivate, merely to maintain their vitality or achieve slight improvements. Moreover, excluding those outer disciples who have been initiated for over a decade, the favorites for the championship are typically newly emerged geniuses, rather than those older disciples who have languished in the outer sect for too long. At this juncture, Liang Ping Wei sighed. The disparity between genius and the ordinary is indeed disheartening. A genius can devote themselves to cultivation daily, as the sect provides abundant resources, allowing their cultivation to advance boldly. In contrast, ordinary disciples, with insufficient time for training and inadequate resources, coupled with lower talent, often find their cultivation stagnating or even regressing. There are still some disciples at the 10th realm. However, combat is not solely determined by cultivation level. Martial arts mastery is equally crucial. In fact, within the same tier, the enhancement of combat power through martial arts mastery far exceeds the difference of 1 or 2 minor realms in cultivation. Having spent 6 years in the outer sect, Liang Ping Wei, though not particularly high in cultivation, possesses insights that Jiang Heng cannot hope to match. Just as the two were engaged in their conversation, a commanding and resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. Silence. All eyes turned to the center of the plaza, where a figure clad in flowing white had appeared on the elevated platform. The crowd fell instantly silent, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of a refined sword immortal. His speech is remarkably succinct and devoid of any superfluous embellishments. As everyone enters the designated area of the Shiluan Mountains to hunt ferocious beasts. Even those who do not secure a ranking can exchange their points for corresponding contribution points. Moreover, malicious killing is strictly forbidden. Should a randomly patrolling steward discover such an act, one's points will be nullified immediately, and they may face disciplinary action from the sect. The top 50 will draw lots for a series of duels, where victors will advance, while the defeated will face new opponents in subsequent battles, adhering to the same points system. Ultimately, rankings will be determined based on the accumulated points, establishing the final standings of the sect's grand competition. Is there a problem? A disciple raised his hand to inquire. Su Qing's gaze swept over the disciple with an indifferent expression. Talent is indeed crucial, but it is not the sole factor. Connections, opportunities, and cunning are equally significant. The grand competition of the sect solely considers the results. The stewards and attendants surrounding the plaza guided the outer disciples to follow. Thus, the group made their grand descent down the mountain, continuing westward. Chapter 14. The first round of trials commences. The Luo Sect is located on Luo Mountain. Situated at the edge of the Shu Mountains, by proceeding westward, one can venture deep into the mountain range. After an hour, the throng of nearly 10,000 finally halted in a clearing within the mountains. Go forth, no lingering nearby, and do not exceed a 20-kilometer radius. The crowd dispersed, vanishing into the woods. Among them, Qi Ping cast a seemingly casual glance towards another individual. The latter nodded in response and headed in the direction of Jiang Heng, taking in the beauty of the primordial forest as if he were on a leisurely excursion. Having traversed into this world for nearly 2 months, Jiang Heng had been wholly engrossed in cultivation, scarcely allowing himself a moment of respite. Thus, he now felt a genuine sense of relaxation. Not far ahead, a colossal serpent, nearly 10 meters in length, slithered silently among the sturdy branches, gradually approaching the path Jiang Heng was traversing. Emitting a menacing hissing sound, Jiang Heng glanced casually at it, his figure flickering as he evaded the serpent's attack. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The opposite side of the serpent's body erupted violently, a mist of blood and entrails spraying outward. The Xian-level perfected, mountain-breaking fist not only possessed formidable destructive power but also alas, he is one devoid of ears. The corpse of the colossal serpent tumbled into the distance, while Jiang Heng maintained a serene expression as he continued his journey forward. Not far behind him, a figure cautiously followed. Observing Jiang Heng's leisurely demeanor, the follower could not help but feel a sense of unease. He has long surpassed the optimal period for cultivation, his progress stagnating at the 7th level of the body realm, with little hope for the impending sect competition. However, 2 days prior to their departure, Qi Ping sought him out, instructing him to closely shadow Jiang Heng during the sect competition, promising that he would seize all of Jiang Heng's spoils and share half with him. Given Jiang Heng's formidable prowess, even half of his bounty might propel Wang San into the top 50, thus granting him access to the sect's abundant resources and a renewed prospect for advancement in cultivation. Could it be that Jiang Heng intends to claim the spoils of others in the final days? Wang San mused inwardly. His footsteps, wrapped in layers of cotton, fell upon the ground soundlessly. Additionally, he was coated in a specially formulated repellent, ensuring that ordinary snakes, insects, and rodents would refrain from approaching him. In a certain part of the mountains, within a cramped and shadowy cave, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, glinting with ferocity. This was a middle-aged man of sinister visage named Su Li. Distinct scars marred his forehead and chin, resembling 2 grotesque centipedes coiling upon his face, rendering him a figure of chilling terror. The mere act of slaying an outer sect disciple would earn him a reward of 100 blood chi pills, worth a fortune. It seems this individual possesses a noteworthy background. Su Li silently grinned, his facial scars contorting further. Yet, what does it matter how exceptional his identity may be? He must still perish at my hands. To extinguish the life of such an extraordinarily gifted youth is truly. The aroma of the meat wafted through the AI potential points. 62, 700. Remarkably, within just half an hour of cultivation, I have increased my potential points by 2,000. Although the efficacy of beast meat pales in comparison to that of blood-replenishing pills. Emerged from the forest, she possessed a graceful demeanor, her lips crimson and teeth pearly white, a stunning beauty garbed in a green martial attire, exuding an air of vigor. Junior brother, I happen to be quite hungry. Her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Jiang Heng. You do not recognize me? Does it matter whether I do or not? Moreover, should I be expected to know you? Ah, indeed, you must be the new initiate. It is only natural that you do not know me. The girl smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Greetings, I am Buhani. I propose a trade, 1 blood-replenishing pill for half of your barbecued meat. Mimicking Jiang Heng's earlier actions as she devoured the meat. Indeed, your grilling skills are quite commendable. For the upcoming week, you shall assist me in grilling meat, and I will continue to compensate you with 1 blood-replenishing pill each time, along with guaranteeing your success in the trials. What do you think? Buhani declared, her face glistening with grease, unabashed as she gazed at Jiang Heng. You will protect me? Jiang Heng was taken aback. Perhaps we should do it this way. Allow me to test your strength first. If you truly possess the ability to safeguard me, I shall accept your terms. However, if your prowess is lacking. Very well, let us proceed. Buhani wiped her mouth and moved to an empty space, looking at Jiang Heng with a challenging gaze. Jiang Heng couldn't help but smile as he rose to face Buhani. Given the circumstances, you have earned my utmost effort. Prepare yourself for the challenge. As the battle-ready Buhani adopted a serious demeanor, Jiang Heng maintained a casual posture, strolling leisurely towards his opponent. Suddenly, a fleeting silver flash crackled through the void. Unbeknownst to others, Buhani's confidence stemmed from her mastery of the pursuit sword technique, which had reached perfection, granting her thrice the explosive power, coupled with an astonishingly rapid strike speed and tenfold cultivation. According to her father, as long as she remained in the realm of Qi, she was an invincible force. Almost instantaneously, as her sword was drawn, Jiang Heng could barely perceive a glimmer of cold light rushing towards his arm. A surge of alarm coursed through him. Such swiftness. Yet upon discerning the trajectory of the attack, he resolutely chose not to evade. Thud. A muted thump resonated as the blade pierced through his sleeve. Her long sword thrusting forth once more. A grin crept across Jiang Heng's lips. The perfected gale step of the Xian level unfurled, vanishing from sight like a gentle breeze, only to reappear behind Buhani in the next instant. His right hand shot out, aiming a strike at the back of Buhani's head, resembling the claw of a divine dragon emerging from the heavens, swift, ferocious, and overwhelming in presence. The sheer velocity was utterly beyond Buhani's expectations. Jiang Heng tightened his grip on her neck, compelling her to halt, before swiftly releasing her. It seems you are not qualified to protect me, Jiang Heng stated nonchalantly, turning to stride towards the fire pit. Recovering from her shock, Buhani turned to gaze at Jiang Heng's retreating figure. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly declared, Jiang Shixiang, I concede. According to our earlier agreement, I shall provide you with 2 Qi blood pills. And in return, You must protect me until the trial concludes. Buhani handed Jiang Heng a chi blood pill. The life-or-death crisis from earlier had stirred her spirit, loosening the constraints of her cultivation bottleneck, seemingly presenting an opportunity for breakthrough. Once transcended, her cultivation could leap across a significant realm, entering the chi realm. Jiang Heng, my young friend, I concede that you are invincible in the realm of physicality. Yet every move she made was imbued with an elegant sense of power, as if enveloped by the vitality of a dragon. Her aura surged with intensity. With a single punch, the air erupted with a deafening crack, and an invisible shockwave swept outward. Even as a woman, her martial prowess remained formidable and commanding. However, gradually, the vitality surrounding Buhani began to retract. Jiang Heng sat leisurely upon a small stone, savoring roasted meat while observing Buhani's training. Essence refers to the vital energy, while energy signifies true energy. Once the physical realm reaches its limit and the vital energy is abundantly filled, it can be refined to give birth to the first strand of true energy. At this moment, the vitality becomes rather introverted. Thus, Jiang Heng understood well that this indicated his opponent's impending breakthrough. Just how powerful is the true energy realm? He too was eager to discover. A freshly ascended practitioner of the true energy realm was evidently a fitting match for him to test his strength. Indeed, it was not long before the overflowing vitality of Buhani completely subsided, as though she had transformed into an ordinary person. Yet in the next instant, a peculiar wave of energy emanated from within her. She would wait a few days until her true energy accumulated further before avenging this humiliation. Buhani struggled to quell her inner battle spirit, a smile gracing her face. Junior brother Jiang, Buhani declared with a triumphant grin as she took a seat not far from the fire. Then, shall we engage in battle once more? Jiang Heng inquired. Buhani paused, gazing at Jiang Heng, rendering any attack nearly twice as powerful as before. With such an advantage, do you still have the confidence to compete? Jiang Heng grinned widely, brimming with anticipation. Absolutely. However, Buhani's heart wavered. The previous scene of being overwhelmed had left a profound impact on her, and she had no desire to endure such a crushing defeat again. Even the slightest possibility of that occurring was intolerable to her. Tomorrow, once my realm stabilizes, I shall engage in a fierce battle with you tomorrow. After a while, Buhani, not one to be outdone, made her way to the opposite side of the clearing, resuming her intake of medicinal pills for cultivation. It was not until dusk that the two finally paused. Where both were unmatched in physical prowess, Buhani possessed an innate talent for martial arts, while Jiang Heng benefited from direct transmission from the system, with little distinction from his own comprehension. A short distance away, Zhang San, hiding among the trees, wore a forlorn expression as he observed the fervent scene of the two and the steaming roasted meat on the fire, his heart heavy with sorrow. Being at a considerable distance, he remained unaware that Buhani had already attained the true Qi realm. Otherwise, he would have fled at the first sight. After all, he believed Qiping could defeat Jiang Heng. But he knew it was impossible to triumph over someone in the true Qi realm. After finishing the roasted meat and accepting 2 more Qi blood pills from Buhani, Jiang Heng plunged into fervent cultivation. And even his martial cultivation was precisely sufficient to ascend to the true Qi realm. After some contemplation, Jiang Heng ultimately chose to upgrade the golden statue technique. Faced with an unknown strength in the true Qi realm, he aimed to maximize his own strengths. He would confront Buhani, who was in the true Qi realm, with the might of his formidable physique. Ding consumed 100,000 potential points, upgrading golden statue technique, earth level, to the 2nd level. As his will stirred, an immense torrent of heat materialized within him, merging with every inch of his flesh and blood. Soon, the fusion was complete. Jiang Heng casually stretched his body, feeling a significant enhancement in his physique. For Jiang Heng, every moment of cultivation was a tangible enhancement of his strength, and he would not allow himself to relax for the trial. Both had entirely cast it aside for the time being. By noon, they had once again feasted on roasted meat. Jiang Shidi, come, let me show you the terrifying might of the true Qi realm. Buhani, sword in hand, stepped into the clearing, her face brimming with eagerness. After a night and a morning of diligent practice, her realm had stabilized, and she had accumulated a certain amount of true Qi. Moreover, through her own experimentation, she discovered that, as her father had said, her speed and agility are further augmented. These transformations, when considered collectively, indicate that her strength has undeniably multiplied beyond mere doubling. It would be no exaggeration to assert that she could vanquish 10 of her former selves prior to her breakthrough. Even if Jiang Heng were to remain invincible in the realm of physical prowess before her, he would find himself compelled to bow in submission that I shall treat you like a fragile chick. Come forth. Suddenly, both combatants erupted into a simultaneous roar. A silver streak of lightning flashed through the void. Jiang Heng barely had time to evade when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Too swiftly, the perfected pursuit sword technique, which I managed to evade yesterday, now seems almost impossible to dodge. Truly, the renowned speed of this top-tier yellow-level swordsmanship, combined with her cultivation that surpasses mine by a significant margin, completely overwhelms me in terms of speed. Alas, that is where her advantage ends. A grin spread across Jiang Heng's lips as he unleashed a ferocious punch at Buhani, realizing that her strike had not even grazed him. Felt a surge of astonishment. Yesterday, they were equally matched in the realm of physical prowess, yet now, having ascended to the realm of true energy, she had exceeded him by an entire stage. How could an attack at 80% of her capacity fail to breach his defenses? How could she possibly continue the fight? Even if she exerted her full strength, it could hardly yield a significant difference, could it? As a practitioner of the physical realm, even strength has its limits. Despite her inner turmoil, Buhani maintained her composure, responding with remarkable swiftness. As Jiang Heng's powerful punch hurtled towards her, she deftly maneuvered to evade, creating distance between them. Jiang Heng, equally quick to react, pursued her with fervor the moment she dodged at in terms of attack speed. Lacking martial enhancements and facing a practitioner of a higher stage, he was naturally at a disadvantage. However, when it came to mobility and evasion, he, possessing mastery of the perfected Xian-level Gale step, could easily outpace Buhani. You cannot escape. Jiang Heng grinned menacingly, his fist imbued with overwhelming might, crashing down towards Buhani's back, in a peculiar twist. As he clutched the sword with his right hand, his left hand coiled into a fist, ready to retaliate. In an instant, the air crackled with explosive energy, and torrents surged forth. Buhani's expression changed dramatically. Buhani's left hand involuntarily softened, her body being instantly repelled by Jiang Heng's punch, which subsequently crashed against her shoulder. Bang! Her body was unconsciously propelled backward, her long sword wrenched from her grasp. Yet Jiang Heng was relentless. Boom! Her body was struck vertically, crashing down onto the uneven cobblestones below. Her eyes bulged, her entire form feeling as if it had disassembled. For a moment, she was dazed from the fall, instinctively curling into a ball. Ding! Victory in an overwhelming battle, earning 10,000 potential points. Jiang Heng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Such rewards far surpassed the use of blood-boosting pills. Although it was still 10,000 potential points, the battle had lasted mere seconds. Struggling to sit up from the ground, staring incredulously at Jiang Heng. How could you be so strong? At the physical realm, how could one possess such explosive power and speed? Buhani was momentarily taken aback before grasping Jiang Heng's hand. I apologize. After all, it was a challenge beyond my level, and I had to exert my full strength. Forgive me. Jiang Heng smiled gently, applying a light pull to assist her up. Buhani brushed off the dust clinging to her and laughed heartily. It's no trouble. Since it was a duel, one should naturally give their all. This too is a form of respect for one's opponent. Her laughter was like a blooming peony, vibrant and radiant, filled with sunshine and vitality. Jiang Heng exhaled in relief, his gaze toward Buhani filled with admiration. In this world, there are few female heroes like you. It is only fitting that I regard you as a cherished. Cough cough, as a dear friend in such a short time. Talents as extraordinary as ours should inspire and progress together. Buhani, known for her straightforward nature, felt a moment of bashfulness upon hearing Jiang Heng's words. Yet the next moment, she heard him continue, "You should rest well for a while. We shall resume our battle shortly." Buhani's expression stiffened, staring dumbfounded at Jiang Heng's radiant smile. "What did you just say? How about you take a longer break instead? Might it be that I was a tad too forceful just now? I shall temper my approach henceforth." Jiang Heng's face was etched with concern. She had come to realize that Jiang Heng merely wished to engage her in combat. All along, she was acutely aware of her own beauty. Though not conceited because of it, she understood that most male disciples would maintain a certain demeanor during their sparring matches, either humble and courteous or sunny and amiable. Never had anyone fought her with such ferocity. Deep within, she had always believed that true battles, regardless of gender, appearance, or age, should be judged solely on strength. To show deference or restraint is a desecration of the fight. Yet now, she bit her lip. yearning to implore Jiang Heng, "Could you possibly be a tad gentler?" Chapter 18. You've lost again. While the two engaged in their leisurely duel, nearly 10,000 outer disciples were scattered throughout the mountains. Most were relentlessly hunting various ferocious beasts to accumulate points for the sect competition. In a certain mountain hollow, a robust and unattractive youth named Qi Peng walked along a narrow path. Its presence formidable. Qi Peng's expression remained unfazed as he tightened his grip on the longsword, neither flinching nor dodging. Vitality surged within him, his garments billowing. The perfected starfall sword technique was unleashed, meeting the colossal beast head-on. With a resounding crash, the tremendous force cleaved through one of the beast's massive paws, and the sword plunged into its chest, blood gushing forth, just before the torrent of blood could reach him, generating a howling gale. Yet Qi Peng remained unperturbed, thrusting his sword into the beast's flank before deftly evading once more. The creature's resilience surpassed that of its human counterparts, being a formidable beast of the corporeal realm. Even Qi Peng, at the pinnacle of human strength, found it no easy task to slay such a creature. The man and beast moved with rapidity, their attacks wild, ravaging the ground around them. After a minute of fierce combat, the battered beast finally crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Qi Peng, unflustered and unbriefless, severed the beast's left ear and tossed it to the young man beside him before continuing on his way. Not only Qi Peng. Among the numerous formidable disciples from the outer sect, many were traversing the trial grounds, hunting relentlessly. Meanwhile, those disciples of comparatively ordinary strength either banded together in groups or cautiously scoured the mountains for prey of lesser power. On another note, after departing from the cave, Suli began to meticulously search through the forest. According to his employer, Lei Song, he would stealthily track the target and leave distinctive marks on the tree trunks at specific heights to indicate the direction. 5 meters high, crescent-shaped scratches as he moved with care, his gaze swept across each trunk. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened on a robust tree trunk. He spotted an inconspicuous scratch that bore a crescent shape, thicker at the top and tapering below. The direction indicated by the lower end pointed towards where the target had passed. Without hesitation, Suli pivoted and continued to advance cautiously. You cannot rely solely on your formidable physique to charge recklessly into battle. If I manage to strike your vital points 3 times, you shall be deemed the loser. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gain any combat experience. Additionally, you must not strike too heavily, avoid aiming for the face, and absolutely refrain from targeting any sensitive areas. Buhani stated with utmost seriousness to Jiang Heng. If the opponent were an ordinary individual, such stipulations would hardly be necessary. Yet, after this brief encounter with Jiang Heng, she found herself compelled to concede to his persistent requests for a duel. Very well, I accept, Jiang Heng affirmed decisively. Beneath his robust exterior, the possibility of defeat seemed negligible. What harm was there in conceding a bit? The two then retreated to a nearby clearing, standing opposite each other. Once the battle commenced, both cast aside all distractions, focusing intently on one another. Suddenly, whoosh, both figures sprang into motion simultaneously, slicing through the air like arrows in flight. However, its speed was astonishing. He could only manage to shift his body slightly, allowing the sword to graze his right lower abdomen. With the first strike, both silently counted in their minds that Jiang Heng evaded. She understood well that regardless of whether her strike landed, she would have to face Jiang Heng's counterattack. Thus, as the sword tip made contact with Jiang Heng, she deftly pivoted to the side. Under the panicked gaze of Buhani, he seized her wrist, halting her retreat. You have lost. Ding. Victory in a level-up battle, earning 5,000 potential points. Jiang Heng's expression momentarily froze. The potential points had been halved? Was it due to the continuous battles? Or perhaps the lack of intensity in the fights? He pondered deeply. Again, Buhani gritted her teeth, feeling a twinge of unwillingness. She was also one of the top talents within the sect. Yet now, before the suddenly emerged genius Jiang Heng, she had been so easily defeated. Moreover, this was after her breakthrough to become a true Qi realm warrior, while he had deliberately restricted his physical prowess. In this contrast, she found herself utterly powerless to retaliate. She could not tolerate such a defeat. Chapter 19. How could I not break through? During their duel, Suli had finally followed the signal to approach. Let alone a target of merely the physical realm, that a single charge and a casual strike would suffice to slay such an opponent. However, he distinctly remembered the employer Lei Song's instructions. Remember, you are merely coincidentally cultivating in the mountains, fortuitously encountering that youth, and killing him. This must all appear as mere coincidence. without any indication of targeting him. Should there be any risk of exposure, immediately leave the trial area and abandon the mission. The serious expression of employer Lei Song loomed in his mind. Su Li curled his lip, inwardly cursing the trouble. Nevertheless, he remained diligently concealed in the tree, observing Jiang Heng and contemplating a refined plan of action. Bang! Bang! Jiang Heng and Buhani clashed like phantoms in an intense battle. Buhani was indeed a true genius. With each encounter, she gleaned insights, but rather because the battles lacked true intensity. Simply put, they had not genuinely harmed each other. Even so, Jiang Heng had no intention of truly unleashing his full force. After all, there was no animosity between them. In fact, she could be considered a friend, continuously providing him with potential points. They alternated between training and battling, and when the time came, they would hunt and feast on barbecued meat, seemingly forgetting that they were amidst a trial. There, a middle-aged man clad in a blue martial arts outfit stood ominously before the corpse of a disciple from the Luo Sect. Disciples entering the trial area were typically garbed in green sect uniforms. Thus, the presence of this man in blue indicated an intruder. At that moment, the middle-aged man, who had previously been turned away, abruptly pivoted his head to face Jiang Heng. His visage was grotesquely fearsome. Long scars ran across his forehead and chin, resembling a menacing centipede, exuding an air of dread. With a sudden movement, the man charged directly at Jiang Heng, his eyes filled with chilling intent. Did he intend to kill him to silence any witnesses? Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, observing the swiftly approaching figure, murmuring to himself. The distance between them was not excessively far, and thus he had no intention of retreating. If the man possessed overwhelming strength, evasion would be futile. If he were of average power, there was no need to flee. After all, he had never taken a life before. He wondered whether the potential points gained from killing differed from those acquired through mere victory. A slight, audacious smile crept upon Jiang Heng's lips. The figure advancing with lightning speed was none other than Su Li, who had been observing him all day to lend an air of plausibility to his actions. He had deliberately captured a nearby disciple as Jiang Heng prepared to hunt within the woods. Su Li swiftly executed the disciple and intentionally displayed the body before Jiang Heng. While this plan was hardly intricate, it sufficed to provide a reasonable pretext. Without preconceived notions, no one would ponder any underlying motives. Seeing the peculiar smile on Jiang Heng's face, Su Li couldn't help but snarl in amusement. These sect disciples were truly unaware of their own limitations. Add points, upgrade, golden image skill. Ding, consumed 200,000 potential points. Golden image skill upgraded to the 3rd level. Throughout this entire day, Jiang Heng engaged in numerous duels with Buhani, accumulating a total of 270. As the potential points began to dissipate, immense torrents of heat spontaneously emerged within Jiang Heng, deeply merging with every fiber of his being. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's body quaked. Ignoring the incompletely merged heat, he erupted with vital energy. Enveloped in a suffocating aura tinged with crimson, with a powerful push, the branch he stood upon splintered and fell away. His form shot forth, actively meeting his opponent. Both resembled meteors descending from the heavens, hurtling through the air. Though it appeared slow, in truth, it transpired in the blink of an eye as they collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, shattering countless branches that flew wildly. At the epicenter of the shockwave, Jiang Heng's right fist met Su Li's dual blades head-on. How painful, Jiang Heng thought, yet a sinister grin crept upon his face. Su Li, however, was stricken with disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of physique is this? A mere physical realm warrior. And yet I cannot break through his defenses. His heart was filled with horror, scarcely able to believe what he faced. This scene utterly surpassed his years of experience. Chapter 20 was supposed to be about killing and silencing. Come on, the divide between the vital energy realm and the physical realm is vast. In Su Li's understanding, only a once-in-a-century prodigy could reverse the odds and defeat a vital energy realm warrior with mere physical prowess. Though he was a rogue cultivator without profound martial arts, compared to disciples of the sect, he was at least equal to a 5th-level vital energy realm disciple. With such strength, to collide head-on with a physical realm warrior, and only cause the opponent to feel pain, without even breaking skin. At this moment, both fighters had exhausted their previous strength while new power had yet to arise, and they plummeted toward the ground almost simultaneously. Hey, since your attack is so feeble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Heng chuckled, nonchalantly shaking his slightly pained right hand as he braced for the incoming strike. regardless of whether Su Li's previous attack was his full strength. It proved one thing. He certainly lacked the ability to easily slay him. Therefore, there was no need for excessive caution. Jiang Heng lowered his head slightly, deliberately meeting Su Li's long knife with his forehead, while simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch. His own strike would likely prove ineffective, while Jiang Heng's counter would undoubtedly inflict damage upon him. Such an exchange was, of course, utterly unacceptable to him. Consequently, Su Li slightly lessened the force in his hand. As he struck a blade against Jiang Heng's forehead, he immediately retreated. "That aren't you intent on silencing me? Come on." Jiang Heng's footsteps hardly faltered as he charged forward with fierce determination. What? His speed is incredible too? How can this be possible? Su Li's face was a portrait of astonishment that a martial artist of the corporeal realm exhibiting such outrageous defensive prowess was one thing, but matching his speed was altogether bewildering. If it were solely a matter of defense, it could be attributed to some secret technique's effect. After all, it is widely acknowledged that such techniques yield remarkably potent results over a short duration. He had never envisioned a day when he would be pursued by a martial artist from the corporeal realm. This was an utter disgrace for a practitioner of the true Qi realm. However, given his opponent's terrifying defensive capabilities, it would not be so easy to eliminate him. Coupled with the fact that their speeds were comparable, even the strategy of evasive combat seemed impractical. In the short term, he found himself utterly at a loss against this adversary. With that thought in mind, Su Li decisively turned and fled with all his might into the distance. The commotion had grown rather substantial and could attract the attention of patrollers at any moment. According to his employer, Lei Song, the patrollers were stewards of the Luo Sect, all practitioners of the true Qi realm. Should he become ensnared, he would likely meet his end here. Su Li ran swiftly, and Jiang Heng pursued him with equal alacrity. The two figures dashed through the forest, crashing into towering trees that fell with thunderous crashes before them, offering little resistance. The sound of destruction echoed throughout the surroundings. By the riverside, after Jiang Heng left to hunt, Buhani concentrated her efforts on cultivating in the open space. Before long, she faintly heard the sounds of collision emanating from the woods, yet she paid it little mind. However, as the sounds grew louder and more frequent, she furrowed her brow. Encountered a formidable opponent. Buhani's expression turned slightly grave. With Jiang Heng's terrifying strength, ordinary ferocious beasts could be subdued in less than half a minute. The sect had cordoned off this area for trials, ensuring it was cleared beforehand. However, given the vast expanse, with numerous caves and tree hollows, it was impossible to guarantee absolute thoroughness in the cleansing. It was conceivable that powerful ferocious beasts or formidable martial artists lay hidden within. The sect had arranged for stewards to patrol the trial grounds, part of their duty being to promptly eliminate any lingering threats. Straining to listen, there it was, a formidable presence. In an instant, he sprang toward the source of the sound in a nearby clearing. Qi Peng extracted his long sword from the neck of a fierce beast. Beside him, a young man eagerly collected the spoils, grinning amiably. "Brother Qi, you truly deserve the title of the foremost among the outer disciples. No one can rival your hunting prowess." He knew that Qi Peng relished being acknowledged as the best among the outer sect. Indeed, although Qi Peng remained silent, a distinct smile began to blossom on his face. That moment, both turned their gazes toward a certain direction. What was approaching? Qi Peng focused intently, gripping his longsword tightly. Before long, a figure as swift as lightning came into view. This individual wielded a long knife, their visage fierce, enveloped in a faint, ethereal energy. It was True Qi, a practitioner of the true Qi realm. Qi Peng was taken aback. Once engaged in full combat, the disparity between the physical realm and the true Qi realm was starkly apparent. The hallmark of the physical realm was a blood vitality akin to a dragon, an invisible aura surrounding the body, ever rising. In contrast, the true Qi realm was characterized by an enveloping mist of energy, as if a delicate membrane shrouded the body. A true Qi practitioner, and an outsider at that. How could they suddenly appear in the trial area? What was pursuing them? Could it be a patrolling disciple? With thoughts racing, Qi Peng instinctively sidestepped. Even with his confidence, he dared not confront a practitioner of the true Qi realm head-on. "We must retreat," he urged, moving aside. Yet, unexpectedly, his gaze inadvertently swept past the true Qi practitioner, revealing a mysterious pursuer who leaped forth from the woods. It was Jiang Heng. Qi Peng came to an abrupt stop, staring in disbelief at the chase unfolding before him, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Chapter 21. How is this possible? He is merely at the physical realm. The pursuer is none other than Jiang Heng. a practitioner of the physical realm. He was dumbfounded. In his long-held beliefs, the gap in strength between each major realm was akin to a chasm. Thus, even as the recognized first among the outer disciples, he had never contemplated battling a true Qi practitioner. The two realms were incomparable. Yet, the scene before him compelled him to question everything. Could it be that the true Qi realm isn't as formidable as it seems? Among his peers, he refused to believe anyone surpassed him, let alone someone like Jiang Heng, a latecomer. If Jiang Heng could chase down an enemy while he himself was forced to flee, what would others think of him? He glanced toward his companion. Indeed, he stood there, staring blankly at himself, awaiting his decision. You step aside. I shall confront that individual. With those words, he moved with the grace of a gentle breeze, advancing towards the two pursuers. Meanwhile, the incoming Qi Peng swung his sword downward. The clash of blade and sword echoed. Clang. Qi Peng's expression shifted as he felt an unparalleled force surge from the long knife. His hands involuntarily weakened, and the sword in his grasp was instantly sent flying in the void. The icy white light of the blade continued its descent towards his abdomen. Even before the blade reached him, the fierce wind it generated caused a dull ache to throb in his midsection. Fortunately, from the outset, Qi Peng had reserved some energy for evasion. Preparing for the possibility of defeat, he hastily twisted his body, attempting to dodge the incoming strike. However, the blade was far too swift, slicing through the skin of his abdomen. After a single strike, he continued his relentless charge forward. This brief moment of delay brought Jiang Heng a step closer. Jiang Heng's figure surged forth like a raging tempest. In that instant, time seemed to stretch for Qi Peng. He could clearly see the mysterious and powerful true Qi practitioner, his face etched with fury. And was that a hint of urgency? What is he anxious about? Is he afraid of being pursued by Jiang Heng? This thought flickered unconsciously in Qi Peng's mind, just as he saw the other man vanish from his sight. The next moment, he was met by the battle-ready Jiang Heng, who completely disregarded his presence and flashed past him. So, in their eyes, I am but an insignificant insect obstructing their path, utterly unworthy of mention. A bitter smile crept upon Qi Peng's face as he crashed to the ground. Losing consciousness, his attendant hurried over. He noted the telltale signs of true Qi corrosion, his expression growing grave. Indeed, an intruder from the true Qi realm. Administering a pill to Qi Peng, he instructed, "Take him aside to rest. I will pursue the intruder and return for further treatment." His expression was grim. Useless, he gazed at Jiang Heng, whose face was alight with battle intent, and a murderous aura surged within him. The strength of the physical realm could actually withstand the 8th level of true energy realm head-on. This boy cannot be allowed to live. He possessed the prowess of the 3rd realm of martial arts, the innate realm. Currently, within the entire trial ground, even the strongest deacon, Su Qinghe, would find it challenging to contend with him directly. While important, paled in comparison to the significance of the sect leader election a year hence. He understood Jiang Heng's identity and was all too aware of the deep-seated animosity between elder son and Jiang Heng's parents. Should there be any signs of deliberate murder against Jiang Heng, regardless of whether elder son was involved or if there was any evidence, it would undoubtedly be seized upon by those with ulterior motives as a pretext for attack, thereby influencing the election. Lei Song suppressed his murderous intent and quietly retreated. His gaze lingered for a moment on Jiang Heng's increasingly distant silhouette. Suddenly, a strong premonition surged within him, a sense that if Jiang Heng was not killed today, how could that be possible? He is merely in the physical realm. I am being overly anxious. Even if he can defeat someone at the true energy realm, what of it? He would still be utterly powerless against someone in the innate realm, let alone one who is even stronger in the spiritual sea realm. Lei Song continued to retreat, gradually vanishing into the sea of trees. Get lost, Su Li bellowed, his expression dark as he faced an approaching deacon of the Luo Sect. Apart from the relentless Jiang Heng at his back, deacons from other directions were also gradually converging, almost forming a siege to survive. He could only charge through the encirclement, breaking past the blockade ahead. Die. Su Li summoned a vast amount of true energy, coalescing it into the long blade in his hand. Alas, his weapon was merely a mundane one, limited in its capacity to contain true energy and in its amplification of lethality. Furthermore, he enveloped his arms in true energy to enhance his explosive power, while his chest was shrouded in true energy to bolster his defense, preparing to exchange injury for injury with his opponents. Charge through, and he would live. Fail to breach, and he would die. Chapter 22. Fierce and brutal. Those who offend the Luo Sect shall perish. clad in the blue uniform of the Luo Sect and wielding a great sword. The young deacon regarded Su Li with a grave expression. He was well aware that his opponent was currently in a desperate struggle. Thus, this strike would undoubtedly be a fight to the death. He summoned all of his true energy, gripping the sword hilt tightly. The mountain-splitting sword technique. His sword was broad and heavy, and with a single strike, it seemed as though it could cleave a mountain in two. Yet, a sense of foreboding settled in Su Li's heart, for he realized that the individuals behind him had fully closed in, encircling him completely, just as several attendants prepared to strike together to eliminate this intruder. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. How dare a lowly physical realm insect force me into such a corner? Damn it! He met Jiang Heng's fist with a downward slash of his long knife. Just then, the attendants' expressions changed drastically, and as they were about to intervene, they witnessed a shocking spectacle. Jiang Heng's punch met the true Qi realm warrior's long knife head-on, sustaining no damage whatsoever, standing firm against the onslaught. Is this a false true Qi realm warrior? The attendant who had just clashed with Su Li looked horrified. No. His cultivation level is at least the 6th level of the true Qi realm. As these words left his lips, the others were rendered you victory. Jiang Heng rose to his feet, exhaling with a sense of relief. His face, marred by blood, radiated a smile as bright as the sun. Several attendants observed in silence, an involuntary chill rising within them. This youth was certainly no ordinary character. Thank you, my senior brothers. Jiang Heng casually wiped the blood from his face and bowed in gratitude to the group. This young man was not merely a prodigy. His prowess was undoubtedly on par with any among them. Earning their respect, one of the attendants inquired with curiosity. Jiang Heng offered a nonchalant smile. I witnessed him slay an outer sect junior, presumably intending to silence me. As for how he entered the trial area, I am uncertain. It appears he was overlooked during a clearance, perhaps while he was clandestinely cultivating here. Another attendant pondered aloud. Thanks to you, junior brother, we might never have known how many more victims this intruder would have stealthily claimed. By the way, how should I address you? I shall see if I can apply for contribution point rewards on your behalf. However, most refrained from intervening, well aware that the signal indicated the attendant's call for aid, signifying a situation even true Qi realm practitioners would struggle to confront. For those of mere physical realm, the prudent course was to maintain their distance. Yet, there were always a few audacious souls, drawn by the allure of spectacle, who chose to observe from afar. To their astonishment, they witnessed a truly shocking scene. One of the frontrunners for the championship, Jiang Heng, had decisively slain a true Qi realm warrior. Even the attendants, themselves of true Qi realm, treated him with courtesy. At that moment, Buhani, who had been trailing from a distance, finally arrived and immediately spotted the blood-soaked Jiang Heng. Brother Jiang, what transpired? Nothing much, just a pest intruded into the trial grounds, and I dealt with it. You weren't injured, were you? Of course not. Buhani glanced at the corpse on the ground and turned to leave. Chapter 23. The champion is destined to be that person. In the ensuing days, Jiang Heng and Buhani continued their rigorous sparring. 2 days later, on the 5th day of the trials, by the riverside, one figure suddenly veered to the side. I conceived. Buhani steadied himself, his expression unperturbed. This declaration had been uttered countless times, no longer a struggle to voice. Ding! Victory in an over-level battle, earning 5,000 potential points. Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the rising sun in the distance. The weather is splendid today. It is the perfect time to commence our formal hunt. Beside him, Buhani rolled his eyes. I remarked that some individuals have already completed their trials, while you are just beginning, displaying an admirable lack of concern. Are you not equally untroubled? Jiang Heng stated nonchalantly. However, Buhani chuckled mischievously at that moment. Indeed, Buhani continued to chuckle. Otherwise, encountering a formidable opponent like you, who seizes spoils, one might end up with nothing at all. Jiang Heng nodded dismissively. It matters not, as long as there are others. I can easily snatch a few. Yet Buhani shook her head, regarding him with a knowing glint in her eyes. It is not that simple. Do you think others will merely wait for you to take their spoils? Acquiring sufficient spoils is no easy feat. Jiang Heng's expression stiffened. Why did you not warn me sooner? Buhani feigned indifference, saying, was it not because I have been preoccupied with practicing with you these past few days? Jiang Heng shot her a glare, aware that she was clearly being deliberate. Buhani, however, pretended not to notice, dramatically lamenting, alas, what a misfortune, if you are eliminated in the first round due to insufficient spoils. It would be such a pity. You clearly possess the strength to win. Buhani shook her head regretfully. Observing her exaggerated demeanor, Jiang Heng couldn't help but twitch his lips. It is not too late for me to begin hunting now. Then, what if I offer you a blood chi pill? Very well. Given Buhani's prestigious background, blood chi pills are as plentiful as she desires, so she naturally does not take it to heart. The primary distinction between man and beast lies in intelligence. This beast remained oblivious to Jiang Heng's formidable presence, instead charging directly at him. With a thunderous impact, Jiang Heng's fist struck the beast's steel-like skull. Producing a sound akin to thunder, the skull of the beast, being the hardest part of its body, is nearly impervious to the strikes of ordinary warriors. However, Jiang Heng's fist was even more formidable. After a single strike, it seemed as though he remained impervious to the recoil, while the beast before him momentarily succumbed to confusion. Thus, he unleashed one punch after another upon the creature's skull. After several encounters, Jiang Heng realized how deeply he relished this visceral style of combat. Especially in moments like these, relying on his invincible physique, he disregarded all forms of attack, focusing solely on delivering relentless blows. In but a brief moment, the beast lay lifeless on the ground. Without hesitation, Jiang Heng turned and sprinted in another direction, while Buhani busied himself with collecting the spoils, stowing them into a medium-sized bundle. This fellow, seemingly delicate in appearance, transformed into a wild force during battle. After a moment of reflection, Buhani rose and pursued Jiang Heng. On that day, numerous outer disciples still within the trial area were continuously greeted by the resounding thuds of heavy objects falling from various directions. It was akin to a relentless drumbeat, echoing in every ear, instilling an inexplicable sense of urgency. The beasts within the region fared no better. Before Jiang Heng's unrelenting charge, they were almost instantly slaughtered upon encounter. Thousands of individuals congregated densely. Simultaneously, several people gradually emerged from the forest, making their way to a certain spot within the crowd. With the assistance of numerous attendants, they began tallying their loot and recording their scores. It seemed that many were unaware of a certain matter. In truth, the top position had long since been secured, and the same would hold true for the upcoming second round of arena battles. Though he was indeed a contender for the championship, his strength was evidently inferior to that of several others, particularly Qi Ping and Buhani. What justified the assertion that victory was assuredly his? The individual grinned slyly and countered. Since you all know that Qi Peng has been injured, do you also know the reason behind his injury? Instantly, a flurry of discussions ensued. Of course, the esteemed elder had stated that an intruder of the true Qi realm had appeared, and Qi Peng had engaged in a direct confrontation, resulting in his severe injury. This did not imply that Qi Peng was weak. On the contrary, his ability to face a true Qi realm opponent head-on was a testament to his formidable strength. And someone hesitantly remarked, the elder did not mention that. However, was it not the elder who had slain him? Surely, it cannot be that the esteemed chairman Su personally intervened, can it? The individual calmly shook his head, poised to speak, when another voice interjected from a different direction. It was Jiang Heng who struck him down. Jiang Heng confronted the intruder of the true Qi realm, exchanging blow for blow, relentlessly pounding the adversary into the ground. How could this be possible? Even if Jiang Heng were exceptionally strong, could he truly overpower a martial artist of the true Qi realm? Even Qi Ping struggled to withstand a single strike from that intruder. How could Jiang Heng possibly slay him in direct combat? That is preposterous. If that were indeed the case, what a vast chasm of disparity there must be between Jiang Heng and Qi Ping's abilities. The overwhelming majority who had not witnessed the event firsthand expressed their disbelief. The man, flushed and indignant, retorted as if striving to defend his honor. At that moment, someone gasped in awe. These two are both favorites to win the championship. Their simultaneous appearance instantly drew the attention of the crowd. The sight of them approaching together was striking. Buhani, with a long sword at her waist, exuded her usual elegance. Jiang Heng, carrying a black cloth bundle, walked steadily with an air of calmness. He approached the attendant responsible for tallying the scores, unwrapped the bundle, and with a casual flick, a cascade of bloodied ears fell to the ground. Under the scrutiny of all, the two attendants began to count. 1, 2, 3.103. By heavens, over 100. The highest score thus far was merely 86 points from Lan Gaozhua. How could he surpass that by nearly 20 points in one fell swoop? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the two attendants recounted the numbers, confirming their accuracy before recording them. Buhani then approached Chairman Su Qing'a. Chairman, I have broken through to the true Qi realm. Among all the officially recognized outer disciples, Buhani was considered one of the youngest, yet her cultivation and martial skills were among the very best. Since last year, many had begun to refer to her as the foremost genius of the outer sect. Such talent is truly remarkable. Yet now, a remarkable breakthrough has been achieved, directly attaining the realm of true energy. How not astonishing! I consider myself a genius among ordinary people, yet I feel that I shall never hope to reach the realm of true energy in this lifetime. Buhani has ascended to an entirely different echelon, and soon, she shall illuminate the inner sect with her brilliance. I dare say, even upon entering the inner sect, Buhani will undoubtedly belong to the highest echelon of geniuses. The gasps of astonishment from the crowd were, of course, fully heard by Buhani. However, the flattery and accolades caused her to blush slightly, and she instinctively glanced in Jiang Heng's direction. Others may be oblivious, but she understood deep within that she was far from being the true genius. That individual is the one who truly transcends all, a peerless genius beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. At this moment, Jiang Heng and two other attendants had just finished tallying their spoils and recording their points, and they began to approach Buhani. A steward promptly moved beside Su Qinghe and whispered, "Steward Su, that young man is Jiang Heng." Su Qinghe remarked, turning his gaze toward Jiang Heng. Previously, when several stewards reported to him, he found it hard to believe that a martial artist in the corporeal realm directly slaying a warrior of the 6th level of true energy realm or higher. Such an occurrence had never crossed his ears in all his decades of experience. Had it not been for the unwavering assurances of the stewards, he might have suspected that the reports were fabricated. Yet now, observing the slowly approaching Jiang Heng, Su Qinghe was even more astounded. He truly is remarkably youthful. This is the epitome of an extraordinary prodigy. Young man, you must be Jiang Heng, correct? Jiang Heng turned his gaze towards Su Qinghe, his expression calm and composed. Indeed, previously, a steward reported to me that you single-handedly killed the invader. Unrivaled. Jiang Heng is indeed the invincible presence of the outer sect. Chapter 25. Within half a year, I want to hear news of his demise. In a shadowy corner, a young man with a long blade resting on his back suddenly opened his eyes. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Heng. How is this possible? He could actually kill a true energy realm invader. The youth's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet his expression was filled with complexity, after years of relentless cultivation. Meanwhile, a young girl wielding a long sword was equally taken aback. To be considered a frontrunner for the championship, one must possess strength far beyond that of ordinary outer disciples. Yet, including Qi Peng, no one holds absolute confidence in claiming victory. However, with the sudden emergence of Jiang Heng, who has surged from obscurity into the ranks of contenders, the chances for everyone else have been utterly obliterated. It appears that the championship is once again out of reach. The sword-wielding maiden, Gu Zhaojun, sighed deeply. Su Qinghe stood amidst the crowd, gently announcing the results of the first round. First place, Jiang Heng, 103 points. Second place, Long Gaozhua, 86 points. Third place, Gu Zhaojun, 82 points. And in 50th place, Xinghua. Now disperse. Everyone scattered in various directions. After enjoying a refreshing bath, Jiang Heng opened his personal panel. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation level, Body Realm 10th stage, 23-1000000. Primary cultivation method, Primordial creation technique, Heavenly grade. Entry level. Martial arts techniques, Mountain breaking fist, Mystical grade. Perfected, Swift wind steps, Mystical grade. Perfected. Secret technique, Golden statue technique, Earth grade. Third level. Potential points, 560000. His current accumulation of potential points had reached an unprecedented 560,000. However, the decision of how to allocate these points left him in a quandary. Should he invest in his cultivation to elevate to the true Qi realm, he would, in the short term, forfeit a substantial source of potential points for. After all, he had no assurance of defeating those at the innate realm in the near future. As for the golden statue technique, it seemed unnecessary to upgrade it at this moment. Even spending 300,000 potential points for a single enhancement would yield minimal benefit to his already overflowing defensive capabilities. Thus, his options lay before him. Either continue to amass potential points to upgrade the primordial creation technique, or enhance his two martial arts techniques. Following the upgrade patterns of other techniques, it could be inferred that elevating a heavenly grade technique would require 1 million potential points, a target he could reach relatively swiftly due to his ability to gain substantial potential points through surpassing levels. Even if the efficiency is elevated to a mere second, the remaining time can only be devoted to regular cultivation. In truth, the overall enhancement is not substantial as for the imminent rewards for winning the sect's grand competition. Although the sect has not officially announced them, historical records indicate that they typically consist of 100 chi blood pills, 1,000 contribution points, and subsequently 10 contribution points daily for a year. After some contemplation, Jiang Heng ultimately resolved to temporarily forego this opportunity. Concerning the other two perfected martial arts techniques of the mysterious level, even if the potential points were entirely expended, they would only elevate him to the third stage of the earth level, which would merely serve as a decorative embellishment to his current strength point 4 days prior. Within a lavish and spacious palace, Elder Sun sat cross-legged upon a central dais. Are you saying that, Su Li? Neither servile nor arrogant. This Jiang Heng is truly an extraordinary prodigy. At just 16 years of age, he has already demonstrated such terrifying potential. He is indeed a blessing for our sect. If nothing unexpected occurs, he will surely achieve the Spirit Sea realm, perhaps even become a peerless powerhouse at the Myriad Manifestations realm. Elder Sun could not help but express his sentiments, then nonchalantly remarked, "Then let us create an unexpected turn of events. Find a way to lure him outside the sect and ensure he meets his demise beyond our gates, leaving no trace of human involvement. Within 6 months, I must hear of his death." Elder Sun's gaze fell upon Lei Song, and he asked indifferently, "Can this be accomplished?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lei Song could not help but tremble. A colossal and oppressive aura enveloped him, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, making it difficult for him to breathe. He understood that when Elder Sun posed such a question, it implied that he had no choice but to succeed. Otherwise, with this thought, Lei Song immediately bowed his body again, speaking with utmost trepidation, "It can be done." 3 days prior, within a spacious palace on the 5th peak of the Luo Sect, the sect leader Bai Haotsong sat cross-legged, exuding an aura as sharp and formidable as that of an unparalleled divine sword. Invisible sword chi flickered intermittently within 100 meters around him. Suddenly, a slender strand of sword chi materialized from thin air, slicing through the floor and leaving behind a narrow yet distinct sword mark. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that apart from the mat upon which Bai Haotsong sat, the floor within 100 meters was already covered with a myriad of sword scars. Chapter 26. Remember, do not deceive yourself. After a prolonged moment, Bai Haotsong reined in his aura and slowly opened his eyes. A fierce and terrifying sword chi erupted from his gaze, soaring through the void for several dozen meters before dissipating. Bai Haotsong raised his hand, and the envelope soared into the air, landing gracefully in his palm. He meticulously unsealed it and read the letter with great care. "Jiang Heng, the son of Jiang Wenjing?" The young steward bowed in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Haotsong continued, "Additionally, summon Elder Sun Feiyu to come here." "Understood." The young man bowed and withdrew. "Is the sect master seeking an audience with me?" Inside the grand hall, Elder Sun glanced at the steward who had come to deliver the message and nodded calmly. He then gestured, and a golden longsword flew through the air, hovering before him. With a gentle leap, Elder Sun stood upon the blade, his figure transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. The majestic peaks flashed by beneath him. In no time, Elder Sun arrived outside the training hall of the sect master. Is that so? Wasn't he considered useless? He only gained entry as a servant due to Jiang Wenjing's influence. Bai Haotsong maintained his calm demeanor as he observed him. It is only right to extend certain privileges to the family of sect members. And he looked coldly at Bai Haotsong. "What do you mean by that, sect master? After so many years as brothers, I know your temperament all too well. This is merely a reminder. Jiang Heng is a seed of the sect." The following morning, on the outer sect square, throngs of people gathered, creating a lively uproar. In the center, upon a vast arena measuring 100 meters in circumference, the elegantly attired Su Qinghe proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests," the crowd immediately fell silent. "Allow me to explain the scoring rules. The victor receives 1 point. The vanquished loses 1. If there is no winner after 10 minutes, it will be deemed a draw. And neither side will score. The top 50 disciples will draw lots on stage." As his words settled, Jiang Heng and the other 49 competitors swiftly ascended the arena, guided by the attending servants as they began the drawing of lots. Nearby, a steward continuously called out names. Shi Qingshuang, number 22. Lu Huiyun, number 13. Jiang Heng, number 6. Qi Peng, number 5. The excitement was palpable. Jiang Heng and Qi Peng were set to clash in the first round to secure a favorable outcome. Qi Peng would have no choice but to concede. Otherwise, if injured by Jiang Heng, he would face dire consequences moving forward at this moment. In the eyes of most outer sect disciples, Jiang Heng had already emerged as the undisputed frontrunner. Even those who had previously expressed unwavering confidence in Qi Peng's ability to defend his championship title found their convictions shattered the moment they learned from Su Qinghe that Jiang Heng had slain a true Qi realm warrior. In the eyes of the spectators, the outcome of this year's sect grand competition had become a foregone conclusion, leaving only the contest for other ranks to observe, alongside the spectacle of Jiang Heng's sweeping prowess. Among the crowd, Qi Peng clutched a wooden plaque inscribed with no .5. His expression grim. He had come to the stark realization that he was no match for Jiang Heng. He had contemplated what course of action to take if he were to face Jiang Heng. To fight would be to invite humiliation, and the risk of injury could jeopardize his subsequent performance. Surrender? Rationally speaking, that would indeed be the wisest choice, for everyone was well aware of Jiang Heng's formidable strength. Conceding would hardly be a disgrace. Alas, if surrender it must be, then so be it. The disparity in strength was simply too vast to endure further humiliation. Qi Peng sighed inwardly, his mind racing with calculations. Contestants number 1 Diao Gaoyuan and No. 2 Fu Yunhe, please take the stage. The two young men leaped onto the arena, engaging in a fierce battle, the sounds of clashing blades resounding continuously. In martial combat, victories are often determined in a remarkably brief span of time. After all, as Jiang Heng would say in his past life, they were all high on offense and low on defense, leading to swift confrontations. Before long, the first two matches concluded. Contestants number 5, Qi Peng and No. The word surrender lodged firmly in his throat. He could acutely sense the multitude of eyes upon him, some filled with mockery, others with derision. The title of first of the outer sect, which he had once cherished and taken pride in, now felt like a sharp thorn, piercing deeply into his heart when uttered by Jiang Heng. What? The esteemed first of the outer sect dares not step onto the stage. Jiang Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile. However, would expose him to scornful words and the scrutinizing gazes of countless juniors. The arena, filled with nearly 10,000 spectators, fell into an expectant hush, awaiting Qi Peng's response. By the side of the arena. At that moment, Qi Peng suddenly steadied his breath, his expression transforming into one of calm resolve. With a leap, he gracefully landed on the arena, positioning himself not far opposite Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, I recognize that I am not your equal. With a resounding clash, the blade shattered instantaneously. Jiang Heng's palm continued its relentless advance without hesitation. The fierce pressure of the wind assailed Qi Peng's face, rendering him nearly breathless. In a moment of desperation, he pivoted to evade the impending blow. Yet, Jiang Heng's speed surpassed his own. In an instant, he transformed his palm into an elbow, and with a swift movement of his foot, delivered a ferocious elbow strike to Qi Peng's side. The impact sent Qi Peng careening sideways, crashing to the ground, and after several rebounds, he found himself in the corner of the arena. The terrifying prowess of the perfected Xian-level, mountain breaker fist, was undeniable. Even this seemingly simple elbow strike inflicted upon Qi Peng excruciating internal injuries, tearing through his very being. In that singular blow, his organs, bones, and flesh were all grievously harmed. As a result, Qi Peng struggled to rise for an extended period. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Instant annihilation. Jiang Heng truly lived up to his reputation as the invincible of the outer sect. Even Qi Peng, one of the favorites to win the championship. In a corner of the arena, Qi Peng gritted his teeth against the searing pain that felt as though his body were being torn apart, forcing himself to rise, gazing upon Jiang Heng's youthful visage, shattering all his pride and vanity like mere illusions. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng displayed no intention of descending from the stage. He surveyed his surroundings, and wherever his gaze landed, the crowd fell silent. Ultimately, his audacious and domineering eyes settled upon the assembly in the waiting area. You are all too weak. Gather together. Allow me to feel a surge of fervor. Experience true combat, Jiang Heng proclaimed, his lips curling into a bold, carefree smile. The energy within him surged violently, radiating an aura of overwhelming power as his raven hair danced wildly. Reminiscent of madness, the spectators surrounding the arena felt a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies, their blood igniting with excitement. At that moment, Jiang Heng's youthful face exuded an aura of invincibility, a force capable of sweeping away all in its path. One individual dared to challenge every other contender simultaneously. What immense strength! What unshakable confidence! What sheer dominance! Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out, "Step onto the stage." Gradually, others began to echo, "Step onto the stage." Turning, the steward beheld the esteemed head steward, Su Qinghe. With a shake of his head, he maintained an intrigued gaze upon the stage. Do not impede him. In the waiting area, the top 50 contenders, excluding Jiang Heng, could not withstand even a single strike from him. Thus, the fate that awaited the others in the presence of Jiang Heng would likely be no different. Even if they banded together, they could not breach his defenses, leaving them with no hope of triumph. Upon the arena, Jiang Heng shook his head in disappointment, then admonished in a deep voice, "If you wish to fight, come to the stage. If not, then concede." As warriors, one must either rise to battle or boldly acknowledge one's own frailty. To dither and hesitate is to speak nothing of martial prowess. The spectators erupted in boos directed at those in the waiting area, a torrent of derisive remarks flooding their ears. The expressions of the assembled disciples shifted from pale to flushed. At that moment, one of the favorites for the championship, Luo Sect, exhaled deeply, as if in a soliloquy, yet addressing the crowd. Indeed, if one cannot even confront their own strength, what talk is there of valor and progress? With that, he stood tall and declared, "I, Luo Sect, concede." In an instant, the raucous square fell silent. Another voice rose, resolute. "I, Mitsai Peipei, concede." One by one, the disciples in the waiting area voiced their surrender until all had acknowledged their defeat. That a cry rang out, "Brother Jiang, invincible!" The onlookers immediately echoed, "Invincible! Invincible!" The resounding cheers surged forth in a tidal wave, so powerful that even a passing bird in the sky was rendered lifeless by the cacophony. Qi Peng, seated in meditation with a healing elixir, regarded the spirited Jiang Heng on the platform with a complex expression. Finally exhaling in relief, he had completely let go of his lingering obsession, his mindset transforming to one of serenity and acceptance. He had come to a clear realization. Jiang Heng was not an opponent he could rival. Effortlessly dominating the outer sect, having ascended to the pinnacle of supremacy, an instinctive intuition stirred within her, a recognition that this striking young man was steadily carving his path to legend. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to their initial duel. Indeed, only by confronting all your strengths and weaknesses can one truly be considered strong. Since you have all conceded, I hereby declare myself the champion of this round. With that, he turned his gaze to the officiating elder, Su Qinghe, seeking confirmation with his eyes. Su Qinghe could not help but chuckle, then proclaimed in a clear voice, "The champion of this round is Jiang Heng." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. And the fourth, Qi Peng. Notably, Qi Peng sustained significant internal injuries during his match against Jiang Heng, and despite consuming healing elixirs, his performance was adversely affected. While he fared reasonably well in the second round, he ultimately succumbed to the formidable Luo Sect in the third, marking the end of the finals. With the conclusion of the championship, Su Qinghe ascended the stage once more, announcing the rankings aloud. He then proceeded to unveil the rewards associated with this competition. The champion would receive 1,000 Qi blood pills, 10,000 contribution points, and an additional 100 contribution points daily for the next year. Even Jiang Heng gazed incredulously at the stage. The total value of these rewards, when converted to currency, amounted to 200,000 taels of silver, equivalent to 200 million in his past life. At that moment, someone pondered aloud, "Do you think a high-ranking official has taken a special interest in Jiang Heng, thus bestowing him these benefits?" This remark sparked a wave of realization among the crowd. Su Qinghe continued to announce the subsequent rewards. The runner-up would receive 50 Qi blood pills, 500 contribution points, and an additional 5 contribution points daily for the next year, until entering the inner sect, thus validating the spectators' conjectures. All eyes turned enviously to Jiang Heng, who had seemingly ascended to greatness in a single bound. Merely by participating in an outer sect competition, he had captured the attention of the higher-ups and acquired such a wealth of resources. His future was undoubtedly destined for soaring heights. On the stage, Su Qinghe called out, "The top 50, please come forth to receive your rewards." Jiang Heng and the others stepped onto the stage, forming a line behind Su Qinghe. Numerous attendants each bore a small wooden box. Distributing them to every prize-winning disciple. Positioned at the center of the line, Jiang Heng received a lavish wooden chest adorned with golden patterns. I hereby announce that the Outer Sect Disciples Competition of the 8th Peak in the year 3022 of the Tai Sui calendar has officially concluded. Upon the conclusion of his declaration, Su Qinghe instructed everyone to disperse. Yet he retained Jiang Heng for a private audience. Jiang Heng stood in perplexity. Su Qinghe gravely stated, "The sect master wishes to see you." Instantly, Jiang Heng's expression turned serious. In the realm of Water Blue Star, the sect master of the Luo Sect held a status akin to that of a chairman of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. It was an extraordinary privilege, not just for ordinary outer disciples, but even for inner disciples and core disciples, to be summoned for a personal meeting. Moreover, this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Regardless of the authority wielded, the sect master of the Luo Sect possessed unfathomable cultivation, akin to a deity walking among mortals, far beyond what Jiang Heng could aspire to at this moment. At last, would he be granted an audience with a figure of such formidable strength? Jiang Heng felt his blood surging with anticipation. An hour later, at the fifth peak, within the sect master's meditation hall. For statuesque blue-clad attendants stood silently outside the Su Qinghe, accompanied by Jiang Heng, who cradled a wooden chest, arrived at this sacred place. After announcing their presence, Jiang Heng placed the wooden chest temporarily with the attendants and stepped into the hall alone. His gaze was reminiscent of a profound ocean, vast and profound. Your father, Jiang Wenjing, was once an elder of the Luo Sect. After his demise, the young Yu was entrusted to an ordinary family in the mortal realm. Do you harbor any grievances? Jiang Heng paused for a moment, then replied, I did as a child, but not anymore. This was indeed the truth. With the memories of both lives now intertwined, he understood the thoughts of the young Jiang Heng. In his early years, as the child of a Luo Sect elder, he led a life of luxury, never lacking in precious resources for cultivation. Alas, his frail constitution and poor root talent remained a significant hindrance. When he was 8, the tragic loss of his parents saw his existence plummet from paradise to purgatory. He was merely an elder's kin and not a disciple of the sect, following his parents' demise. Of course, these complexities were beyond the young Jiang Heng's comprehension. All he knew was that shortly after his parents' death, he was expelled from the sect. Thus, he nurtured a deep-seated discontent towards the Luo Sect, no matter how elusive that dream seemed. Thus, he successfully became a menial worker of the Luo Sect. Now, with the amalgamation of memories from 2 lifetimes, Jiang Heng comprehended that the position of elder was merely a title within the Luo Sect. And whether the sect provided any compensation afterwards, these details remain absent from the young Jiang Heng's memory. It is likely due to his tender age at that time, being unaware of worldly matters. Conversely, those with exceptional abilities will naturally receive robust support from the sect. This fundamental principle has enabled the Luo Sect to thrive and endure for millennia. Jiang Heng silently nodded. Indeed, in the numerous novels he had perused in his previous life, many sect disciples were embroiled in constant turmoil, filled with animosity. Lacking any sense of belonging to their sections, he often wondered how such sects could possibly persist. Therefore, after traversing into this realm, he felt a profound sense of identification with the overall atmosphere of the Luo Sect. At that moment, Bai Haotsong suddenly inquired, Do you consider your talent to be commendable? Indeed, Jiang Heng responded. However, Bai Haotsong shook his head. Not necessarily at the age of 16, I had already achieved invincibility in the physical realm. Even defeating warriors of the true Qi realm at a higher level, does that not demonstrate my talent? Jiang Heng asked, astonished. In other words, while one may indeed be unmatched in the physical realm, perhaps my aptitude in Qi refinement is quite good. Bai Haotsong maintained a composed demeanor. The talent for refining essence is assessed through bone quality, while Qi refinement is gauged by spiritual roots. Are you willing to become my disciple? Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed entertained such a notion prior, but upon hearing the leader's recent discourse, he had dismissed that thought, for if his future talent could not be assured, then allowing him to grow naturally within the sect would be the wisest course of action. However, with the leader's current proposition, he found himself perplexed. Your comprehension is exceptional. Within a mere month, you have achieved perfection in several martial arts. For an ordinary person, even with superior understanding, it would bear little significance, as they cannot ascend to the level of spirit refinement. Yet you, not only in comprehension but also in your current bone quality, Bai Haotsong affirmed with a nod. Excellent. I am willing. Upon receiving a definitive response, Jiang Heng promptly nodded in agreement. With the tenfold rewards from the sect competition, coupled with the vast resources provided as a disciple of the sect master, one could surely soar to great heights. Jiang Heng felt a surge of delight within. You may leave for now. Come back to see me once you have broken through to the true Qi realm. Yet it turned out to be merely the champion's reward from the previous competition. Although it was undeniably generous, disappointment was inevitable. What troubled Jiang Heng further was that while the sect master urged him to advance to the true Qi realm, he offered no specifics regarding the rewards that would follow the breakthrough. Previously, during the trials in the Shiluan Mountains, his combat against Buhani had revealed the extraordinary potential point rewards for overcoming challenges beyond his level, leading him to resolve to accumulate enough potential points before advancing. Yet now, the sect master's mysterious rewards awaited him. Regardless of what rewards awaited him, he decided to focus on earning enough potential points first. With this resolution, Jiang Heng, cradling the wooden box in his arms, pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard. In the small courtyard, a charming young girl sat on a stone bench in one corner, his childhood friend. Wen Qingxue, Jiang Heng Gij, I heard you won the sect competition. Upon seeing Jiang Heng enter, Wen Qingxue immediately stood up and exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Heng laughed heartily and walked into the house. Calm down. Calm down. It's just a small matter. The two entered the house in succession. Jiang Heng set down the wooden box and turned to Wen Qingxue once again. Qingxue, you heard about my victory so quickly? Of course, my maid told me, saying you are the foremost disciple of the outer sect, even hailed as the strongest physical realm practitioner in history. Wen Qingxue's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. That's quite an exaggeration. I'm not that impressive. I simply use the time others spent drinking coffee to cultivate, so I'm just a tad stronger. Jiang Heng chuckled. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the fact that Wen Qingxue's eyes had suddenly narrowed, her body trembling. She quickly regained her playful innocence, curiously asking, Coffee? What is that? Just a type of delicious tea. Jiang Heng casually redirected the conversation. After chatting for a while longer, Wen Qingxue pouted and said, Then as a private individual, the indifference displayed by his father's friend and younger brother is indeed a reflection of the harsh reality of people depart and the warmth fades. Initially, he had specially requested Elder Wen's assistance to join the sect. After engaging in idle chatter for a while, Wen Qingxue skipped away, her laughter ringing in his mind as she playfully asked, Sister Lingyun, did you thoroughly investigate what exactly is Brother Jiang Heng's extraordinary encounter? In his mind, there was likely a fragment of a powerful soul, and should he release his soul power to probe, it could easily be detected. You are still too weak. I cannot expose myself. Jiang Heng locked the courtyard gate and began to cultivate using the blood qi pills he had taken out, with a total of 1,000 pills at his current rate of practice. And Jiang Heng's potential points commenced yet another round of frenzied growth. 10 days later, in the small courtyard, Jiang Heng was enveloped in a rich, blood-like aura, stretching his body freely as he practiced the primordial creation technique. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation level, physical realm tenfold, 23100000. Main cultivation technique, primordial creation technique, heavenly grade. Entry level, martial arts techniques, mountain breaking fist, mystical grade. Perfection, swift wind steps, mystical grade. Perfection. Secret techniques, golden image technique, earth grade. Threefold. Potential points, 1, 160, 000. He took a deep breath and commanded in his mind. Upgrade, primordial creation technique. Ding, consumed potential points, 1, 000. Learned, primordial creation technique, heavenly grade. Proficient. At the same time, a vast stream of information surged into his mind, and it seemed as though a remarkable transformation was occurring within his body. Jiang Heng lit a stick of incense in a corner of the courtyard and then swallowed another blood qi pill. Once the blood qi pill was completely digested, Jiang Heng immediately turned to glance at the corner of the courtyard, his heart swelling with joy. Remarkably, it had only taken half an hour, compared to before the upgrade, sufficiently increasing his potential points by over 100,000. I seek to seclude myself in profound cultivation, to fully assimilate the essence of qi and blood. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Heng instantly felt a surge of exhilaration. The prospect of making tremendous progress with every passing moment in his practice was truly irresistible. Apart from the visceral thrill of combat, it is only through such deep cultivation that Jiang Heng's fervor can be ignited. Meanwhile, not far from his secluded courtyard, Lei Song, who had been covertly monitoring him, furrowed his brow in concern. Elder Sun had given him a deadline of 6 months for his task, and he had already devised a rough plan, awaiting Jiang Heng to take the bait. Yet now, after more than 10 days since Jiang Heng's momentous victory, he had not even stepped outside once. Who could predict when he would emerge next? According to Elder Sun's instructions, he was to eliminate Jiang Heng without leaving any traces of human intervention. Direct assassination was not an option. He needed to lure him beyond the sect and entangle him in some incident to justify his demise. Thus, all that remained was to wait. Wait for Jiang Heng to leave the sect at that moment. It would be a matter of unleashing a lethal strike with all his might. Chapter 30. On what grounds do you consider yourself worthy to challenge Brother Jiang? After the conclusion of the outer sect disciples' competition, life returned to a semblance of tranquility for most. However, an intriguing rumor began to circulate among the outer disciples of the Nine Peaks, escalating in exaggeration as it spread. Jiang Heng from the Eighth Peak was proclaimed to be the foremost figure in the realm of physical cultivation throughout history, in the Luo Sect, across the entire Fenghe region, the entirety of Qingzhou, and even the whole Tianyuan dynasty. No one could rival him, nor was anyone deemed worthy to be compared to him, let alone outer disciples. Even any inner disciple would appear as mere fledglings in the presence of Jiang Heng. Those formidable individuals at the sixth level of Qi realm or above had been vanquished by Jiang Heng's raw physical prowess. Should he break through to the Qi realm, he would undoubtedly become invincible among the inner disciples of the Nine Peaks. Such sentiments echoed throughout the Nine Peaks, and the outer disciples of the Eighth Peak, having witnessed Jiang Heng's terrifying strength firsthand, could only harbor blind admiration. Yet for the other peaks, such proclamations were nothing short of an affront. Even some of the talented inner disciples felt a sense of indignation. How could a mere outer disciple, a mere 16-year-old junior, dare to claim invincibility among the inner sect? Such arrogance was utterly unfathomable. While the other peaks remained unchanged. The other peaks, this was a blatant injustice. As time passed, these rumors did not wane but rather intensified. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves. On this day, Chao Bin, one of the followers, boldly declared in the arena, "Where are the masters of the Eighth Peak's outer sect? Here stands Chao Bin, the foremost disciple of the First Peak's outer sect. Come forth and pay your respects." Whose indifferent demeanor exuded an intangible pressure. It was Chao Bin, the esteemed champion of the First Peak's outer sect. Most remained unimpressed. What of being the foremost disciple of the First Peak? Before Jiang Heng, Chao Bin leaped effortlessly onto a nearby platform. "Come forth. Today, I shall sweep through the Eighth Peak's outer sect." Below the platform, the disciples of the Eighth Peak understood that, after all, Chao Bin was the foremost disciple of the First Peak's outer sect. Ordinary disciples certainly would not stand a chance against him. Only those ranked among the top few in the outer sect might have a hope of defeating him. Sending an average disciple would only invite humiliation. Hearing the eerie sound of wind slicing through the air, akin to ghostly wails, and noticing the wooden sign inscribed with the words "closed for meditation," he hesitated momentarily, swallowed nervously, and softly inquired, "Jiang Shixiang?" Yet he dared not disturb Jiang Heng further, and could only turn away. Fortunately, others had also gone to inform Jiang Heng, as well as Qi Ping and a few others. Naturally, they were interested in witnessing the First Peak's foremost disciple. Thus, Qi Peng, Gu Zhaojun, and Lan Gaozhua all made their way to the arena. Lan Gaozhua arrived first and boldly stepped onto the stage. "You are not Jiang Heng. Which one of you is Jiang Heng? Let him come forth." Casting a glance at Lan Gaozhua, Chao Bin frowned. Lan Gaozhua sneered, expressing disdain. "If you wish to challenge Jiang Shixiang, you must first get past me." He drew his sword, gripping the hilt firmly, preparing for the confrontation. "Very well. Then I shall defeat you first." Chao Bin's figure shot forward as he unsheathed his long sword, slashing diagonally downward. The blade cleaved through the air. Lan Gaozhua also possesses formidable championship potential. The question of who is stronger or weaker can only be resolved through combat. Not long after, during the fray, Lan Gaozhua's expression suddenly shifted. His blade wailed in anguish. Indeed, the next moment, clang, the blade shattered, and the opponent's longsword continued its relentless assault, leaving a 20-centimeter gash across Lan Gaozhua's lower abdomen, a wound inflicted by a treasured weapon. Clutching his injury with one hand, Lan Gaozhua's countenance darkened. It was unmistakable. Chao Bin sheathed his blade and stood aloof. Speaking coldly, he understood that Jiang Heng's exaltation by the Eighth Peak, albeit exaggerated, indeed hinted at a truly terrifying strength. Thus, prior to arriving at the Eighth Peak, he had meticulously prepared this treasured longsword to enhance his chances of victory. However, even though he emerged victorious, an unsettling apprehension began to creep into his heart. In terms of sheer strength, this individual before him was not significantly weaker. Consequently, it stood to reason that Jiang Heng, acknowledged as the strongest by all the outer disciples of the Eighth Peak, must possess considerably greater power than the man before him. With this realization, Chao Bin feared he might truly become a laughingstock at the Eighth Peak. The thought instilled a sense of retreat within him. At that moment, Lan Gaozhua descended from the platform. Clutching his wound, that Qi Peng leapt up onto the stage. Following his disheartening defeat in the grand contest, Qi Peng seemed to have undergone a transformation. His temperament now markedly more composed. Truly, he was a prodigious talent. This experience, coupled with his awakening, had propelled his martial arts to a breakthrough, elevating his meteor sword technique to perfection. With your abilities, do you truly believe you are worthy to engage with senior brother Jiang? Qi Peng coldly regarded Xiao Bin. Chapter 31. For 0.17 million potential points, do you all genuinely consider Jiang Heng invincible in the realm of physical prowess? Upon hearing Qi Peng's words, Xiao Bin's fury twisted into a sardonic smile. His experiences since entering the 8th peak had led him to perceive that nearly all the outer disciples held Jiang Heng in an unprecedented reverence, elevating him to the pinnacle of the corporeal realm. Not only was challenging him out of the question, but even comparing oneself to him seemed beyond the pale. This self-evident disdain ignited a visceral rage within him that he, Xiao Bin, was also of prodigious talent. While he could concede that some peers might surpass him, to assert that his opponent was absolutely invincible was utterly beyond his comprehension. He refused to accept it. In that case, I genuinely wish to witness just how powerful this so-called invincible Jiang Heng is. Xiao Bin shouted angrily. A martial artist must embody valor and diligence, confronting challenges head-on. Even if the opponent surpasses me, even if I am left battered and bruised, I shall seize a piece of him. After a swift strike, he pivoted, his long sword slicing towards his opponent's thigh with precision. Xiao Bin's expression darkened as he deftly redirected his long knife for another fierce clash. The two combatants moved with astonishing speed. He had failed to confront the very target he sought to challenge, falling instead to the hands of the opponent's pawn. With your prowess, you are certainly no nameless rookie. Who are you? Xiao Bin inquired solemnly, gazing at the unattractive Qi Peng. I am Qi Peng, the champion of the 8th Peak's Outer Sect competition. Qi Peng replied, retrieving a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the blood from his sword before speaking nonchalantly. Xiao Bin looked at him in disbelief. How can this be? With your strength, you are merely a champion. How formidable must the victor, Jiang Heng, truly be? Qi Peng sheathed his sword and cast a glance at Xiao Bin. Instinctively recalling the scene of Jiang Heng, brimming with confidence on the day of the finals, and calmly uttered 2 words, unrivaled. With that, he turned and walked towards the edge of the arena. Xiao Bin stood rooted in despair. In Qi Peng's gaze, he discerned a plethora of complex emotions, admiration, reverence, longing, but there was not a trace of combativeness. A genius, devoid of any fighting spirit towards another genius who stood as his rival. He envisioned this youth, marginally superior to himself, being repeatedly crushed before the genius named Jiang Heng, until all edges were worn down, and his inner resolve extinguished. Thus, Qi Peng had transformed into the figure of respect he was today. Yet, could this truly be? Was the youth known as Jiang Heng truly that powerful? In that moment, Xiao Bin was filled with an unprecedented curiosity. Regrettably, having been defeated by Qi Peng, he no longer possessed the right to challenge Jiang Heng. The rumors surrounding Jiang Heng, the foremost of the Outer Sect, continued to thrive, yet no other disciples dared to challenge him. After Xiao Bin, the champion of the 1st Peak's Outer Sect, fell to Qi Peng. Many began to believe the accounts of Jiang Heng's prowess. After all, if Qi Peng possessed such formidable strength, then Jiang Heng, capable of dispatching him effortlessly, could undoubtedly defeat any disciple from the 9 peaks with ease. Hence, no one was willing to invite disaster upon themselves. As time gradually slipped away, Jiang Heng remained immersed in his seclusion, entirely absent from the eyes of others. The fervor surrounding discussions of Jiang Heng finally began to wane. 1.5 months later, within Jiang Heng's courtyard, he swallowed another Qi blood pill, diligently practicing the already perfected primordial transformation technique. Merely 15 minutes later, the immense energy contained within the pill was fully absorbed and transformed into potential points. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Jiang Heng stood still, exhaling deeply. Come in. A steward clad in blue entered through the door, halting not far from Jiang Heng. With a polite demeanor, he addressed him. He could completely digest a single Qi blood pill. Thus, within this brief span of time, his initial stock of 1,000 Qi blood pills had dwindled to just a few dozen. Correspondingly, his potential points had skyrocketed. Now he possessed a staggering 4.17 million, enough to further upgrade the primordial creation technique to perfection or to facilitate a remarkable leap in all other techniques. With a thought, Jiang Heng commanded, "Ding," consuming 300,000 potential points. Golden image technique, upgraded to the 4th stage. Ding, consuming 400,000 potential points. Golden image technique, upgraded to perfection. An endless torrent of heat materialized within Jiang Heng's body, merging with every inch of his flesh and blood. Undergoing a qualitative transformation. As the internal changes stabilized, Jiang Heng immediately issued another upgrade command. Ding, consuming 1 million potential points. Technique simulation in progress. Please wait. Ding, simulation complete. Please name the new technique. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Heng declared in his mind, Golden Body Technique. Congratulations, host. You have learned Golden Body Technique, Heavenly Grade. First stage. The instant the notification sounded, an even more immense and searing flow of heat appeared within him. Integra Jiang Heng clenched his fist and suddenly swung it forward. Boom! The air erupted violently. A blast of compressed air surged forward for several dozen meters, crashing into the courtyard wall and leaving a web of dense cracks. His strength had increased by at least 50%. A wild smile spread across his lips. The accompanying power had surged so significantly, and the defensive capabilities of the Golden Body Technique had reached a level beyond his own comprehension. But this was not the end. Mountain-breaking fist and swift wind steps, consecutively, bringing them to the pinnacle of the earth level. His attributes had been completely revitalized. His strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. Of course, the cost was the accumulation of several million potential points. Bai Haotsong remained seated cross-legged in the center of the hall. Master, you summoned me. Bai Haotsong opened his eyes and scrutinized Jiang Heng. Not yet broken through? Not yet. Bai Haotsong shook his head slightly. You are too fixated on combat power. The essence of cultivation is evolution. Even if you are invincible in your physical state, ultimately, you are still a mortal flesh. After a century, you will inevitably fade away. However, upon breaking through to the spiritual sea realm, one can extend their lifespan by 200 years and gain the ability to fly with a sword. The lifespan in the myriad forms realm reaches 500 years. With ample resources, he could easily acquire over 400,000 potential points in a single day. Defeating opponents in the true Qi realm for 10,000 potential points no longer intrigued him. It was indeed time to focus on upgrading his cultivation. All right, I will seek a breakthrough as soon as possible, Jiang Heng readily agreed. Bai Haotsong continued with a calm demeanor. Not only should you focus on your cultivation, but your martial arts techniques also require retraining. The martial arts of the flesh-body realm primarily enhance physical explosiveness. The martial arts of the true Qi realm center on the circulation of true Qi. The two are fundamentally different. At the onset of your advancement, you may have held some advantage in the early stages of the true Qi realm due to your formidable physical explosiveness. Yet, as your realm deepens, the significance of true Qi's combat power increases, rendering physical explosiveness less relevant. By that time, the advantages of the physical realm would have completely vanished. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat difficult to comprehend. If that were the case, would all the arduous training in the physical realm ultimately amount to nothing in the later stages? He had invested quite a significant number of potential points, over 1 million, in the two martial arts, breaking mountain fist, and swift wind steps. For him at present, it was particularly distressing. However, what he struggled to understand was, if these martial arts of the physical realm would prove useless in the later stages, then what would be the value of the efforts of ordinary individuals, after toiling tirelessly to achieve great success? Even perfection, would they find themselves unable to utilize their skills in the true Qi realm, rendering all their expended energy utterly futile? Bai Haotsong cast a sidelong glance at him. Did he truly believe that deeming it a waste of energy meant he should abandon all martial training? Whereas Qi cultivation was comparable to forging divine weaponry directly from divine materials. In both training speed and resource consumption, the two were not even in the same league. The current path of martial cultivation is the finest distillation of the experiences of countless martial ancestors. At what level of body refinement can one begin Qi cultivation? At what level of Qi cultivation can one commence the refinement of the divine? These divisions of martial realms are essentially summaries from predecessors. There is no distinction of right or wrong, but they undoubtedly represent the most optimal choices. A sudden clarity washed over Jiang Heng. This was akin to a job transition, where skill points are reallocated, and an additional enhancement in true Qi attack attributes is granted. Energy attacks are indeed stronger than physical strikes, which is only reasonable. Simultaneously, he felt a quiet admiration. Having a good mentor certainly deepens one's understanding of martial arts. Unlike before when he only grasped the simplistic act of accumulating points, possessing merely a superficial comprehension of the ART. That moment, Bai Haotsong lowered his brows and spoke softly. Jiang Heng stifled the impulse to demonstrate his breakthrough on the spot and bowed before departing. After presenting his identity token, Jiang Heng entered the area. He ambled along the winding stone path, taking in the lush greenery and flourishing trees that lined the way. The morning breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a serene and elegant scene. This place had also been Jiang Heng's home during his childhood, rendering him intimately familiar with the surrounding environment. Before long, he arrived at a grand vermilion gate. Two attendants stood solemnly on either side, their expressions grave. Jiang Heng ascended the steps gradually. Please be so kind as to announce my visit. I am Jiang Heng, an outer sect disciple. Jiang Heng, both attendants' expressions shifted noticeably. Securing the championship with overwhelming prowess. Mini, Jiang Heng has ascended to the status of an inspirational icon, even a legend, particularly within the circles of the outer sect and servants. Every tidbit of information about Jiang Heng has transformed into a topic of lively discussion among the masses. Chapter 33. Elder Wen's commission. Before long, a melodious voice rang out from within the main gate. Brother Jiang Heng. The door creaked open, revealing Wen Qingxue, who bounded out like a lively sprite, brimming with excitement. Jiang Heng smiled warmly. Did you not mention earlier that Uncle Wen invited me to visit? After such a lengthy retreat, I finally have the time to come. The two strolled side by side into the courtyard. My father is waiting for you in the reception hall. Allow me to guide you there. When Qingxue chattered as she led the way. I am also a prodigious talent, she declared playfully, tilting her face upwards as if awaiting Jiang Heng's praise. 6th level. Jiang Heng was genuinely taken aback. It had only been a little over 3 months since when Qingxue became a martial artist at the body refinement stage, yet she had already ascended from the 1st level to the 6th. A refined middle-aged man clad in black sat at the head of the table, his expression warm and inviting. Uncle Wen. Jiang Heng inclined his body slightly in respect. Jiang Xinzi, there is no need for excessive formalities. Her legs playfully swinging beneath her skirt, deliberately directing her gaze elsewhere. Elder Wen shook his head in resignation, choosing to ignore her, and turned his smile back to Jiang Heng. I have heard that you won the championship in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. I have yet to congratulate you. Uncle Wen is too kind. It is merely a trivial honor from the Outer Sect, hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Heng's smile was subdued and distant as he engaged in polite conversation with Elder Wen. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, as a small token of gratitude. Elder Wen's smile faltered slightly. He could naturally discern Jiang Heng's distant demeanor. Repaying favors signifies a state of mutual independence, which nearly equates to a desire to refrain from deeper connections. Nonetheless, being a high-ranking figure of the Luo Sect, his temperament and thought processes surpass those of ordinary individuals. A gentle smile returned to his face. Jiang Xinzi, you are being overly courteous. It is but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. However, if you genuinely feel indebted, I would appreciate a small favor from you. Point one among them is an inner sect disciple at the 3rd level of True Qi realm. Jiang Heng nodded decisively. No problem. When do we depart? For him, it is best to settle obligations promptly. Moreover, he has yet to witness the world beyond the sect. His current understanding of the external realm is solely based on the memories of his youth. It is an opportune moment to broaden his horizons. Just as Elder Wen was about to speak, when Qingxue chimed in joyfully, Father, I want to go too. Elder Wen's expression hardened, and he admonished, Jiang Xinzi is attending to serious matters. What purpose do you have in accompanying him? When Qingxue, seated and wriggling in her chair, displayed a petulant demeanor, no, I must go. I haven't been out in ages, and staying in the sect all day leaves me without anyone to converse with. I shall confine you. Suddenly, her cries ceased, and with a huff, she turned her gaze towards the window, choosing silence. Elder Wen's expression softened as he turned back to Jiang Heng. Forgive my daughter's antics. Jiang Xinzi, the assailant may strike again, so you must depart swiftly, ideally within 2 days. Once you are prepared, I shall hand over the mission dossier. Additionally, I will assign someone to accompany you to the mine. From there, all actions will be at your discretion. Jiang Heng pondered briefly before responding, understood. I shall prepare now and set off tomorrow. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before Jiang Heng took his leave. Naturally, your father is concerned. You should cultivate diligently. Once you reach the True Qi realm, your father will undoubtedly relax his restrictions on you. When Qingxue's expression softened slightly at his words, my father never considers my feelings. When I grow stronger, I shall confine him, preventing him from going out. He always warns me of dangers outside. What threats could there possibly be? Even if there are dangers, with brother Jiang Heng's strength, he can surely protect me, right? Jiang Heng nodded earnestly. Indeed, should any true danger arise, I will certainly safeguard you. He recalled the time when he had just entered the sect as a servant, having endured much bullying and lacking even a single friend. At that time, only when Qingxue, his childhood companion, frequently came to keep him company and even occasionally shielded him from harm. Thus, in the heart of the young Jiang Heng, when Qingxue could be regarded as the sole person of value in this world. This sentiment, intertwined with the fusion of their souls, also became part of the new Jiang Heng. After departing from the elder's residential area, Jiang Heng proceeded to the trading hall with a month-long mission ahead. It was essential to procure various supplies in advance, whether for cultivation materials or silver. Both were indispensable. Possessing over 10,000 contribution points, Jiang Heng, with his considerable wealth, directly purchased 500 chi blood pills and 10 100-tael silver notes. It was not that he desired to buy more, but rather that carrying more would prove inconvenient. Outside the small courtyard, Lei Song let out a sigh of relief, immediately revealing a sinister smile. Upon seeing Jiang Heng enter, the youth cast a glance his way, and after the servant departed, spoke in a peculiar tone. "You are Jiang Heng?" Jiang Heng took a seat on the left side, casually glancing at him. "Indeed. And you are?" The youth did not respond but continued to inquire. "Body refinement realm cultivation." Noticing the other's rudeness, Jiang Heng frowned, his gaze turning cold. "Speak plainly, or get lost." The youth's expression darkened as he glared at Jiang Heng. Just as he was about to retort, faint footsteps echoed from outside, prompting him to suppress all expressions, adopting a demeanor of simple honesty as he sat quietly across from Jiang Heng. Elder Wen took the seat of honor, producing an envelope and regarding the two. "This contains a brief overview of the mission. You shall review it shortly. Specific intel will be provided by the mine owner upon your arrival at the mine." A mere outer disciple of the body refinement realm, relying on flattery, has been appointed as the leader of the mission. How laughable. "Hey, have you grown any hair yet?" Jiang Heng halted, turning to face the youth. The rich, crimson aura enveloped Jiang Heng's entire being. Resembling a cloak of blood, his blood surged within him like a mighty river, distorting the air around him into a piercing wail, with a single punch unleashed. It descended like a meteor from the heavens, causing the atmosphere to lament. Before his fist even reached its target, the intense pressure had already caused the young man's long hair to billow and his garments to flutter. Making breath a challenge, this punch alone was enough to instill a sense of foreboding in the youth. What explosive force! The young man roared within, swiftly drawing the long blade from his back and slicing through the air. A crimson aura enveloped the blade. It was only in the hands of a true practitioner of the true chi realm that such a treasured weapon could unleash its terrifying lethality. Its sharpness surpassed that of ordinary weapons, augmented further by the formidable energy of true chi. Compared to the efficiency of physical prowess, its lethality was enhanced by several-fold, coupled with the advancements in true chi martial arts. Jiang Heng's lips curled into a sinister smile. When the golden body technique ascended to the heavenly level, his strength surged by at least half, translating to a physical power of no less than 150,000 pounds. Moreover, his martial arts, the perfected, mountain-breaking fist at the earth level, could amplify his physical power by 7 times its explosive force. Thus, this strike harnessed a terrifying explosive force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds. Bang! Under the weight of such dreadful might, the young man's grip faltered, and the long blade was sent flying. Jiang Heng's fist barely hesitated before continuing its forward trajectory. The young man's expression turned to one of terror. His true chi surged forth, enveloping his body entirely as he executed his evasive maneuvers with utmost effort. Like drifting willow fluff, his form swayed with the wind, narrowly evading Jiang Heng's punch. Evade? Could he truly escape? A cold smile crept across Jiang Heng's face as he activated his movements, sweeping his right arm horizontally, transforming his punch into a sweeping blow. Yet, to his surprise, the young man's body twisted in an uncanny manner, akin to a leaf caught in the wind, unpredictable in its trajectory, managing to evade Jiang Heng's counterattack. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow. He had discerned the foundation of his opponent's technique, that it was akin to a method of sensing air currents. Delivering a powerful right fist. Wait, before the young man could utter a plea for mercy, Jiang Heng's fist struck his chest. Boom! The youth's eyes bulged as he spat forth a copious amount of blood. Yanking the now limp body toward him, gazing down coldly at the youth as he spoke with indifference. "Do you know how to speak to me now?" "Why, yes, I understand," the young man managed to stammer through gritted teeth. Enduring the excruciating pain. In but a fleeting moment, the young man was drenched in cold sweat. As Jiang Heng released his grip, the youth's body collapsed onto the ground. He ought to consume a small huandon for himself. Swallowed it whole, and sat cross-legged on the ground to channel the medicinal energy. Although a practitioner at the true qi realm would not augment their physical strength, the defensive properties of the true qi, when applied, provided excellent shock absorption against formidable forces. Thus, while the young man's injuries appeared severe, they could only be deemed as minor wounds. After consuming a single small huandon, he soon rose to his feet. "What is your name?" Jiang Heng inquired indifferently. My name is Meetsai Wnji, the youth replied earnestly. Jiang Heng nodded and advanced forward. "Let us proceed. You shall lead the way." "Very well." Meetsai Wnji exhaled a slight breath of relief. Though it would not hinder his everyday movements, for the next fortnight, his combat capability would undoubtedly be reduced by 20%. He could only hope to avoid any intense battles in the near future. After presenting their identification tokens, they each paid 2 contribution points to rent 2 crimson bloodsteeds, setting off towards Chuanjiang City. The crimson bloodsteeds, majestic and powerful, were magical beasts capable of covering 1,000 miles in a single day. After displaying their identification tokens, someone promptly entered to notify the authorities. Before long, the mining supervisor personally came to greet them. Ha ha. "Welcome, esteemed guests," he exclaimed. A portly middle-aged man with a beaming countenance, hastily approaching with a fawning smile. "Esteemed guests, the path within is rather treacherous. Might I suggest leaving your steeds here?" Jiang Heng and his companions swiftly dismounted. The middle-aged man immediately summoned 2 attendants, instructing them in hushed tones to lead the horses away. Before resuming his smile, as he guided the 2 further inside, he continued, "Esteemed guests, I am the owner of the mine, named Gu Chengping. May I inquire your names?" "I am Jiang Heng. I am Meetsai Wnji. Jiang Darren, Meetsai Darren. I presume your journey has been arduous. I have already instructed my staff to prepare wine and dishes to welcome you." Jiang Heng raised his hand to halt him. "There's no need for that. Please, simply inform us of the situation at hand." The qi blood pills served as the finest sustenance, and thus Jiang Heng had long abstained from ordinary meals, as they contained too many impurities. Gu Qingping observed the 2, his gaze settling on Meetsai Wnji, as the overseer of a property under the Luo Sect. He could naturally discern their respective identities from their uniforms. Clad in a cerulean martial arts uniform, Jiang Heng is an outer disciple, while Mi Wenjie, adorned in a sapphire attire, belongs to the inner sect. Typically, when both are present, the opinions of the inner disciple prevail. Where they took their seats, Gu Chengping produced a document and handed it to the 2, simultaneously briefing them on the pertinent details of the incident at hand. "The red iron we extract from our mine is of considerable value, and has laid an ambush to seize the entire shipment." Jiang Heng and his companion had perused some relevant intelligence within the sect, yet due to the urgent nature of the report, it lacked comprehensive detail. The documentation now in their possession clearly delineated the time, location, and circumstances surrounding the occurrence. The robbery transpired 3 days prior, during which 3 sect disciples, as per their usual duty, escorted the convoy. However, at a particular mountain pass, they were ambushed, leaving no survivors, and the cargo vanished without a trace. Have there been any recent large-scale transactions of red iron in the surrounding cities? And thus far, we have uncovered no viable leads. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Heng pressed further. How many carts were in the transport convoy? What was their approximate weight? Could they have left discernible tracks on the ground? The current intelligence yielded no useful clues, leaving him at a loss for direction. That he had never investigated a case before and felt utterly adrift. Consequently, he relinquished his thoughts and turned to Mi Wenjie. Curious, Jiang Heng inquired, "What is the role of the inspector?" The sect oversees numerous enterprises. The stakes involved are substantial, and even with its formidable influence, there are inevitably individuals who might resort to desperate measures. Hence, within each major enterprise, there are appointed guardians and inspectors. The 2 positions serve distinct functions. The guardians are tasked with the responsibility of armed protection, while the overseers are solely accountable for operational records and business oversight, regularly reporting to the sect. Although the overseers are only responsible for gathering various operational intelligence within the mine, there remains the possibility of uncovering some clues. Shortly thereafter, Gu Chengping approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in the azure uniform of the Luo Sect. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." The middle-aged man, an outer disciple, greeted with marked politeness upon entering. The 2 nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Gu Chengping to withdraw. After a brief round of self-introductions, they proceeded to the matter at hand. "Junior brother Fang, have there been any unusual incidents in the mine recently?" The middle-aged man, Fang Xiong, inquired in a grave tone. Indeed, he continued, 3 days ago, in the evening, a small building within the mine was set ablaze, resulting in the unfortunate demise of 5 miners who were inside at the time. Jiang Heng and his companion exchanged glances. Just moments ago, they had considered the case devoid of leads, yet now. Fang Xiong shook his head. Rarely. The mine places great emphasis on safety, with fatalities occurring no more than twice a year. Furthermore, even when accidents do happen, they generally occur within the tunnels, rarely outside. What of the deceased remains? They have already been cremated and interred. The deaths were likely connected to the robbery. Why had the bodies been cremated so swiftly? Jiang Heng frowned. Fang Xiong hastily clarified, Brother Jiang, the overseers have explicit duties. The two continued to inquire about further intelligence, but aside from this unfortunate incident, no other anomalies were reported. Chapter 36. Breakthrough. Second stage of vital energy. Junior brother me. Since we are executing this task together, we ought to delineate our roles clearly. Your experience surpasses mine. Thus, I shall entrust the investigation to you. I excel in martial prowess, so once we identify the assailants, the engagement shall be mine. What say you? For Jiang Heng, the intricacies of investigation proved too taxing and tedious. He found such cerebral endeavors lackluster and time-consuming. When faced with uncertainty, a single decisive blow was his preferred solution, that he believed that one must concentrate their energy to excel in a particular domain. Relying solely on intellect to resolve issues would eventually lead to a decline in martial ability, he mused internally. Mi Wenjie smiled thinly, nodding in agreement. Brother Jiang makes a valid point. Since we are jointly undertaking this mission, it is only fitting that we each contribute. With your formidable strength, I would have little opportunity to engage. Thus, I must focus on the investigation to offer my modest assistance. In truth, he thought to himself. The two summoned the mine owner, Gu Qingping, once more. On the evening of the day when the robbery occurred, a fire broke out within the mine, did it not? Indeed, my lords. The atmosphere was fraught with anxiety due to the robbery and the deaths of the 3 esteemed guards, which led to a lapse in management and ultimately caused the fire. Gu Qingping sighed deeply, stating, according to subsequent investigations, it appears that someone accidentally knocked over a lantern, and as the flames spread, it is said, had a good rapport. They likely went there to play cards in order to avoid disturbing their roommates' rest. If you require, I can have the fire incident report brought forth immediately. Mi Wenjie nodded, permitting him to leave. Once the sound of the man's footsteps had entirely faded, Jiang Heng suddenly inquired, in light of the continuous robbery and fire incidents at the mine, how would the sect typically deal with the mine owner? Generally speaking, his tenure would come to an end. If it is determined that he bears direct responsibility, he may even face severe punishment. Jiang Heng chuckled lightly. Then, do you believe his current demeanor is problematic? Just moments ago, he had perceived this prodigious youth as merely brave yet lacking in strategy. Now he displayed a remarkable acuity that truly earned his respect. He respectfully offered a report, yet Jiang Heng did not even glance at it. Rising to his feet, he declared, you shall handle the investigation. I will retreat to cultivate. Inform me of any progress, Gu mine owner. Please lead me to a place of rest. Mi Wenjie nodded and began to scrutinize the report diligently, and entered the courtyard unreservedly. After Gu Qingping departed, Jiang Heng sat cross-legged in the room. He accessed the system panel, and after a lapse of over 2 months, he once again upgraded his cultivation level. Or affixed to the fists and feet, amplifying the explosive force of attacks, or attached to any part of the body to enhance defensive capabilities. Of course, this is merely the most rudimentary application. Reaching the second layer of the true qi realm, instantly, the true qi within him surged, becoming not only more refined, but also more than doubled in quantity. It is evident that the disparity between each layer of a typical true qi warrior is indeed considerable. For Jiang Heng, however, the true qi at the second layer signifies a significant enhancement in his strength. He made his way to the open area in the courtyard. With a mere thought, a thin layer of light red true qi instantly manifested upon his body, resembling a delicate crimson garment. Regrettably, the true qi realm does not yet permit the true qi to extend too far from the body, thus rendering him unable to employ long-range attacks such as fist energy or sword qi. After a brief attempt, Jiang Heng retracted the true qi and retrieved a blood essence pill from the small wooden box he carried. Resuming his cultivation point one by one, the pills were consumed, and his potential points surged dramatically. By evening, Mi Wenjie arrived at Jiang Heng's small courtyard. Senior brother Jiang, I have conducted an investigation. Among the 5 individuals who perished in the fire, for indeed had a penchant for gambling on horse races. However, they had never set foot in that abandoned building, and the fifth person had no interest in such games at all. Therefore, the conjecture put forth by Gu Qimping holds no water. As Mi Wenjie spoke. What about the cremation? Did you inquire with the coroner whether there were any anomalies on the bodies? Mi Wenjie raised his thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, Senior Brother Jiang, your thought process is indeed meticulous. However, as night has fallen, we must wait until tomorrow. Chapter 37. Jiang Heng's conjecture. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow. The matters you investigated have evidently caught Gu Qimping's attention. Why has he not summoned the coroner sooner? What if the other party resorts to murder to silence him? Mi Wenjie seemed to have anticipated this, calmly stating, that is precisely why I have come to bid farewell to Senior Brother Jiang. Jiang Heng nodded thoughtfully. No problem. Then you should hurry and depart to avoid delaying important matters. However, contrary to the expectations of both individuals, the night proved to be unusually tranquil. Gu Qimping appeared to be accustomed to the aloofness of the sect's disciples. Or perhaps he had no issues of his own, as he made no attempts to host a banquet or probe further. Mi Wenjie successfully located the residence of the coroner. By this time, darkness had descended, and the coroner's family was gathered around the dinner table, embodying a scene of familial joy and harmony, utterly devoid of any sense of impending danger. Mi Wenjie leapt gracefully into the courtyard. The uniform of a disciple of the Luo Sect carried considerable weight in the region of Qingzhou. The coroner's family immediately rose in a state of trepidation. 3 days prior, at the Red Rock mine outside the city. The 5 miners who perished in the fire, were their bodies examined by you? Mi Wenjie directed his gaze towards the middle-aged man at the forefront and inquired. Yes, I was the one who examined them. May I ask what instructions you have, my lord? The middle-aged man hastily approached. Step outside for a moment. I have questions for you. The 2 men moved to the courtyard. Were there any anomalies with the bodies of the 5 miners who perished in the fire? None. There were absolutely no anomalies. They simply died in the fire. Mi Wenjie narrowed his eyes, piercingly scrutinizing him. Look up and meet my gaze. I shall ask you once more. Were there any irregularities with the bodies? Mi Wenjie fell silent for a moment before coldly responding. Very well, let it be. With that, he turned and departed. In the deep of night, Jiang Heng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise to look at him. Could it be that our suspicions are unfounded? Mi Wenjie sighed. After all, such a large cache of supplies could not simply vanish without a trace. With that, he turned and entered another room. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Mi Wenjie bid farewell to Jiang Heng. I shall investigate the mountain path where the robbery occurred. Perhaps I might uncover something, or find the stolen supplies hidden within the mountains. Jiang Heng nodded and resumed his cultivation in the courtyard. Regrettably, he lacked martial arts techniques suitable for the true Qi realm, possessing only the most rudimentary amplification effects of true Qi, which temporarily paled in comparison to the explosive power of mountain-breaking fist. According to Jiang Heng's understanding, to draw a parallel using gaming terminology from his previous life, physical explosive power was akin to physical attack, while true Qi corresponded to magical attack, the martial art of the physical realm. Mountain-breaking fist was comparable to a physical attack skill, capable only of amplifying physical explosive power 7-fold, without any enhancement to true Qi. If one were to quantify the data, for example, Jiang Heng's physical strength was equivalent to 150. Merely at the Huang-level perfected stage, with a 3-fold surge of true energy, his true energy attack alone could reach an impressive 1.2 million. Furthermore, should his cultivation deepen, the ferocity of his true energy attacks would become even more formidable. At that juncture, the physical strength of 150,000 Jin would indeed become negligible. It is no wonder that upon reaching the true Qi realm, physical power ceased to hold significance. The refinement of true energy surpasses the marginal enhancement of the physical body. It is a pity, though, if only there existed a pure cultivation method for the physical body. Jiang Heng sighed quietly, harboring an enduring sentiment towards physical cultivation that he found hard to relinquish. However, the golden body technique he was currently studying was merely a secret method primarily aimed at enhancing physical defense, even though he had undergone a thorough transformation upon ascending to the celestial level. It was merely a supplementary effect. The augmentation of his physical strength was not particularly remarkable. The most crucial function of a physical cultivation technique is to facilitate continuous upgrades, leading to comprehensive evolution of the physical form. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. The 5 individuals who perished in the fire were not fellow miners who descended together, were they? I have always believed there was something amiss about their deaths. Further speculating, what transpired within the mind that led to the killing of these individuals, And how might it be connected to the massacre of the transport convoy? Mishiti, what do you think is the most plausible scenario? This is a highly probable direction, perfectly tying together all current clues. Although merely speculation, I wholeheartedly concur. Mi Wenjie, brimming with excitement, momentarily set aside any thoughts of flattering Jiang Heng and began to deduce step by step in accordance with this direction. Generally speaking, murder can stem from either accidents, vendettas, interests, or silencing. Accidents could be dismissed outright, given the status of the 5 miners. It was evidently implausible that their deaths could escalate to vendetta or disputes over interests when compared to the mysterious individual who killed the station guards. Their deaths could only result from being silenced. Thus, it is highly probable that they inadvertently uncovered some secret within the mine, which ultimately led to their demise. Mi Wenjie pondered deeply, murmuring to himself. What secrets could exist within the mine, and how might they be connected to the deaths of the station guards? Miners have uncovered a secret. Goods have been plundered. The sentinels have been slain. Gu Qingping may be complicit. Could it be that Gu Qingping is involved in some clandestine dealings, perhaps embezzling assets from the mine, inadvertently leaving behind clues that a few miners have stumbled upon? Jiang Heng shook his head. No, that cannot be the case. If that were true, the perpetrators would have simply eliminated the miners discreetly, covering their tracks sufficiently to avoid any significant uproar. Yet now, they have even orchestrated a robbery and murder of the sentinels. And the timing is too coincidental. If there is no connection between the two, even if there were another reason to eliminate the 5, they would certainly wait until the uproar of the robbery had subsided before acting. The next step is to investigate the mine tomorrow. Although it is highly likely that no clues remain, we must still attempt it, as we currently possess no decisive evidence to corroborate Senior Brother Zhang's hypothesis. The two further proposed numerous conjectures and meticulously validated each one. Lacking sufficient leads, they had no choice but to rely on logical deductions and even speculative reasoning for a rational discussion. The following day, Mi Wenjie personally ventured into the mine, and as anticipated by the two, found no trace whatsoever. While he was deep in thought, Jiang Heng proposed yet another idea. Since all leads have run dry, why not delve deeper into the initial clue? The initial clue. Mi Wenjie regarded Jiang Heng with surprise, awaiting his subsequent words. The coroner. I have always believed that the bodies must possess some anomaly. Otherwise, there would be no need for such hasty cremation. The sect does not adhere to such customs, but common households observe the tradition of burying the deceased after 7 days. The rushed cremation of these 5 indicates a desire to conceal something. Just as he was about to turn away, Jiang Heng stopped him, shaking his head. If he knows, why do you think he did not inform you earlier? Mi Wenjie scoffed coldly. What other reason could there be? He clenched his fists, exuding an air of determination to compel the other through force. I find it rather plausible that, given the other party has already chosen to conceal the truth, they will undoubtedly persist in their deception. For to do otherwise would offend both you and the unseen puppet master, leaving them in a precarious position with neither side in their favor. You might consider devising a stratagem to extract information from him. He nodded and stepped out once more. Upon arriving at the coroner's residence, he was immediately struck by the heart-rending sounds of wailing emanating from within, a foreboding sign. He hurried into the courtyard, where he was met with a scene of utter despair. The coroner lay sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in terror, clearly lifeless. 2 constables were diligently investigating the scene and inquiring of the family regarding the circumstances. As Mi Wenjie entered the courtyard, he instantly captured the attention of several onlookers. A middle-aged woman pointed at him and exclaimed loudly, "He came to interrogate my husband yesterday, and since then, my husband has been in a state of unease. His death must certainly be related to him." In the midst of the chaos and sorrow brought on by the loss of the family's pillar, her reverence for the sect's disciples had completely evaporated. The 2 constables exchanged troubled glances. Under the oppressive influence of the sacred ground, the relationship between the imperial court and the sects had generally been harmonious, often collaborative, given that the Luo Sect was the foremost sect in Qingzhou. They were undoubtedly familiar with its members. A single utterance from the woman rendered it impossible for them to approach Mi Wenjie as they would a suspect. Fortunately, Mi Wenjie possessed information he wished to consult, so he took the initiative to engage the 2 constables in conversation. After a brief exchange, he learned that the coroner had only been deceased for less than an hour and had left no useful information prior to his death. "I have heard you seek me," Gu Qingping greeted respectfully with a cupped fist. Jiang Heng cast a fleeting glance at him, coldly inquiring, "Who are your accomplices?" "My lord, what do you mean? I do not comprehend." His words tumbling out in a frantic manner. "My lord, are you trying to force a confession through torture? I refuse to comply. I have done nothing." Jiang Heng's form transformed into a whirlwind. Surging forward with a fierce howl, delivering a powerful kick to his side, Yu Qingping's body was flung violently, crashing against the wall on the opposite side. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Heng moved again. Mi Wenjie stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, never anticipating that Jiang Heng's method would be so brutal. After a relentless assault of over a dozen punches, Gu Chengping's visage was utterly unrecognizable, his body lifted by Jiang Heng's single hand as he weakly groaned in despair. Jiang Heng's countenance was frigid, his expression devoid of emotion. Listen well, I have had my fill of this investigative game. I lack the patience to entertain you any longer. Tell me, who are your accomplices? I do not understand what you mean. My lord. Yu Qingping's face, swollen to the point of distortion, barely opened his eyes into thin slits, uttering weakly. Blood trickled from his partially open eyes, prompting him to hastily shut them again. Saliva, blood, and tears mingled grotesquely, coating his entire visage in a harrowing display. Go, yet you just claim to have done nothing. I seem to recall I have yet to pose that question. Yu Qingping's body tensed momentarily before collapsing again. Brother Jiang. You are here to investigate. Naturally, I speak of the case. I have done nothing. Jiang Heng relaxed his grip, allowing Gu Qingping to slump to the ground, gazing down upon him from above. I do not require explicit evidence. If I say it is you, then it is you. If you have accomplices, you are an accessory. If you have none, you are the principal offender. Choose one. Jiang Heng's tone was as frigid as a winter gale. Gu Qingping. With that, he delivered another kick to the back of Gu Qingping's head, sending him flying several meters to crash against the courtyard wall, where he lay motionless upon landing. Mi Shitty, search Gu Qingping's residence and see if you can uncover any clues. Additionally, summon his trusted associates for questioning here shortly. Jiang Heng flicked the blood from his hands and turned to Mi Wenjie, speaking with an air of indifference. Before long, Mi Wenjie returned with 3 individuals. Upon entering the courtyard, their eyes immediately fell upon the figure sprawled in the corner, and they gasped in shock, the mine owner. Yet, as the reality set in that they were in the presence of disciples from the Luo Sect, a higher authority, they trembled involuntarily, lowering their heads and hastily passing by, unwilling to glance again. The trio stood at the opposite side of the courtyard, silently observing Jiang Heng as he practiced his martial arts. With each punch and kick, the sound of wind howled continuously, stirring the air within the courtyard and causing their garments and hair to flutter. Witnessing such a breathtaking display of cultivation, the 3 were profoundly shaken. His expression impassive. Raise your heads and look at me. The trio complied, timidly regarding Jiang Heng's youthful visage. Yu Qingping colluded with outsiders, leading to the demise of our sect's guardian. Yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge his culpability. However, that is of little consequence. Evidence is unnecessary, for I have already deemed him guilty. Thus I shall assist him in confessing. You are all his trusted confidants, and should possess considerable knowledge regarding his affairs. Then all 3 shall be punished as accessories. Now, reveal to me the information you possess. The group swallowed nervously, exchanging glances, none daring to question Jiang Heng's ruthlessness. Although they had not witnessed Jiang Heng in action, the sight of Gu Chengping's wretched form, bloodied and mangled in the corner, remained vividly etched in their minds. Speak, and receive accolades and advancement. Remain silent, and face punishment. Furthermore, since this gentleman has already deemed Gu Qingping guilty, given Gu Qingping's current state, there will be no opportunity for retaliation in the future. What is there left to deliberate? One robust youth stepped forward, exclaiming, I am unaware of the details concerning the ambush of the transport convoy. But a few days ago, it was Gu Qingping who ordered me to burn the 5 miners alive. Yu Qingping is treacherous and cruel. I was left with no choice but to obey his commands. I beseech you, esteemed lords, to see the truth. Jiang Heng and his companion, Mi Wenjie, both fixed their gaze upon him. Jiang Heng inquired, did those 5 display any peculiarities before their demise? They had dry skin and evident burn marks upon their bodies, forbidding anyone from entering. The following evening, he ordered me to create a false pretense of an accident and incinerate the 5. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as a blade. What transpired within the mine that day? Among those 5, did anyone spew forth scalding blood and appear disoriented? To some extent, yes. One individual appeared exceedingly weak, occasionally expelling steaming blood, and his consciousness was perpetually hazy. Mi Wenjie inhaled deeply and gestured for them to depart. The group immediately turned to Jiang Heng, clearly aware that he held the authority. Without his word, they dared not move. Although Jiang Heng was perplexed, he ultimately permitted their exit. Mi Shitty, have you discerned something? I have finally grasped the nature of the secret. Mi Wenjie sighed deeply. Chapter 40. Fire Cloud Iron Mother. A revelation. I should have foreseen the secrets discovered within the mind could incite murderous intent in the hearts of men. I have a penchant for eclectic literature and have dabbled in various fields of knowledge, be it gastronomy, architecture, herbal medicine, or mineralogy. I possess a modicum of understanding in each that I once encountered an ancient tome that stated many mineral veins are accompanied by associated ores. Approximately half of the recorded instances in literature indicate its association with hematite veins. Fire Cloud Iron Mother can be deemed a treasure of unparalleled worth. A mere piece the size of a palm can weigh as much as 100 pounds and be valued at 10,000 taels of gold or 1,000,000 taels of silver. As Mi Wenjie spoke, his tone could not help but swell with fervor. In this world, the primary circulating currencies are gold and silver, and in cultivation, what is being pursued are resources, what is being sought are riches. 1,000,000 taels of silver represents an extraordinary fortune for any practitioner of true qi. Jiang Heng was equally astounded. Habitually, he compared it to the currencies of his past life, realizing that 1,000,000 taels of silver equated to a purchasing power of 10 billion in his previous existence. Further augmented tenfold by the sect leader. A typical outer disciple, even with frequent tasks, would find it challenging to save more than a few hundred taels of silver after accounting for the cost of cultivation. Astonished. Mi Wenjie, with an excited expression, exclaimed, "Of course, Fire Cloud Iron Mother is the principal material for forging spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons are formidable armaments that only those who have attained the fourth realm of martial Tao, capable of effortlessly cleaving through countless practitioners of the latter. Spiritual weapons are undoubtedly a significant factor in this prowess. When a spiritual weapon emerges, none can withstand it. Mundane and precious artifacts alike are rendered as mere refuse in its presence. Do you not see the value of Fire Cloud Iron Mother?" Jiang Heng's expression gradually returned to calmness as he regarded the fervently animated Mi Wenjie, furrowing his brow. "Did you arrive at this conclusion based on the miner's physical signs?" As he broached the subject at hand, Mi Wenjie began to regain his composure. "Indeed, Fire Cloud Iron Mother is a sentient material, harboring a terrifyingly intense heat energy. Any martial artist of the flesh realm who comes into direct contact would suffer burns. Coupled with the fact that it is precisely within the hematite, if it is indeed the Fire Cloud Iron Mother, then all prior conjectures would align seamlessly. The 5 miners inadvertently stumbled upon the Fire Cloud Iron Mother within the cavern. Gu Qingping ostensibly acquiesced, yet in truth, he harbored intentions of monopolizing the treasure, which ultimately led to the incident of murder. At this juncture, Jiang Heng interjected. "Overall, there should be no issues, but there is a particular aspect that seems amiss. Gu Qingping's strength is evidently insufficient to slay the sentinel. Thus, he must have accomplices. Given that he has allies, they would need to divide the spoils. Collaborating with the sentinel would also necessitate a sharing of benefits. If the division of profits is to be the case, he would have no reason to undertake the considerable risk of eliminating the sentinel, unless the sentinel himself sought to monopolize the prize or intended to offer Gu Qingping only a meager portion, resulting in Gu Qingping's discontent and subsequent murderous intent. All of this can be attributed to the sentinel's overwhelming greed. Am I correct, Gu Qingping?" Both their gazes fell upon Gu Qingping, who was situated beneath the courtyard wall. Indeed, Gu Qingping gradually raised himself from the ground, his head bowed low, his voice heavy with despair. "The Fire Cloud Iron Mother, worth its weight in gold, is all he offers me. Merely 1,000 taels of silver. A mere fraction. By what right? It was I who discovered it. It belongs to me. He merely learned of it by chance and intends to usurp it." Gu Qingping's ire erupted towards Jiang Heng and his companion. "You disciples of the sect act with impunity, behaving tyrannically, showing no regard for others. As his misdeeds were laid bare, he recognized the futility of his situation and, disregarding any reservations about the sect's disciples, unleashed his pent-up frustration." Jiang Heng let out a cold laugh. "You must understand, the mine is the property of the Luo Sect, and you claim it as your discovery. It was those 5 miners who unearthed it. Was it not? 1,000 taels of silver, and you are still unsatisfied. Who can you blame for your current predicament?" Gu Qingping faltered, rendered speechless. "Who are your accomplices? Where is the Fire Cloud Iron Mother?" "Allowing you a peaceful passage. It appears, however, that you seek to court your own suffering." He approached Gu Qingping, towering over him. "I shall ask you once more, who are your accomplices? Where is the Fire Cloud Iron Mother?" With a sudden motion, Jiang Heng delivered a kick to Gu Qingping's chin, propelling his body several meters into the air. Viscous saliva and blood, mixed together, involuntarily erupted from his mouth, tracing a regular arc before cascading through the air, are evidently excessive in brutality and ruthlessness. Unlike the lawful society of Ur, this world is characterized by the supremacy of martial arts and the veneration of the strong. The moral boundary that Jiang Heng steadfastly upholds is to refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent and from oppressing the weak. Gu Qingping is regarded as a figure of considerable stature among ordinary people, and naturally, he possesses some degree of martial prowess, although he cannot compare to Jiang Heng and his companion. His resilience to blows is undoubtedly far superior to that of an average individual. Asking nonchalantly, Gu Qingping remains utterly unresponsive. Ha. Truly resilient. No wonder he has ascended to the status of a mine owner. Jiang Heng chuckles softly, then suddenly stomps down on Gu Qingping's left hand. Boom. The ground fractures. His entire form writhing in desperation, his left hand has been reduced to a pulpy mass beneath the weight of Jiang Heng's foot. Unfazed, Jiang Heng strides away a few paces. Come forth, a young man steps into the courtyard. And upon witnessing the scene, he trembles uncontrollably. My lords. Jiang Heng approaches the youth, offering him a couple of silver coins. The young man, filled with trepidation, waves his hands in refusal. My lord, I cannot accept your money. I shall go buy it right away. Jiang Heng slaps his hand on the young man's shoulder. The youth shudders, but hears Jiang Heng assertively command, take it, and go buy. Yes. The young man dares not say more, respectfully nodding before hastily departing with the money. Jiang Heng chuckles lightly and turns to me Wenjie, saying, it seems that his accomplices wield considerable influence here. Gu Qingping, convinced of his impending doom, dares not divulge their identities for fear of implicating his family. Thus, we may have no choice but to investigate the lead regarding the fire cloud Iron Mother. In the days that followed, Mi Wenjie furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he reluctantly shook his head. There is no way. It ultimately hinges on Gu Qingping's willingness to speak, or we may need to search his residence for any relevant clues. At that moment, Jiang Heng's ears perked up slightly as he glanced at Mi Wenjie, subtly signaling with his eyes, and then stated, all right. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. And he quickly removed a note tied to the pigeon's leg, focusing intently on its contents. Moments later, damn it, Gu Qingping, that worthless fool, he has completely exposed everything. Clenching his right hand tightly, the man summoned his inner energy, causing the note to crumble into fine powder. Curse it. If the Luo Sect traces this back to me, it would spell disaster. With Gu Qingping's cautious nature, he must surely have left behind evidence that could expose me. I cannot allow the Luo Sect to find anything. The middle-aged man pondered his countermeasures. Gu Qingping was still alive. If he were to harm his family, it would inevitably reveal his identity. Therefore, the most pressing matter now was to devise a way to eliminate Gu Qingping swiftly and then set his home ablaze. Just so, the two disciples of the Luo Sect were acting separately. The man's demeanor hardened as he called out to those outside, summon Vice Leader Ma and Vice Leader Lu at once. The crimson sun had fully descended below the horizon. Night fell. In Jiang Heng's small courtyard, rushed towards the corner where Gu Qingping lay. The other two simultaneously charged towards the meditating Jiang Heng. The long swords gleamed coldly. Though their movements were soundless, they were imbued with a chilling intent to kill. A smirk graced Jiang Heng's lips. In an instant, his form transformed from that of a docile little rabbit into a ferocious dragon, disregarding the oncoming swords, and surged forward. Swish. The two swords sliced through Jiang Heng's body almost simultaneously, yet left no mark. Instead, he raised his arms like two heavy hammers, striking down upon the assailants. The attackers were utterly unprepared for Jiang Heng's response, and coupled with the terrifying speed granted by his perfected body technique, charging towards the figure wielding the long blade. So swift, the face beneath the black mask changed dramatically. He could almost feel the intense pressure of the wind generated by Jiang Heng's movement. Gu Qingping lay not far ahead, but the black-clad man understood that if he insisted on killing Gu Qingping, he too would face Jiang Heng's onslaught. Damn it, he gritted his teeth in frustration, turning to confront Jiang Heng. The long blade, Jiang Heng raised his hand boldly, striking towards the blade. With a sharp clang, the sword trembled violently, emitting a piercing shriek. The expression of the man in black changed drastically. He had never encountered such a terrifying physique. What an anomaly! Meanwhile, Jiang Heng paid no heed to the black-clad man's tumultuous thoughts. In the moment of impact between their hands and the blade, he swiftly seized the long sword with his right hand and launched a powerful punch with his left. Upon seeing this, Jiang Heng shifted direction, once again charging forward like a rampaging bull. The sword-wielding black-clad man turned, bringing his long sword down. However, Jiang Heng paid it no mind, allowing the blade to strike his back. The green garment tore open, revealing a strip of skin as resilient as steel. Jiang Heng sneered disdainfully, and in the blink of an eye, he charged beside one of the sword-wielding black-clad men. Observing the terror in his opponent's eyes as he turned to thrust a sword towards Jiang Heng's face, Jiang Heng casually grasped the sword blade with one hand while delivering a thunderous punch with the other. This punch, unlike the previous two that merely cleared a path, was infused with immense force and ferocity, a full-powered earth-level, mountain-breaking fist. As the fist descended, a terrifying explosive force rippled through Jiang Heng's entire being. The black-clad man's chest caved in slightly, his internal organs shifting, and he instantly spat out blood, his body flying, yet in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's a deception." The knife-wielding figure clad in black was evidently the leader. He reacted with astonishing swiftness, instantly comprehending that Jiang Heng had long been prepared. With urgency, he bellowed, "Flee." Any attack of his would be futile against Jiang Heng, and prolonging the confrontation would only ensnare both of them. Without hesitation, the two black-clad figures turned and fled into the courtyard, and a manic grin spread across Jiang Heng's lips as he prepared to pursue them. However, suddenly, an unprecedented sense of peril enveloped him entirely. It was the terrifying, murderous intent of a true powerhouse. Who could it be? Jiang Heng halted, his countenance growing grave in that fleeting moment of pause. The two black figures vanished from his sight. At that instant, a middle-aged man, masked and bearing a long sword suffused with rich crimson energy, appeared abruptly behind Jiang Heng, silently thrusting forward. Jiang Heng's heart raced as he instinctively sidestepped at the last possible moment. Slicing through the air, the blade pierced his skin for the first time since awakening his abilities, burrowing nearly an inch into his muscle before being halted by his formidable physique. The middle-aged man was none other than Lei Song, far surpassing Jiang Heng in cultivation, struggling merely to inflict a superficial wound. Such defensive capabilities were indeed terrifying. A genius of his caliber would be a lamentable loss. Lei Song silently mourned, yet he harbored no intention of showing mercy. This was an opportunity that must not be squandered. If he could eliminate Jiang Heng and subsequently drag the two fleeing figures to a secluded corner for burial, no one would suspect otherwise. They would simply conclude that those two had committed murder and fled. The best strategy was to exploit the existing chaos. As Lei Song's mind raced, Jiang Heng's reactions were remarkably swift. The instant the sword pierced his body, as Jiang Heng deftly evaded. One hand reached for his opponent's blade. However, Lei Song, missing his initial strike, swiftly pivoted and reappeared at Jiang Heng's side, thrusting his sword with lightning speed towards Jiang Heng's heart, progressively expanding and corroding within him. Yet, against Jiang Heng's formidable physique, these strikes bore no fruit. Jiang Heng's expression remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as he continued to dodge. He was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity, a chance to confront his opponent directly. But that was his sole path to victory. Lei Song, seemingly unperturbed, circled around Jiang Heng like a phantom, delivering one strike after another, as if anticipating a moment of Jiang Heng's lapse in defense. Soon enough, the opportunity presented itself, perhaps due to the accumulation of true energy's corrosive effects within him. Jiang Heng's evasion faltered for but a fleeting instant. Lei Song's eyes gleamed with realization. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword into Jiang Heng's heart while simultaneously channeling all his true energy, driving the blade deeper still. At that moment, however, Jiang Heng did not panic. Instead, a grin spread across his face. At this moment, such concerns were trivial. Lei Song instantly retreated, attempting to withdraw his longsword. Yet, Jiang Heng, having anticipated this, held on with all his might, making it impossible for Lei Song to easily extricate his weapon. Jiang Heng undoubtedly surpassed Lei Song by a significant margin. With a firm tug, not only did Lei Song fail to withdraw his sword, but he also found himself momentarily hindered. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, Jiang Heng's right hand seized Lei Song's left arm. A change washed over Lei Song's face, and he immediately relinquished his longsword, launching a powerful fist, imbued with vast true energy, towards Jiang Heng's face. Unfazed by the impending strike, Jiang Heng casually discarded the seized longsword. Thud! The forceful blow landed squarely on his face, causing Jiang Heng's head to tilt slightly, yet he grinned menacingly in response, with his left hand. He swiftly grasped Lei Song's right hand. Now, both of Lei Song's arms lay firmly within Jiang Heng's control, rendering any escape impossible. "Come at me again." Jiang Heng exerted force with both hands, pulling Lei Song's body towards him before delivering a powerful head but that struck precisely at the tip of Lei Song's nose. In the realm of innate martial arts, although one's physical body does not significantly increase in size, the purity of innate energy confers a defensive capability that far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners of the Qi realm. At this moment, finding his arms unable to break free, Lei Song had already gathered a substantial amount of true energy atop his head for protection. Therefore, Jiang Heng's headbutt achieved no effect whatsoever. "You little rascal, let go." Lei Song struggled fiercely, attempting to escape Jiang Heng's grasp, but to no avail. Jiang Heng's offensive did not relent, delivering blow after blow with his head. His defensive ability was far beyond what a typical Qi realm practitioner could possess, even exceeding that of an average practitioner in the innate realm. However, his attacking power merely fell within the realm of a normal Qi warrior. Under the barrage of continuous headbutts, Lei Song still had enough strength to struggle and roar defiantly. "Let me go!" Lei Song, enveloped in a tangible red true energy, appeared almost frenzied, continuously shouting and struggling, until, at last, his struggles began to lessen, his arms growing increasingly weakened until his body finally collapsed. Ding! Victory in an elevated battle. Ah, what a relief! Jiang Heng exhaled, then removed Lei Song's mask. Gazing at the unfamiliar face, he pondered for a moment. This individual was clearly not affiliated with the three from earlier, yet why would he come masked to attempt to kill me? Mi Wenjie immediately inquired. In Gu Qingping's house, we discovered a ledger indicating he has clandestine dealings with the local gang, the Huangsha gang, in Chuanjiang City. Let us go. We must head to the Huangsha gang immediately to prevent their escape. They would have only a few minutes head start. Presumably, they had not entered the city with great haste. Given his remarkable speed, which far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner, he was quite likely to arrive ahead of them. Thus, the two individuals should still be wandering in the vast wilderness. Jiang Heng focused intently, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Before long, two indistinct figures appeared, one trailing the other, drawing closer to Chuanjiang City that he silently approached them. The foremost figure, initially elated at having successfully escaped, was suddenly struck by the sight of a bloodied silhouette emerging ahead, advancing with the swiftness of a tempest, in a moment of sheer terror. The figure steadied himself for a clearer view, immediately recognizing the youthful, handsome visage marred by blood, although he could not fathom how the blood had come to be or why this individual had not pursued him earlier. They were on the brink of a close-quarters confrontation in the blink of an eye. Jiang Heng raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and struck forward. The man had no choice but to lift his long knife. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed Jiang Heng's mind. Perhaps he should learn swordsmanship. It would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency in killing. Meanwhile, the second black-clad figure, witnessing Jiang Heng's emergence, immediately altered his course. Hesitating over whether to divulge the information, only to see Jiang Heng raise his fist, the indifferent expression he bore left no room for hesitation or mercy. The middle-aged man hastily replied, "I will speak." Akin to a fledgling chick being held aloft by a blood-soaked youth. Wait a moment. The attire of that youth, a disciple of the Luo Sect. Jiang Heng's garments were already stained with blood. "My lord, if I surrender the fire cloud Iron Mother, will you grant me a chance to live?" Faced with the specter of death, his mind had been in turmoil, but now, regaining his composure, he sought to negotiate for his survival. After all, if death was certain, what incentive was there to relinquish the fire cloud Iron Mother? "Hand it over, and I will deliver you to the sect for judgment. Refuse, and I shall annihilate your entire family and turn your estate upside down." His spirit deflated and visage despondent, led Jiang Heng to his studied, in a concealed compartment. He retrieved a wooden box and extracted the fire cloud Iron Mother that was a palm-sized azure metal, within which a red, cloud-like substance swirled and flowed, resembling a living creature. Jiang Heng took it into his hands. The moment of contact, he felt a tremendous surge of heat coursing from his palm into his body, akin to grasping a blazing flame. However, even if it were true fire, Jiang Heng's physique boasted remarkable resistance, allowing him to manipulate it effortlessly. Truly astonishing, the air bore no trace of scorching heat, while his body immediately released immense thermal energy upon contact. "What more do you desire?" Jiang Heng, remaining composed, chuckled softly and remarked, "Master Wan," after a moment of silence, spoke in a low voice, "My two sons are wayward and lack any notable talent for cultivation." Master Wan appeared taken aback, but soon, as if struck by a realization, his expression darkened. "With immense wealth yet shallow cultivation, having enemies, it is likely there are more than one. After you depart, How long do you think they can survive? Master One trembled all over, beads of sweat forming profusely. After a lengthy pause, he managed to regain his composure, gazing intently at the seated Jiang Heng. He inhaled deeply and inquired, "My lord, if there is something you require of me, please speak plainly." Jiang Heng let out a soft sigh and replied, "I cannot bear to see innocent souls perish unjustly, hence I wish to offer you some assistance. Your considerable wealth may attract the predatory gaze of wolves. Thus I can take it into my custody, alleviating these potential dangers." Master One trembled with indignation, yet he listened as Jiang Heng continued. "Moreover, even if your wealth diminishes, the enemies will still be fixated on your family." Upon opening it, a substantial stack of 1,000 tael notes from Wantong Bank was revealed that in this world, the universally recognized gold and silver notes are issued by Wantong Bank, which can be exchanged in any major city across all empires, thus ensuring their value and facilitating concealment while being resistant to damage. Consequently, most significant transactions are conducted using Wantong Bank's silver notes. Jiang Heng counted briefly, noting that there were at least over 100 notes in hand. It seemed somewhat meager. How could the underground lord of a major city have assets amounting to just over 100 million? Master Wan's expression darkened. Had he been robbed of his wealth only to be criticized for its insufficiency? Meanwhile, he led Jiang Heng to another courtyard and ordered that all family members be summoned. Before long, a voice filled with irritation echoed from afar. "Father, why did you call us here at such a late hour? I have made plans to go out with Miss Wu tomorrow. If I do not rest well, I shall have no energy for tomorrow." The trio had not yet entered the courtyard when a frivolous voice reached them. Wan Bangzhu suddenly embraced him tightly, as if all strength had drained from his body, tears streaming down his face as he spoke softly. "Father is dying. You will have to rely on yourselves from now on." The middle-aged woman and another young man were equally taken aback, stepping forward in alarm. "Father, what has happened? My lord, what is going on? Why utter such words?" Wan Bangzhu gently pushed the young man away. Yet his hand remained firmly on his shoulder as he regarded the three with solemnity. "Xiaowen, Xiaowu, you are now the pillars of this family. It is time to shoulder the responsibilities that lie ahead." He grasped the hand of the middle-aged woman and reiterated with deliberate clarity, "Remember, do not seek revenge." Tears glistened in the eyes of the three as they quietly listened to the farewell words of Chief Wan. In the distance, the maidservants stood frozen, their faces a portrait of panic. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng maintained an air of calm indifference. "Let us depart," he declared, and with that, the two turned on their heels and leapt towards the direction of Deputy Chief Lu's residence. He then leapt forth towards the direction of Chief Wan's residence. "What of it? Has the one named Lu already made his escape?" "Indeed, we were a step too late." With a deep sigh, Mi Wenjie continued. "Nevertheless, it matters not. Let the sect handle the subsequent matters. They will issue a bounty and report to the court for a widespread manhunt. Unless he can flee the Tianyuan Empire, he shall surely face dire consequences. This is the spoils from Chief Wan's domain, and this portion is rightfully yours." Jiang Heng produced a stack of silver notes and handed them over. Mi Wenjie's heart raced at the sight. "Moreover, my generosity is not without stipulations. I entrust this task to you. What say you?" Only then did Mi Wenjie accept the silver notes, resolutely nodding. "Rest assured, Brother Jiang, this matter is in my capable hands." His heart brimmed with emotion. Initially, upon receiving this task from Elder One, he had felt a surge of indignation at the prospect of serving a mere practitioner of the corporeal realm. However, after enduring a few provocations and receiving a thorough beating, uncovering the buried goods, including the crimson iron, thus, the mission of Jiang Heng and his companion was deemed successfully accomplished. Another day passed, and a new directive from Elder One was issued within the sect, commending Jiang Heng and his companion, promising Jiang Heng a reward of 1,000 contribution points and Mi Wenjie 500 contribution points. Furthermore, a new mine owner was appointed to assume his duties. Meanwhile, the identity of the innate realm assassin targeting Jiang Heng was also revealed by the sect. At the fifth peak of the Luo Sect, in the Elders' Council Hall, a long conference table occupied the center, with sect leader Bai Haotsong seated at the head, flanked by 12 core elders. Unlike ordinary elders, core elders wield considerable authority, forming the core management of the Luo Sect, each one a peerless master of the fifth realm of martial arts, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with emperors in the mundane world, showcasing unparalleled prowess in physical combat and directly slaying a true Qi realm warrior. This incident has likely reached many ears. This outer sect disciple, named Jiang Heng, is the son of the late elder Jiang Wenjing. The guardians of the sect are experts recruited from the outside world. and their character inevitably varies. It is difficult to avoid the presence of a few bad apples. Of course, he entered the sect at my invitation and is indeed my subordinate. Everyone knows the deep-seated enmity between you and Jiang Heng's father, Jiang Wenjing. You possess motive, and Lei Hufa is your subordinate, yet you dare to assert that it was Lei Hufa acting independently? Tell me, why would he attempt to assassinate Jiang Heng? Elder Sun fell into silence at that moment. Another elder with a long beard curiously inquired, Sect Master, what happened after Lei Hufa ambushed Jiang Heng? Who ultimately saved him? A few others also gazed at Bai Haotsong with curiosity. Clearly, since Jiang Heng had survived, the matter concerning Lei Song could not have been exposed otherwise. However, given that it was an ambush outside the sect, the attack by a preternatural expert would have been exceedingly covert, so how could it be that he was fortuitously rescued? Jiang Heng killed Lei Hufa, Bai Haotsong stated casually. Upon hearing this, the assembly was instantly taken aback. Some instinctively expressed disbelief. How is that possible? No matter how formidable one is in the corporeal realm, it should be impossible to slay a preternatural expert, especially under ambush. Indicating you hold him in high regard, Elder Sun sneered coldly and remarked, as the sect master, is it not a misuse of power to provide such substantial benefits to one's own disciple? Shouldn't you face consequences for this? Bai Haotsong maintained his usual calm demeanor. Since there are objections regarding this matter, we shall discuss it further later. For now, let us address the issue of your subordinate attempting to assassinate a genius of our sect. A mere outer sect disciple, even if a genius, is inconsequential. There are countless talents every year in the sect. What difference does one more or one less make? Moreover, is he not living quite well now? For such a minor issue, a core elder of the Luo Sect like myself being stripped of candidacy will only lead others to believe that core elders are on par with outer sect disciples. Bai Haotsong's brows arched slightly. In an instant, a fierce and unmatched sword intent filled the air. Sizzle, a barely audible sound emerged. A fine, delicate scar suddenly appeared on Elder Sun's face, inflicted by the formless sword intent. With such ostentation, recklessly endangering the sect's disciples, should you ascend as the sect leader, your unrestrained actions may very well lead to the disintegration of the hearts of the people. And the millennia-old foundation of the Luo Sect could be laid to waste by your hands. Thus we need not deliberate on this matter separately, shall we? Bai Haotsong surveyed the remaining attendees. The other 10 core elders nodded in agreement. Very well, let this be formally announced, effective immediately. Core Elder Sun Feiyu shall have his salary confiscated for 1 year and shall be disqualified from the sect leader election following October. His vital essence pills began to be consumed at a frantic pace, corresponding to a rapid increase in his potential points. His cultivation soared swiftly. The 5th, 6th, 7th layers of the true Qi realm. Guards and maids occasionally whispered among themselves, discussing the occurrences within the household and contemplating their next steps. Upon seeing Mi Wenjie, they immediately bowed in respect before hastily departing. Mi Wenjie maintained an unaffected demeanor as he approached the morning hall. Mi Wenjie spoke in a monotone. In that case, please arrange for me a room. I shall reside here for a few days to ensure your safety. Having accepted the payment, he understood the principle of reciprocity, and thus displayed little impatience. Meanwhile, after a taxing journey, the wife of the leader, Wu Lufang, arrived at the Tianjin sect, located over 200 miles from Chuanjiang City. The Tianjin sect, apart from the Luo sect, stands as another prestigious sect within the Qingzhou Fenghe domain. Its dwelling is majestically perched upon a grand mountain, encompassing an area of several dozen miles, with 7 peaks piercing the heavens like sharp swords. What then? What do you mean? Wu Mingxian inquired, his demeanor darkening. What do I mean? I am fully aware of your collusion with your brother-in-law, that if you refuse to avenge him, I shall reveal everything. Wu Mingxian turned back. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Wu Lufang let out a cold laugh, her disdain palpable. Dear brother, do you think my knowledge is limited to this? You too conspired to seize the sect's assets. In the year 3018 of the Tai Sui calendar, a core disciple of the Zhanyu sect was traveling abroad when your brother-in-law provided intelligence and set a trap. You, masked and stealthy. Alas, Wu Mingxian suddenly halted, letting out a sigh filled with resignation. Let this be a final farewell. Then, I promise to avenge him. But after this, we shall have no further ties. You will also— How does that sound? Wu Lufang immediately sighed in relief, nodding vigorously. Very well. Brother, you shall take vengeance for me, and from this day forth, I shall no longer trouble you. All right. Now tell me everything you know. Who are they? Wu Mingxian chuckled lightly. Such strength poses no threat to me. Rest assured, I will eliminate them. After giving a few more instructions, he arranged for someone to escort Wu Lufeng down the mountain. Once she departed, his countenance darkened immediately. I am now the future seat of the Tianjin sect, with grand prospects and a bright future. How could the sordid affairs of the past be allowed to taint my present? Man Haiping, you deserve death. Wu Lufeng, you too shall perish. He had no intention of honoring his promise to eliminate Jiang Heng and the others. After all, they were disciples of the Luo Sect. And should he slay them and subsequently be discovered, his identity would spell considerable trouble. Without sufficient benefits, he was unwilling to take such risks. After descending the mountain, Wu Lufeng rested for a night in a small town not far from the Tianjin sect. The following morning, she mounted her horse and set off towards Chuanjiang City. As the distance from the town increased, the number of travelers on the official road dwindled. Before long, as she approached a secluded mountainside, Wu Lufeng had long since lost the vigilance and reflexes of her youth. It was only then that she realized, I am doomed, I have been beheaded. Her body remained upright upon the horse. There, a small convoy of fewer than 10 people could be seen. A name instinctively surfaced in Wu Liufeng's mind, Wu Mingxian. In that fleeting moment, she finally comprehended why Wan Haiping had repeatedly urged her not to seek vengeance that day. He systematically slaughtered them one by one. Subsequently, he looted all their valuables, fabricating the appearance of a robbery, before vanishing into the night. That very night, Wu Mingxian arrived in Chuanjiang City, seizing the cover of darkness. He infiltrated the Wan residence, embarking on a spree of merciless killings. With his innate strength, even a direct confrontation would leave the residents of the Wan household unable to react, let alone a stealthy assassination. Whenever trouble had arisen, he had easily driven off any intruders. Surely, many were aware that the Wan household was currently protected by disciples of the Luo Sect, and thus, it was unlikely anyone would dare to instigate conflict. A silver flash slicing through the darkness. He felt a sharp pain in his neck as a torrent of blood erupted forth. Instinctively, he swung his knife forward. Another expert. The masked Wu Mingxian was slightly taken aback, but merely paused for a brief moment before proceeding to the next room. Behind him, Mi Wenjie's form collapsed with a resounding thud. In no time, the entire residence was devoid of life. After rummaging through the master and study of the Wan patriarch, Wu Mingxian set the entire estate ablaze. That night, half of Chuanjiang City was illuminated as if it were day. Fire! It's on fire! Someone shouted in panic, prompting a flurry of activity as some rushed to extinguish the flames while others hurried to alert the city guards. It is noteworthy that from the initial breakthrough to the first level of the true Qi realm, less than half a month had elapsed, and Jiang Heng had already reached the zenith of the 10th level. Compared to before his breakthrough, it had merely doubled. In contrast to the day he defeated an innate realm expert, his power had only increased by less than half. This was not indicative of a minimal disparity in strength among the true Qi realm. It is akin to the combat power in a game. Both character level and skill level hold great importance. If one solely elevates their character level while continuing to rely on basic attacks. Jiang Heng became increasingly resolute in his determination to relentlessly enhance his physical prowess, while Qi refinement, including future spiritual refinement, might indeed offer great strength and various advantages in terms of survival. It could never compare to the cultivation of the physical body. This still constituted a weakness. The techniques for cultivating the physical body. Jiang Heng found himself murmuring. Henceforth, the enhancement of the golden body technique would become progressively more arduous, and he could only rely on physical cultivation techniques for supplementation. Covered with white cloths, a large crowd of onlookers stood at a distance, gazing upon the tragic scene, murmuring amongst themselves. Half a month ago, the Wan residence was still the abode of the city's elite. It is conceivable that the sect deemed the assassination of Chief Wan insufficient for vengeance, thus obliterating the Wan family to silence any potential threats. However, that is merely speculation. I believe it is not so straightforward. The Wan family has amassed many enemies over the years. With Chief Wan at the helm, they were naturally shielded from harm, but with his demise, the family no longer commands respect, and thus, they have inevitably met their tragic fate. He surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave as he inquired further. Hua Gaofei led him to one of the corpses, lifting the white cloth to reveal a charred body. Upon inspection, they discovered the identity token of an inner disciple of the esteemed sect. Yet due to the darkness, we could not investigate the scene until dawn. As it stands, including your inner disciple, all victims suffered a slit throat from a single sword stroke before being set ablaze. The assailant must be an extraordinary powerhouse. Currently, we are still searching for clues, but nothing has yet pointed to the culprit. That moment, Jiang Heng noticed that Mi Wenjia's left hand was tightly clenched. What is this? Hu Gaofei, observing Jiang Heng's actions, leaned in for a closer look. The fragment of cloth is likely a remnant torn from the assailant's attire. Hu Gaofei took the scrap, pinching it between his fingers. A stronger individual would not have allowed even a brush against their garment. Even in carelessness, an innate realm powerhouse. Jiang Heng inhaled deeply. He pledged to Master One to safeguard his kin, yet now, which had greatly pleased him. Now, however, the fact that the other party met his demise due to his directives instilled a twinge of guilt within him. Rest assured, brother me, I shall avenge you. Jiang Heng rose to his feet. It may be handled internally. For instance, in the previous case of the convoy's ambush, the fate of Master Wan was at the discretion of the Luo Sect. However, should the incident involve the deaths of numerous civilians, rather, it is procured in bulk from the Wan He Merchant Alliance. In this world, sects are distinctly categorized by rank. Primary, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier sections. All sects operate under the jurisdiction of the sacred grounds, which convene every 5 years to reassess their rankings through a martial assembly. Differences in rank not only confer varying degrees of prestige, but also entail substantial disparities in tangible benefits. Each rank represents a vast chasm of profit disparity. Within the scripture repository of the Luo Sect, Jiang Heng had perused texts detailing the sect system of this world, while it broadened his horizons. Functioning as quasi-official forces that command respect from all factions, they are the Wantong Bank, the Wani Merchant Alliance, and the enigmatic Qianshan Tower. Clearly, these three secular entities also represent formidable powers that overshadow the sacred grounds. Above the grand entrance, a wide plaque proudly displays 4 gilded characters, Wani Shang Ming. Flanking the entrance, 2 imposing figures stand with their hands clasped behind their backs, their expression solemn and dignified. Such a magnificent establishment instills a sense of reverence in ordinary citizens, who scarcely dare to cast a glance, let alone enter in a state of discontent. Jiang Heng found little interest in the bustling splendor of the city. Upon locating the Wan He Shang Ming, he strode directly inside. A young attendant clad in gray promptly approached, bowing slightly from a distance, and inquired, "Esteemed sir, would you like me to guide you?" Jiang Heng cast a fleeting glance at him. Leading Jiang Heng upstairs, sensing that this was Jiang Heng's first visit, he offered a brief introduction to the layout of the building and the overview of Wan He Shang Ming. Within the establishment, high-value items were available for purchase, including top-tier weaponry, various cultivation pills, healing elixirs, furs of formidable beasts, and even rare martial arts manuals. Upon hearing about the martial arts manuals, Jiang Heng's interest was piqued, and he remarked, "Dragon Elephant Technique, also a yellow-grade primary body cultivation method, emphasizes overall physical enhancement, especially in explosive strength, priced similarly at 1,200 silver. Phantom Body Technique. Another yellow-grade primary body cultivation method aims at comprehensive enhancement of the physical form." He produced a banknote from his pocket and handed it over. The maiden accepted it, slightly bowing as she replied, "Very well, esteemed sir. Please hold on for a moment." She exited the counter and entered a small room at the side of the hall, returning with a pristine bound book in hand. This was the authentic hand-copied manual. After perusing the cultivation manual, Jiang Heng's mind indeed sparked with insights, prompting him to tuck the manual into his bosom as he departed from the martial arts hall. While within the Luo Sect, it could be acquired for 10 contribution points. Notably, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10 silver. By such calculations, it appears to be equivalent to a price of 100 taels of silver. Specifically, 20 taels of silver are required to acquire 1 contribution point, and 200 taels of silver are necessary to obtain a single chi blood pill. Thus, purchasing with money renders the price the same as that of the Wanhao Alliance. A pricing strategy devised by the sect to prevent disciples from recklessly reselling items. Now, with over 100,000 taels of silver notes in his possession, Jiang Heng finds that purchasing anywhere is essentially the same. While ordinary wandering warriors typically consume merely a dozen or so chi blood pills over a month of cultivation, therefore, it is exceedingly rare, even within the Wanhao Alliance, to witness such an extravagant quantity of chi blood pills being purchased at once. "So we brazenly approached you. Might we borrow some?" They assured him. "Rest assured, with the reputation of the 3 heroes of Chuanjiang City, we shall return the favor within a month, without fail. What do you say?" Moving with such speed, the 3, considered masters among mortals with initial stage true chi cultivation, would not dare to ambush a disciple of the Luo Sect. Otherwise, that it was precisely because Jiang Heng donned the outer sect disciple's uniform and displayed a lavish demeanor that they mustered the courage to act. Nevertheless, even then, the trio did not intend to engage in a direct confrontation. They planned to first attempt to deceive Jiang Heng with words, dispelling his defenses before launching a sneak attack. For three formidable practitioners of true Qi, this level of caution against a mere outer sect disciple of the flesh realm was indeed exceedingly prudent. However, as Jiang Heng made his move, the onlookers immediately sensed something amiss. The earth-level perfected, swift wind steps exceeded the response capability of the few present. Crashed into the chest of the young man. The earth-level perfected, mountain-shattering fist erupted with a thunderous force. The terrifying power enveloped the entire body in an instant. Previously, Jiang Heng had mostly engaged in battles beyond his level. Causing the other two to be struck with sheer terror, they did not dare utter another word, turning swiftly to flee in different directions. With one swift kill, the flicker of anger in Jiang Heng's heart seemed to dissipate. Without pausing, he pursued the remaining individual. The agility of ordinary rogue cultivators paled in comparison to that of disciples from sects, especially when juxtaposed with Jiang Heng, whose speed was akin to lightning. He mused inwardly as his expression returned to calm, continuing onward. Upon returning to the mine, Jiang Heng dispatched individuals to the sect to urgently report the demise of Mi Wenjie. He then retrieved the manual for Vidra art and began to peruse it, waiting for the system to prompt him automatically before promptly opting to learn it. Ding. Consumed 10,000 potential points. Learned Vidra art, yellow level. Ding. Detected a new martial path. The system will update shortly. Please wait. Ding. System update complete. Jiang Heng felt a surge of excitement and immediately opened his personal panel to check. Host. Jiang Heng. Physical cultivation. Physical realm 10th level, 1st realm. True Qi cultivation. True Qi realm 10th level, 2nd realm. The toughness of his muscles and various other aspects of his physical attributes underwent substantial growth. His body had, once again, evolved. The most palpable manifestation was that his strength had increased by nearly 50%. Unable to comprehend the situation, Jiang Heng abandoned further contemplation and directly proceeded with continuous upgrades to his physical cultivation. Ding. Consuming 100,000 potential points. Physical cultivation has been elevated to the 2nd level of Divine Power Realm. Ding. Consuming 200,000 potential points. Physical cultivation has been elevated to the 3rd level of Divine Power Realm. Ding. Consuming 300,000 potential points. Physical cultivation has been elevated to the 4th level of Divine Power Realm. Ding. Consuming 400,000 potential points. Physical cultivation has been elevated to the 5th level of Divine Power Realm. The remaining potential points were nearly depleted in an instant. Jiang Heng's physique surged with unprecedented strength. Thus, compared to the previous upgrades in his vital energy cultivation, Jiang Heng's strength at this moment could genuinely be regarded as having undergone a substantial enhancement. If he were to face that innate level expert again, he would be confident in confronting them head-on, rather than solely relying on his formidable defenses to wear them down. Of course, as the strongest aspect of the diamond technique, the improvement in physical defense was even more pronounced. With a light-hearted smile, he retrieved a qi and blood pill and commenced his cultivation. The following day, upon receiving Jiang Heng's report, the sect promptly dispatched a steward to exert pressure on the local government of Chuanjiang City and to closely monitor the progress of the investigation. The murder of an inner sect disciple was a matter of grave concern for the sect, as it pertained to their reputation and prestige. However, the investigation faced significant challenges due to a dearth of leads, resulting in painfully slow progress. While Jiang Heng delved into his own cultivation, he arranged for individuals to follow up on the case daily. It was not until a week later that promising news finally emerged. As we investigated the Rui Fabric Workshop, we discovered that it was an enterprise affiliated with the Tianjin sect, which produced uniforms for all its disciples. This revelation, Wu Gaofei's expression grew exceedingly grave. We immediately considered that since the murderer was a powerful innate realm cultivator, such individuals were exceedingly rare in the mundane world, but not uncommon within a top-tier sect like Tianjin, aligning perfectly with our suspicions regarding the murderer. Yet, a mere fragment of cloth could hardly serve as sufficient evidence to implicate a core disciple, akin to demanding that your esteemed sect surrender a core disciple based solely on such evidence. Wu Gaofei continued. Today, there has been new progress in the case. The body of Madame Wan, who narrowly escaped the massacre, has been discovered 10 miles outside Inya town, not far from the Tianjin sect. Some soulless beasts will resort to any heinous act for their own gain, and I harbor no doubt about this. The steward beside them spoke sternly. Given that we have reached a definitive conclusion, our course of action must be to confront the Tianjin sect immediately and demand accountability from Wu Mingxian. Regardless of his status as chief disciple, he must pay with his life for the murder of a disciple of our Luo sect. If not, we shall report this to the Holy Land and seek retribution. Hua Gaofei shook his head. That is not feasible. The only concrete evidence we possess is merely a torn piece of fabric. There must be profound interests at play. Perhaps there are clues to be uncovered here. Hua Gaofei replied. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate this angle, but as of now, we have found no leads. Furthermore, with the one residence completely incinerated, it is likely that any evidence has been reduced to ashes. Jiang Heng remained undeterred. The physical body and true energy have been cultivated in unison, far surpassing anyone else of the same realm. At this moment, he is imbued with absolute confidence. Within the realm of true energy, he is indeed invincible. Even against those of innate realms, most would likely not prove to be his match. I hope they will shine in your hands. Jiang Heng smiled politely, but shook his head. Thank you, Uncle Wen, but such a generous gift is too much for me to accept. Elder Wen's smile faltered. Since it is getting late, Uncle Wen shall retire early. I will not impose further. Farewell. Jiang Heng slightly bowed, and then turned to leave. Behind him, Elder Wen's expression gradually turned indifferent. Chapter 53. For instance, what tier of the true energy realm have you reached? Bai Haotsong inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Heng decided to speak the truth. The 10th tier. Bai Haotsong nodded, showing no further interest in probing. Very well, since you have broken through, I shall ensure that the promised resources are provided. You will receive 100 contribution points recorded daily. As for martial arts of the true energy realm. Isn't that similar to before? Bai Haotsong replied leisurely. If you do not require it, then it shall cease. Furthermore, a fortnight ago, I arranged for someone to amend your records, registering you as an inner disciple. Consequently, the daily allocation of 100 contribution points has ceased. You may proceed to exchange your identity badge later. Jiang Heng hastily interjected. No, I need those 100 points. Bai Haotsong cast a sidelong glance at him. Upon entering the inner sect, all cultivation resources must be exchanged for contribution points. Thus, receiving 100 points daily is indeed a significant boon, so one should not be ungrateful. Jiang Heng silently calculated that a mere 100 contribution points could only procure Tenchi blood pills. Known as Lei Song, Jiang Heng's brow furrowed immediately. A protector of the sect sought to assassinate me. Who issued the order? One of the core elders of the sect, Sun Feiyu. Sun Feiyu? Jiang Heng pondered for a moment. I shall one day take his life. Bai Haotsong remained non-committal, his expression still placid as he recounted the events of yesteryears. Back then, your father and Sun Feiyu's son, Sun Xing, were both prodigies of the sect, competing fiercely from the outer sect to the inner sect and eventually to the core. Yet your father consistently surpassed Sun Xing, being the son of an elder, prided himself on his noble lineage and unparalleled talent. In fact, your father later ascended to the rank of elder, standing on equal footing with Sun Feiyu at that time. Jiang Heng listened quietly, then coldly chuckled. This Sun Feiyu is nothing but a pathetic individual. He naturally seeks vengeance. When your parents fell, elder Sun was undoubtedly the primary suspect from the outset. Yet, upon investigation, it was determined that his parents' deaths bore no relation to him, as elder Sun had remained at the cultivation hall as usual prior to their tragic end. As he spoke, Bai Haotsong turned his gaze towards Jiang Heng, a rare smile gracing his face. However, if your parents were aware of your current talents and achievements, they would surely rest in peace. Knowing your success, Jiang Heng silently nodded. He recalled from his memories that his parents had been distressed over his cultivation aptitude and had set out upon hearing of an auction for a rare elixir that could enhance one's gifts. Unfortunately, they both perished on their return journey. By the way, that Sun Feiyu, he shouldn't be pursuing me any longer, right? Given my current strength, I am somewhat lacking to deal with the petty schemes of a core elder from the sect. At that moment, Jiang Heng suddenly inquired. Bai Haotsong slightly shook his head. Rest assured, since it has been uncovered that elder Sun is behind this, the sect will certainly not turn a blind eye. Each individual has their own opportunities, and I will not intrude. However, remember to maintain a suitable level of discretion in front of others. In this world, there will always be those with ill intentions. Jiang Heng smiled in acknowledgement. Yet, the subsequent words from Bai Haotsong rendered him momentarily stunned. For instance, Elder Wen Yunhe. Wen Yunhe is the father of Wen Qingxue. Previously, Jiang Heng had harbored no ill feelings towards him. Although Elder Sun had previously dispatched someone to kill you, he is, in truth, an individual of exceedingly simple thoughts and character. Thus, when you first began to shine in the outer sect, I surmised that he might take adverse actions against you and issued him a warning. Bai Haotsong's gaze was profound as he fixed his eyes upon Jiang Heng. Thus, the task itself harbors significant peril, compounded by the latent threat posed by Elder Sun.at that moment. Elder Wen's arrangement appears to be laden with ill intentions. He merely needs to feign ignorance, guiding you to the brink of danger while the assailant takes action. Jiang Heng remained silent for a moment before responding. When I initially joined the sect, it was Elder Wen who assisted me, enabling me to become a disciple of the sect. Therefore, I owe him a favor. On that day, I took the initiative to visit him, expressing my desire to repay this favor, which led Elder Wen to assign me this task. Bai Haotsong shook his head nonchalantly. The notion of ill intent may have always lingered, but regarding this particular mission, it is possible that it was only upon your mention that he conceived the idea. Alternatively, even if you had not brought it up, Elder Wen might have devised another means to ensure you undertook a task, temporarily departing from the sect. In summary, you must harbor a modicum of vigilance towards Elder Wen. Yet, that was not entirely certain. How many outwardly amicable friendships conceal resentments over trivial matters? What if Elder Wen, while publicly calling him Brother Jiang, secretly harbored jealousy or resentment over some past slight? Jiang Heng pondered this for a while. Having resolved to simultaneously cultivate both the physical body and the true energy, it was only natural for him to acquire a martial arts technique suitable for the true energy realm. After careful selection, he chose a profound-level sword technique entitled Qian Tian Yi Qi Jian. Unlike the freedom to learn any physical body techniques upon entering the outer sect, the study of true energy martial arts required the expenditure of contribution points for purchase. An account of previous expenditures and the accumulation up until a fortnight ago revealed a substantial surplus of 11,900 contribution points remaining. The mere 100 contribution points required for the profound level technique hardly warranted his attention. Ding, consuming 10,000 potential points, he acquired Qian Tian Yi Qi Jian, profound level entry. Without pause, Jiang Heng then expended 100,000 potential points to elevate it to the pinnacle of profound level mastery. Furthermore, most inner sect disciples would seek to apprentice under a certain elder, much like the previous Mi Wenjie. To some extent, Jiang Heng was akin to an intern directly managed by the general manager. This arrangement had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that the sect leader could allocate more resources for his development. The drawback was that the sect leader had little inclination to oversee him closely. Jiang Heng halted his cultivation and approached the door. To his surprise, it was the long-absent Wen Qingxue, as charming as ever, but what astonished Jiang Heng was her attire. She was clad in the inner sect disciple robes of the Luo Sect. So soon? Jiang Heng's tone was tinged with astonishment. He. Wen Qingxue playfully smiled and remarked, "Indeed, while you were out on a mission, I made a breakthrough. I am now a practitioner at the 5th level of the true Qi realm." Impressive, isn't it? Quite remarkable, Jiang Heng responded sincerely, inviting her into the courtyard. With a pout, Wen Qingxue expressed her dissatisfaction. Jiang Heng, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled. "Fortunately, it was merely a thrilling experience, and I'm glad my earlier warning was not in vain." Yet, Wen Qingxue merely shook her head with a smile and produced a folded piece of rice paper from her pocket. "This is a drawing I made especially for you. Be sure to treasure it." Intending to use him as a pawn, however, it seemed unlikely that Wen Qingxue could be the one to discern Elder Sun's intentions. Moreover, given her age and status, it was improbable that she had access to relevant information about Elder Sun. Jiang Heng found himself lost in contemplation, unable to discern any special meaning hidden within the artwork. Just as he was about to set the painting aside, his gaze swept across the entire piece once more. He finally comprehended what set Wen Qingxue apart. She was not merely reminding him, but also hinting at the deepest secret within her heart. She did not wish for that secret to be exposed to anyone else, fearing even the walls might have ears, which was why she chose to convey it in such a manner as so cautious, yet so willingly revealing secrets to me. Does this signify her sincerity? Is there something she seeks my assistance with? Days pass, one after another. During this time, Wen Qingxue indeed visits Jiang Heng multiple times, presenting him with various landscapes she has painted herself 80 times. The artwork appears entirely innocuous, while at others, it conceals a myriad of subtle suggestions. His current attributes are as follows. Host, Jiang Heng. Physical cultivation, 5th stage of transcendence, 3rd realm. True Qi cultivation, 10th stage of True Qi realm, 2nd realm. Physical martial arts, Heavenly breaking fist, heavenly level entry. Swift wind step, earth level perfected. True chi martial arts, heavenly sky one chi sword, earth level perfected. Main cultivation technique. Primordial creation technique, heavenly level major achievement. The diamond technique, mysterious level. Secret technique, golden body technique, heavenly level third stage. Leaving him with only 1,900 points remaining. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Heng felt as if an 8th level tempest had swept through the courtyard, the air howling violently. His physical strength, body intensity, organ function, stamina, endurance, and cellular vitality have all surpassed that of ordinary individuals by an unfathomable margin. With a single leap, he can traverse dozens of miles. With a breath, he can summon a fierce wind, and with a punch, he can shake the earth and mountains, akin to a superhuman. Now, his strength is nearly sufficient. Jiang Heng withdrew his fist and stood still, steadying his breath before making his way to the 5th peak, to the sect master's cultivation hall. Bai Haotsong remained as ever, eyes closed in quiet meditation. After reporting his arrival, Jiang Heng waited outside for a moment before hearing a voice from within say, "Come in." He pushed the door open, slightly bowed before Bai Haotsong, and then took a seat. Jiang Heng responded earnestly. The Heavenly Sword Sect and the Great Luo Sect, both esteemed as the paramount sects of the Fenghe domain, find themselves embroiled in a grave matter concerning the potential elimination of each other's chief core disciples. Although it is true that the higher the cultivation, the more pronounced the disparity between each level, Jiang Heng possesses a martial prowess that far surpasses his peers, making him an undeniable force within the innate realm. Establishing a challenge arena. Once a challenge is issued, one must accept the challenge from at least 10 individuals of the same realm, unless the opponent voluntarily waives their right to contest, Jiang Heng promptly inquired, necessitating a greater focus on martial studies. Thus, it is only upon entering the innate realm that one truly witnesses the brilliance of martial arts in full bloom, a veritable garden of talent. This is an unspoken rule. Otherwise, others will not squander their time considering your challenge and will simply cast you aside. 10,000 taels of silver, when exchanged for contribution points, amounts to approximately 1,000 contribution points. Jiang Heng had already expended 90% of his contribution points, yet he still possessed 1,900 points, which would suffice. Bai Haotsong proceeded to outline the general rules of the challenge. Once the funds are prepared, I will send someone to deliver the challenge letter to the Heavenly Sword Sect and arrange for an elder to accompany you, thus formalizing the challenge to that time. You will establish the arena at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Should you fail, you will forfeit all stakes, and even face the possibility of demise on the spot. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. While he had no questions regarding the other rules, his primary concern lay with the stakes. Jiang Heng made his way towards the task hall. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Jiang Shixiang. Jiang Heng paused, turning to look. He beheld 3 inner disciples clad in blue uniforms approaching in unison. Bushimi, it has been quite some time. Jiang Heng smiled faintly. During their time together in the outer sect competition, they had shared a harmonious rapport, and she had even provided him with numerous blood vitality pills, contributing significantly to his potential points. When did you ascend to the inner sect? I have been meaning to challenge you again, but I heard you were in seclusion. Buhani smiled charmingly, her demeanor unchanged despite their long separation. In response, Buhani waved her hand dismissively. It seems your cultivation has indeed advanced considerably. Let's leave it at that. She had no doubt in Jiang Heng's words. During their days spent together in the Shun Mountain trial grounds, they had come to understand each other quite well, and she knew Jiang Heng was not one to boast without merit. However, Buhani's 2 companions were a different story. Both were young, top-tier inner disciples, and could not tolerate the arrogance of their peers. Yet now, it seems you are nothing extraordinary, having only entered the inner sect a little over a month ago, and now, without knowing Bushimi's current cultivation, you dare assert superiority over her. Should I call you arrogant, or merely ignorant? Buhani's expression turned cold as she reprimanded sharply. Gu Jingming, are you provoking me by disrespecting my friend in my presence? Gu Jingming, is it? Don't claim I ambushed you. The other young man, observing the spectacle, took a couple of steps back. Buhani hesitated, torn between words. Rationally, she believed Jiang Heng might not triumph over his opponent. Although Jiang Heng possessed unparalleled talent, he was still considerably younger and had not spent much time in the realm of true energy. This astonishing spectacle left Gu Zhengming utterly dumbfounded. Under the intense sunlight, the myriad shards of the sword sparkled like exquisite crystals, hurtling towards him. Fortunately, The shards had lost much of their momentum, and Gu Zhengming swiftly summoned his true energy to shield himself. Yet, Jiang Heng's actions were so swift that he had no time to evade. Buhani and the other onlooker were equally stunned by the unfolding drama, seeing Jiang Heng prepare for another strike. Fear gripped them, and instinctively they feared he would deliver a lethal blow. "Don't kill him," Buhani cried out. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Jiang Heng's fingers, appearing slow yet swift, landed on Gu Zhengming's chest. In that moment, Gu Zhengming's mind went blank, overwhelmed by an explosion of force emanating from every part of his body. Every limb, every organ, and every sinew of his being cried out in agony. His body involuntarily flew backward, and the blood that spewed from his mouth arced gracefully through the air. Jiang Heng paused, standing still. "This time, it was merely a minor lesson for you. Those of feeble strength should refrain from provoking others recklessly. Otherwise, one may find oneself in perilous circumstances one day." Another young man rushed to Gu Zhengming's side, checking for signs of life, and finally exhaled in relief. "That I thought you were going to kill him. A lesson is sufficient." Beside them, Gu Zhengming's lips twitched, his expression grim to in truth. Jiang Heng was not inherently hot-headed. His previous strike had been measured, taking into account their shared status as disciples. The provocation had been merely verbal. "By the way, where is Jiang Shixiang headed?" Buhani, noticing Jiang Heng's lack of further inquiry, quickly shifted the topic. "I am going to the mission hall to seek out some suitable tasks and earn some contribution points." Behind them, Gu Zhengming's expression fluctuated between dark and light. "That we are all disciples under Elder Gu, so we often share tasks. Yet this Gu Zhengming, self-styled as carefree, frequently clings to me, which I find quite vexing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng felt a peculiar sensation within. Though he could not pinpoint its source, he scrutinized Buhani from head to toe and remarked, "With your beauty, it is only natural for someone to be infatuated." The two soon arrived at the mission hall and began to sift through the numerous tasks available. Before long, Jiang Heng had his eyes set on two long-term assignments, collecting the pelts of ferocious beasts. Other tasks primarily involve guarding, escorting, and hunting down targets. While these may be simple for him, they require considerable time investment, rendering them quite inefficient. In contrast, these two long-term tasks are remarkably flexible, allowing for freedom in managing time. For should they prove worthless, it would amount to a wasted journey. At this moment, Buhani, who had accompanied him, seemed to sense his dilemma and approached him with a question. "Are you considering taking on those two collection tasks?" "Indeed. I've been focused on my training, leaving little time for such matters." He then gazed thoughtfully at Buhani and tentatively inquired, "If that's the case, you must have a better understanding of this. Would you consider joining me in these two tasks? We can split the rewards evenly." Buhani pondered for a moment. She had not originally intended to venture into the Shilu Mountains, given the unpredictable dangers therein. "No problem. Then let the three of us team up," Jiang Heng decisively proclaimed. He introduced the two individuals, and upon noticing the lingering confusion in Buhani's gaze, he chuckled and clarified, "Do not be deceived by her youth. How old are you, to possess such formidable strength at your age? Surely, your talent surpasses even that of brother Jiang." When Qingxue, with a playful squint, replied, "I am 13, Buhani couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The expanse of the Shiluo mountain range was immense, stretching for several thousand kilometers. Typically, any area within 50 kilometers would be deemed the periphery. Although Jiang Heng and his companions were initially headed towards rare spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts, there's no need for preliminary probing. When Qingxue remarked, adopting a fangirl's adoration for Jiang Heng as she rolled her eyes at Buhani. Nevertheless, the three commenced their hunt in the periphery. Before long, 7 wolf-like ferocious beasts emerged not far from them. In the dim forest, a myriad of eerie green eyes glimmered, exuding an air of mysterious danger. These were the Ziwa wolves, second-tier beasts. Before Buhani could finish her sentence, Jiang Heng sprang into action, advancing toward them. Despite the meager light within the forest, nothing could escape Jiang Heng's formidable senses. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the Ziwa wolves. Delivering a powerful strike to its skull, the formidable force of his celestial-grade, sky-breaking fist surged forth, penetrating deeply and striking every part of its body. In mere moments, the once ferocious Ziwa wolf lay limp on the ground. Appearing unscathed, without a moment's pause, Jiang Heng glided through the pack of Ziwa wolves like a gentle, unseen breeze. With a palm strike, a finger jab, and a fist, he executed the flawless sky-breaking fist. Its fur is soft and lustrous, making it quite valuable compared to other ferocious beasts of the same rank. Moreover, This hide is exceptionally well preserved. What a tremendous gain, when Qingxue quickly joined in to assist. Brother Jiang Heng, let me handle the beast hunting later. I also need to gain some practical experience. The petite Wen Qingxue twirled her sword playfully, her eagerness palpable. Very well, I shall support you from the rear. Jiang Heng added, I understand. When Qingxue replied, taking a deep breath, her voice steady. This would be her inaugural real battle. Chapter 59, Brother Jiang Heng, Relay. A deep growl erupted from the blade Fong APE.IT leapt into the air. The overwhelming sensation of impending danger caused Wen Qingxue's expression to harden. She leapt aside, landing swiftly on the ground. Boom! The ape's massive paws struck the sturdy tree trunk, splintering wood and sending debris flying. As the towering tree crashed down, its gaze shifted to Jiang Heng and Buhani, who showed no intention of engaging in battle. Instead, they leapt away, granting Wen Qingxue the space to confront the foe. Big monkey, look over here, on the ground. Wen Qingxue brandished her sword with her right hand, while extending her left hand in a beckoning gesture towards the blade Fong ape. This provocative stance incited the beast's fury. Though the battle blade ape moved with swiftness, Wen Qingxue's movements were even swifter. After inflicting a wound on the ape's flank, she immediately spun and circled to the other side, evading the counterattack while simultaneously leaving another gash. At the tender age of 13, achieving such a balance in both aspects, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary individuals, was truly formidable. As she contemplated this, she couldn't help but think of Jiang Heng. In the presence of these two, it seemed that no one else could be deemed a genius. She subtly shook her head. Being with them was an overwhelming blow to her confidence, given Wen Shimmy's strength. Effortlessly dispatching the battle blade ape was entirely expected. Jiang Heng, however, was unperturbed. Aside from Wen Qingxue herself, he alone was likely aware of her hidden strengths. Before long, the battle drew to a close. The massive body of the battle blade ape crashing to the ground. In her mind, the melodic voice of Xiao Lingyun echoed gently, "It appears that you have nearly mastered the great thousand illusory body. However, you still require an offensive martial art. Otherwise, no matter how agile your movements. But they are cumbersome to carry. We should seek our next prey." When Qingxue nodded in agreement, and the three continued onward. Along the way, their roles were clearly defined. When Qingxue was responsible for combat. After effortlessly overpowering several ferocious beasts, the trio finally resolved to delve deeper into the Shiluan Mountains. Before long, they encountered their first formidable foe, a colossal white tiger, adorned with large, twisted patterns resembling black flames. Its sharp, elongated fangs protruded from its jaw, exuding an air of both majesty and a sinister, menacing aura that IT first detected the approach of three individuals, and with a swift turn of its gaze. "Does Brother Jiang have confidence?" Buhani inquired, her expression grave. Although Jiang Heng had previously assured that he could handle even a third-tier beast, the sudden encounter with such a formidable creature made her heart race with apprehension. "Rest assured, leave it to me," Jiang Heng replied with an easy smile, removing his pack and handing it to Buhani. While the two conversed, the evil fire-flowing cloud tiger charged toward them. "Are you truly going to let her face it alone? A moment's carelessness could mean disaster." Jiang Heng calmly observed Wen Qingxue as she boldly confronted the beast, saying, "It's fine. Didn't you see? Her agility is remarkable. Probably even superior to mine." Rendering her efforts futile. Realizing this, Wen Qingxue swiftly darted toward the periphery of the fray, calling out sweetly, "Brother Jiang." Relay, Chapter 60, Third-tier ferocious beast, one punch to annihilation, roar. The evil fire-flowing cloud tiger bellowed furiously. Pursuing Wen Qingxue, "You think you can just run after scratching me? The evil fire-flowing cloud tiger, will not allow it." Yet, Wen Qingxue paid it no heed and continued toward Jiang Heng. She was well aware that with Jiang Heng's prowess, branches swayed, and the underbrush rustled in response. At the epicenter of this tumultuous wave, the flame cloud tiger trembled violently, blood oozing from its 7 orifices, its gaze dimming as consciousness slipped away, with a thunderous crash. Its massive form plummeted to the ground, causing the surrounding trees to shudder slightly from the reverberation. Buhani could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief at this spectacle, when Jiang Heng claimed he could vanquish a Tier 3 beast. Crouching down to caress the soft tiger pelt, Buhani approached as well, her tone still tinged with astonishment that a complete pelt from a Tier 3 flame cloud tiger must yield a significant contribution point. And even with Jiang Heng's company, safety could not be assured. Thus, they dared not linger, propelling themselves forward in the direction etched in their memories. Before long, They arrived near a small river to the riverbank, exuding a dreamlike beauty. This is the illusionary eye fox, a Tier 2 beast, possessing claws that harbor a hallucinogenic toxin that if scratched, one's reactions may become sluggish. Exercise caution, Buhani promptly informed. Jiang Heng turned to Wen Qingxue and inquired, "Shall you take the lead?" Wen Qingxue, however, was enraptured, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the illusionary eye fox. "This fox is simply adorable. Jiang Heng, you should handle it. Let's not ruin its FUR.AT that moment." Sensing the trio's ill intent, the illusionary eye fox bared its teeth in a ferocious snarl, revealing a mouthful of menacing fangs that in an instant. It transformed into a fiery red blur, darting away with astonishing speed yet maintaining an air of elegance. Without hesitation, Wen Qingxue snatched the fox's body away, declaring, "This fur is mine." Jiang Heng and his companion, uninterested in disputing, observed as Wen Qingxue excitedly began skinning the creature, meticulously removing the blood, flesh, tendons, and various deposits of fat. Finally tucking it into her pack, the trio then cleaned themselves by the riverbank, each selecting a slightly larger stone to sit cross-legged upon. It was their first night spent in the wild. After swallowing a chi blood pill, he closed his eyes and began his meditation. This was the internal cultivation method of the primordial creation technique, which allowed one to cultivate simply by sitting cross-legged. "I will round it to 300 contribution points for you." The young man clearly exhibited expertise, accurately identifying each hide and promptly providing quotes. "However, this junior sister, that won't do. If the evil-eyed fox hide is not sold, then it shall only be 280 contribution points. What do you say?" "Very well, 280 contribution points it is." According to the agreed distribution ratio among the three, Jiang Heng would receive 50%, while Wen Qingxue and Buhani would each receive 25%. The contribution points for the remaining evil-eyed fox were also calculated based on the young man's quote, and the remaining points were allocated accordingly. This time, the trio decided to delve directly into the depths of the wilderness. As they pressed onward, the trio swiftly re-entered the inner regions of the Shiluan mountain range. The distant roars of beasts echoed through the air, accompanied by the incessant chirps of insects and the songs of birds. Buhani cast a grateful glance at Jiang Heng before turning back to carefully pluck the white flower. This was the moonflower, a Tier 3 spiritual herb and one of the primary materials for the Grand Rejuvenation Pill. Highly valued indeed. She retrieved a delicate wooden box, placing the moonflower within, and subsequently stowed it in Jiang Heng's pack. "Let us proceed. We must remain cautious. Had I been a moment later, you could have found yourself in peril," she advised. Buhani nodded, humbly accepting the lesson. The trio continued onward. Although they were in the inner regions of the Shua mountain range, they primarily encountered ordinary first-tier ferocious beasts, with second- and third-tier creatures being relatively common. If it was second-tier, they would attempt to avoid it, and if evasion proved impossible, Wen Qingxue would immediately engage. For third-tier beasts, Jiang Heng would hand his pack to Buhani and swiftly take action to eliminate the threat. Gradually, the spoils within their pack began to accumulate. Suddenly, Jiang Heng came to an abrupt stop, cupping his ear to listen intently and raising his hand to signal the others to halt. They too listened closely. He was not so naive as to consider himself invincible, especially in the face of those who dared to venture deep into the Shu mountain range. Such individuals were undoubtedly top-tier experts. It was entirely normal to encounter those at the innate or spiritual sea realms, and even the higher manifestation realm was not beyond the realm of possibility if one discovers that their adversary possesses overwhelming strength. It is prudent to retreat immediately. However, should the opponent's prowess prove less formidable than anticipated, one would not hesitate to act assertively. After all, the expanse of the Zyro Mountains is vast, apart from the outer regions close to the Luo Sect. Appearing to be in his 30s, was locked in fierce combat with a towering, fearsome ape-like beast. The young man adeptly maneuvered, occasionally unleashing a sharp stream of orange sword energy that, despite being evaded by the giant ape. While the giant ape was a Qian Itong Yuan, a formidable creature even among third-tier beasts, Buhani cast a glance at Jiang Heng, awaiting his response. She understood his thoughts well. Encountering humans in the Zyro Mountains typically signified hostility. "We shall take our leave now," Jiang Heng said, stepping out from the concealment of the forest with a broad smile. His bulging pack suggested it contained a considerable amount of spoils. The young man's eyes flickered as he took stock of the two young women following Jiang Heng, seemingly of lesser cultivation and experience, presenting themselves as easy prey. A sense of delight filled him. Chapter 62. The Luo Sect's challenge. The young man, sword in hand, approached Jiang Heng with a faint smile upon his face. What does this esteemed sir wish to do? At that moment, the young man's figure suddenly shifted. Without uttering a word, he communicated his stance through action. Given the circumstances, Jiang Heng could hardly be blamed. Fists and swords collided. A tremendous force surged through the longsword, penetrating deep into his body, instantly affecting every part of him. His internal organs trembled violently, muscles ached excruciatingly, and his right hand involuntarily loosened, causing the sword to be flung away in an instant. How feeble! A grim smile twisted at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth, after sending the long sword flying with a single punch. He did not pause for a moment and charged forward. His fist transformed into an open palm, striking down with sudden ferocity. That a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him, and the youth's expression drastically changed, inflicting upon him a light injury. What an awe-inspiring existence! Should that opponent's strike land directly upon him, his demise would be instantaneous. He could not withstand it. The youth desperately twisted his body, attempting to evade while using his left hand to slap forward in a bid to cushion the impact. Uncle, your strength seems rather lacking. Might I inquire about your realm? 7th level. Jiang Heng's strike had already left the youth's internal organs damaged, muscles torn, and he was suffering from severe internal injuries, having nearly lost all capacity to resist. Right? After dispatching the youth, Jiang Heng stood up and murmured to himself. That last strike had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, using the opponent as a test subject to gauge the limits of his explosive power. The envoy dispatched by the sect master by Hao Tsang to deliver the challenge letter had already arrived at the Tianjin sect stronghold, hundreds of miles away. Following the announcement, the envoy from the Luo sect was welcomed into the grand hall of the sect master. As a top-tier sect in the Fenghe domain, the delivery of the challenge letter from the Luo sect immediately garnered the attention of the Tianjin sect. Such a formal challenge was not merely a matter of combat between disciples. None would dare to issue such a bold challenge. Thus, for either party, it promises to be a formidable battle. Upon entering the grand hall, the envoy immediately felt a piercing gaze, sharp as a sword. In the center of the hall, Master Kong sat regally upon an opulent chair elevated on steps, exuding a formidable presence akin to a divine dragon surveying the mortal realm from the heavens above. The challenge letter was presented. Master Kang's voice resonated with an air of tranquility. The envoy Wei Guanyuan promptly lifted the challenge letter with both hands, advancing step by step. Master Kong raised his right hand slightly. Is this a provocation against my Tianjin sect? An overwhelming pressure instantaneously enveloped the hall, the intangible force causing Wei Guanyuan's robes to billow dramatically. Please, Master Kong, temper your anger. Wei Guanyuan remained unperturbed, his tone still serene and unflustered. The challenger is a direct disciple of our Luo sect's master, a once-in-a-century prodigy. He engages in challenges beyond his rank with the ease of drinking water, though merely at the true Qi level. Notify Elder Qin to join us, Master Kong called out once more. Shortly thereafter, a meticulously groomed middle-aged man entered the hall. Master, inform everyone that the Luo sect has issued a challenge, specifically targeting Chief, Core, disciple Wu Mingxian. In 1 week, they will come to challenge. Additionally, arrange for the most outstanding core disciples to be prepared for combat. We must not disgrace the name of our Tianjin sect. The challenger is a direct disciple of the Luo sect's master, swiftly vanquishing the opponent without granting them a single opportunity to retaliate. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man, Elder Qin, was taken aback. A true Qi realm, challenging the innate realm, and moreover, the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? The Luo sect, an inner disciple of the true Qi realm? Wu Mingxian was instantly consumed by fury. As the esteemed chief core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, do they truly believe a mere true Qi realm disciple is worthy of challenging me? Yet, this formal challenge could not be disregarded, nor could it be declined. Jiang Heng, is it? Such an audacious individual, I shall ensure your demise beneath my sword. After notifying Wu Mingxian, Elder Qin also informed several other core disciples holding positions within the sect about the challenge, urging them to prepare for their turn. Regardless of one's confidence, it is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality, for this matter pertains to the sect's reputation. Jiang Heng and his companions had remained in the West Luo mountain range for 5 days. During this time, they had slain 18 third-tier ferocious beasts and collected 9 spiritual herbs. Coupled with the spoils seized from a young man of the innate realm, they ultimately amassed 22 pelts of third-tier ferocious beasts and 16 spiritual herbs. Notably, The trio encountered fourth-tier ferocious beasts on multiple occasions. When Jiang Heng attempted to confront them directly, he was effortlessly overwhelmed. Of course, he posed no threat whatsoever, yet the fourth-tier beasts could do him no harm either. Thus, this substantial harvest was indeed a cause for celebration. Jiang Heng carried the treasured sword acquired from the young man of the innate realm while remaining vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings. Could find himself in peril if he became ensnared in its depths without a guide, potentially encountering even more powerful ferocious beasts, leading to his demise. Yet, all these risks were deemed worthwhile. If translated into monetary value, it amounted to 58,000 taels of silver, equivalent to a staggering 58 million in his past life. Remarkably, all this was achieved within a mere 5 days, upon distributing their contribution points and accounting for the gains from the first day. Filled with a cacophony of voices, not only core disciples, but also some inner and outer sect disciples had gathered to witness the spectacle. After all, this was not merely an internal competition, but a formal duel between disciples from 2 esteemed sects. It seemed that Brother Wu, given his status, would not take the stage immediately. Otherwise, it would diminish the prestige of the chief core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Indeed, the other core disciples present were more than capable of easily dispatching the Luo Sect youth. The core disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, who held positions, were not to be compared with those mediocre scattered cultivators from the outside world. Amidst the fervent discussions, a voice rang out from the distance. The Luo Sect lad has arrived. Unfazed by the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, "Boy, hasten to the stage and meet your doom," an individual suddenly bellowed. Many echoed the sentiment. "Meet your doom." The collective roar of thousands surged like a tidal wave. The elder, clad in black, promptly presented Jiang Heng with the exquisitely crafted wooden box he had prepared in advance. "This is a collection of 500 qi blood pills, my wager for this challenge." Of course, such a trivial matter as qi blood pills is hardly worthy of our attention at the Heavenly Sword sect. Moreover, our disciples have no possibility of defeat. However, should you happen to perish in the arena. After all, one of the purposes of my challenge today is to earn a bit more wealth. A genius such as myself, with my rapid cultivation speed, requires vast resources. If, in the process, I inadvertently instill a psychological scar upon your disciples. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect below witnessed what it meant to be arrogant and conceited to be in enemy territory and yet dare to provoke. This was outrageous. Oh my temper cannot endure this. Let us go. Eliminate this brazen youth. In another part of the arena, a viewing area included 10 core disciples, among them Wu Mingxian. The so-called seats represent the rankings of the core disciples, limited to the top 10. Each one of them, in terms of talent, had bravely advanced to the innate realm, undoubtedly deserving the title of genius among geniuses. In terms of strength, being ranked among the top 10 core disciples of the prestigious Heavenly Sword sect amidst hundreds was indicative of their exceptional prowess in the innate realm. This youth was insufferably arrogant. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. "I shall take the stage first and eliminate him," one young man scoffed, striding towards the combat zone, where he found the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect who had just conversed with Jiang Heng. "Brother Fong is on the move. Quickly vanquish this ignorant child from the Luo Sect. Let him taste the might of the Heavenly Sword sect." In the arena, Jiang Heng regarded the theatrics of his opponent with indifference. Upon finishing his words, his figure abruptly shifted, transforming into a wisp of smoke as he advanced with astonishing speed. Within the gaze of numerous spectators, Fong Hanchu's silhouette almost instantaneously materialized just before Jiang Heng, precisely impacting the side of the sword blade. An overwhelming force erupted abruptly, transmitting through the longsword into Fong Hanchu's body. After all, he was a top-tier expert of the innate realm, unlike the opponents Jiang Heng had previously faced. Even more alarmingly, in that fleeting moment of contact, an eerie force surged into his body, rendering him momentarily numb. It was this very numbness that stilled his movements. Nevertheless, Jiang Heng showed no signs of hesitation. The moment the punch connected, Fong Hanchu was sent hurtling backwards, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for a time. The onlookers seemed to have been simultaneously gripped by an invisible hand around their throats. Overcome by a martial artist of the true energy realm, surpassing ranks. What a farce. Even if that Luo Sect lad possessed immense strength, it could not be conceivable that he could incapacitate Fong Hanchu with a single punch. When Fong Hanchu was struck against the sword, there was a momentary pause in his body, likely due to some special martial arts technique capable of inducing numbness in others, which had provided the opportunity to subdue him. The subsequent punch was also highly likely to be a result of that numbness, rendering him unable to rise. Regardless, this match had indeed been lost. However, there would be no further opportunities granted at that moment. Jiang Heng bellowed from the arena. I shall. A young man, confident in his understanding of Jiang Heng's strategy, leaped onto the stage after registering his name. Zhong Zimo, the 9th seat of the Tianjin sect. Such speed, Zhong Zimo's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily raised his longsword, gripping it tightly, and executed a horizontal slash. Unfazed, Jiang Heng's fist struck the blade directly. Clang. A strange yet potent force erupted within Zhong Zimo, leaving him momentarily powerless as his sword was sent flying. The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. How is this possible? Just how strong is that lad's physique? In a direct confrontation with a treasured sword, Jiang Heng emerged unscathed, sending Zhong's weapon careening away. This young man is astonishingly powerful. The 8 spectators in the observation area wore solemn expressions. In this moment, no one held absolute confidence, for Zhong Zimo's formidable physical defenses were such that even the 10th seat could not breach them. Who could guarantee their own explosive power surpassed that of the 10th seat? Jiang Heng seized the fleeting opportunity, advancing further. His right fist thrust forward once more, crashing into Zhong Zimo's chest. He could distinctly feel the ribs fracturing and organs sustaining damage, an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Even the 9th and 10th seats had been swiftly eliminated. Any other contender stepping onto the stage faced a high likelihood of failure. The challenger from the Luo Sect had his sights set on Wu Mingxian. Thus, it remained for Wu Mingxian alone to handle the situation. Regardless of whether he could vanquish Jiang Heng, at the very least, he ought to exhaust him and unveil the latter's true capabilities, thereby increasing the chances of victory in a war of attrition. Indeed, the crowd was uncertain about Wu Mingxian's prospects for triumph. After all, as fellow contenders within the top 10, the disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable. Thus, he resolved to approach the duel with utmost seriousness. Each exchange demanded meticulous caution. So, you are Wu Mingxian? Jiang Heng inquired. Indeed, Wu Mingxian replied. Jiang Heng smiled, casually gesturing with his hand. Come at me. Wu Mingxian felt no anger at Jiang Heng's demeanor. In a balanced contest, one's mindset is one of the most significant factors influencing the outcome of the battle. He swung his longsword, unleashing a fierce red sword chi that shot through the air. Jiang Heng, undeterred, dashed forward to meet the incoming sword chi as if there were no hindrance in his path. With a casual left-hand motion, he attempted to absorb the sword chi into his palm. However, it failed to penetrate his skin, let alone invade his body. In an instant, the sword chi shattered into countless delicate red motes, dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Heng continued his advance without pause, launching a powerful punch. Wu Mingxian, anticipating this, swiftly lowered his body and darted to the left, evading the strike. Simultaneously, his longsword, enveloped in potent true energy, slashed toward Jiang Heng's flank. Wu Mingxian's movements were astonishingly swift, his form nearly a blur. Elder Zhou's seemingly complimentary remarks, laced with sarcasm, caused Elder Qin of the Heavenly Sword Sect to fluctuate in color, his face pale with indignation. In this world, there are indeed geniuses capable of challenging beyond their ranks. Yet they are typically only those at the pinnacle of true chi, triumphing over those who have only just broken through to the innate realm. To hope to defeat the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. To his astonishment, Jiang Heng not only did not falter, but effortlessly crushed 2 core disciples with seats. In fact, during the duel with the Heavenly Sword Sect's chief disciple, he displayed a marked superiority. Feigning ignorance to Elder Zhou's words, the earlier defeats of the 2 core disciples weighed heavily on his heart. Now, the seemingly evenly matched contest felt like a descent into despair at a seasoned warrior. Elder Qin could naturally discern Wu Mingxian's predicament, yet, given the formidable defensive capability of his opponent, even if he managed to land a blow or 2, it might not suffice to turn the tide. Any misstep from Wu Mingxian could lead to his swift downfall. Haha. Is the Heavenly Sword Sect's waist only capable of evasion? Jiang Heng suddenly laughed heartily, his foot striking the ground with tremendous force. The entire arena quaked, fissures radiating outward in a spiderweb pattern from his center, the thick stone slabs rising in chunks. In the midst of desperately dodging, Wu Mingxian experienced a momentary lapse. This is bad. Remained utterly unscathed. The astonishment arose from the realization that he did not experience the same debilitating paralysis as his 2 junior brothers had before. This indicated that the essence of the Tian gang sword, concentrated and refined, had surpassed the threshold of Jiang Heng's strength to penetrate. Consequently, he had no need to fear a direct confrontation with his opponent. However, given Jiang Heng's formidable defensive capabilities, his own attacks seemed futile. No, perhaps not. It could merely be a special secret technique that granted his fist the hardness of a treasured artifact, enabling it to withstand the impact of his supreme weapon. It was possible that other parts of his body remained as vulnerable as any ordinary warrior of the same rank. There was still a glimmer of hope for victory. Wu Mingxian finally perceived a flicker of possibility. A smile crept upon his lips as he began to regain his confidence. At that moment, a moment's hesitation could cost dearly. Panic-stricken, Wu Mingxian was about to admit defeat, but Jiang Heng offered him no chance to speak, landing a punch squarely on his face. In an instant, his nose was crushed. One day, you shall meet your demise at the hands of a genius even greater than yourself, as Elder Zhou articulated. The sacred land governs the laws of the world. Not even he, nor the sect master himself. What appeared to be an evenly matched contest moments ago transformed into a fierce confrontation in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Heng seized the opportunity, delivering a flurry of blows that mercilessly extinguished Wu Mingxian's life. Yet, throughout the entire martial arts arena spanning several kilometers, that horrifying cacophony was unmistakably clear. The devastation wrought by such a terrifying assault was equally dreadful. When Jiang Heng finally ceased his onslaught, the crowd beheld the gruesome sight. Wu Mingxian's body lay in tatters, resembling a torn sack of cloth. Truly formidable, someone finally exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment, although he was merely at the true Qi realm. As this genius was the very one who had slain their own sect's prodigy, the one who threatened to overshadow their rising fame. It was clear to all that this battle would echo throughout the entirety of the Tianyuan dynasty. Casting a glance at Elder Qin, and courteously remarked, "If Elder Qin has any grievances, I would be willing to return to your esteemed sect for another challenge once I have ascended to the innate realm." Elder Qin, without uttering a word, turned and leaped down from the arena. Elder Zhou cast a glance at Jiang Heng, offering him a fleeting smile before similarly descending. Two attendants swiftly ascended the stage to retrieve the lifeless body of Wu Mingxian and to conduct a preliminary clearing of the arena. A flicker of hope still lingered within their hearts. It would be a profound disgrace for a prestigious sect like the Tianjin sect to remain unresponsive to the challenge of a mere true Qi warrior. Many ordinary disciples found themselves secretly relieved. The 7 in the observation area exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak, nor did anyone venture onto the stage. The gaze of thousands bore down upon them, once a source of pride. How you once strutted with arrogance, only to now shrink back like frightened rabbits. Yet, in comparison to the disdainful gazes cast upon them, the prospect of ascending the stage to face humiliation or even death was far more daunting, as it would surely affix them to the pillar of shame. On the arena, Jiang Heng wore a serene smile as he regarded the 7 observers. "What is the matter? Are you not coming up? Or shall I extend an opportunity for all of you to join me at once? Otherwise, you may as well concede." The 7 exchanged knowing glances. Some appeared tempted, while others remained resolute in their refusal. "Ascend the stage, ascend the stage." More voices joined in, unwilling to witness such ostentation from one outside their sect. The expressions of the 7 observers darkened. Some, with fiery tempers, shot up from their seats, but upon recalling Jiang Heng's might, they could only sit back down, their faces taut with frustration. In the face of life itself, honor and pride seemed utterly trivial. On the arena, Jiang Heng continued his leisurely countdown. 3, 2, 1, as the sound faded. "What will others think of our sect when this news spreads?" He ordered, "Dispatch a decree. All privileges for core disciples are to be revoked for 1 year. Additionally, appoint 10 elders to oversee the training of all core disciples and arrange 10 rigorous trials. We must whip these unfit incompetents into shape." Chapter 68. Changes in the potential dragon rankings. Once Kang's fury began to subside, Elder Qin cautiously suggested, making a gesture across his throat. Kang shot him a glance, his tone returning to a calmer demeanor. "No need." Elder Qin hesitated before continuing. "However, given the strength and talent Jiang Heng has displayed, he is bound to become a pillar of the Luo Sect in the future. Should our sect's experts act and discover this, it could spell catastrophe for us." Elder Qin's expression shifted in shock. "The potential dragon rankings? How could that be? Isn't it reserved solely for those of innate talents?" Each maintaining its own regional listings, the Tianyuan dynasty's potential dragon rankings comprise the most extraordinary talents within its 18 states, 72 domains, thousands of great cities, and hundreds of billions of people. The criterion for inclusion was a cultivation level of innate before the age of 20. Merely meeting this threshold rendered countless individuals in awe, for ordinary people could scarcely hope to achieve the innate stage in their lifetime. Generally, a prodigy would reach the innate stage only after the age of 30. With a lifespan of a millennium, they wield strength comparable to that of the esteemed elders of top-tier sects. Even more enviable is the fact that once one is included in the Qianlong list, they immediately receive invitations from sacred places, granting them the opportunity to become true disciples at any time. Furthermore, should any individual or faction be discovered employing their strength to oppress the weak or to slay the prodigies listed, they will be swiftly eradicated by the sacred places themselves. A sovereign of a sacred domain once proclaimed, "The prodigies of the Qianlong list are the treasures of the entire world." Thus, there is no singular technique that can enhance it.to improve your speed. You must delve deeper into martial arts related to agility and elevate your cultivation level. Jiang Heng could only nod in acknowledgement and bow as he departed. Upon returning to his residence on the 8th peak, he commenced yet another round of cultivation. 3 days later, a sensational piece of news reverberated throughout the entire Tianyuan dynasty. The new edition of the Qianlong list had been published. Today is not the beginning of the month. Wait, could it be the list has changed? All who keep a keen eye on the Qianlong list are aware that, under normal circumstances, Qianshan Tower only releases a new list at the beginning of each month. The primary focus lies in updating the achievements and cultivation changes of the esteemed individuals on the rankings, or in instances where a certain prodigy exceeds the age limit and is consequently removed from the list. Shun Junxin, 19 years old, 5th level of the innate realm. Gu Xingjia, 18 years old, 6th level of the innate realm. Lu Shui, 19 years old, 6th level of the innate realm. O Xiang, 17 years old. Fu Ran, 18 years old, 5th level of the innate realm. Qin Manin, 17 years old, 4th level of the innate realm. Jiang Heng, 16 years old, 10th level of the true Qi realm. Among the top 10 on the list, there exists an individual from the true Qi realm. What does this signify? Qianshan Tower posits that this young prodigy, known as Jiang Heng, despite his cultivation in the true Qi realm, is deemed capable of surpassing the previously ranked 10th prodigy. It must be noted that the evaluation for the potential dragon list encompasses achievements, cultivation, and talent, each element indispensable. This indicates that Jiang Heng, whose cultivation lags significantly behind that of his peers, must possess achievements or talent that Qianshan Tower acknowledges as vastly superior. The Tianjin sect, consecutively defeating the 10th and 9th core disciples of the Tianjin sect, and unscathed vanquishing the sect's chief core disciple, Wu Mingxian, who was at the 10th level of the innate realm, leaving the Tianjin sect with no one daring to take the stage again. Combat performance, an impenetrable physical defense, top-tier speed of the innate realm, and unparalleled explosive power, based on his true Qi. His cultivation is estimated to be at the 10th level of the true Qi realm. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Those on the potential dragon list all possess the ability to challenge beyond their level. Who crossed an entire major realm is nothing short of a revelation to everyone. This terrifying combat capability is undoubtedly the reason he was exceptionally included on the potential dragon list. However, as the crowd continued to gaze downward, their astonishment only deepened. Main experience. In the year 3020 of the Tai Sui calendar, with the strength of an ordinary individual, he entered the prestigious Luo Sect as a miscellaneous disciple. By July, he had been promoted to an inner disciple of the Luo Sect. Those remarkable talents who find themselves recorded on the potential dragon list are, for the most part, meticulously nurtured from a young age by their sects. The truth has long been established. While diligent cultivation may lead to strength, it cannot forge the utmost pinnacle of power. Nevertheless, the records indicate that Jiang Heng, solely through sheer perseverance, has emerged as the paramount force among his peers. The uproar surrounding the potential dragon list swept through the entire Tianyuan Empire like a rampant hurricane. All sects and those dedicated to martial arts became aware of the unparalleled talent. Jiang Heng from Qizhou. As for the sect to which he belongs, the Luo Sect, it stirred an immense sensation. In the Elders' Council Hall of the 5th peak of the Luo Sect, the core elders convened once more for a special meeting, garnering renown across the realm, thus bringing honor to the Luo Sect. Moreover, the entire Luo Sect basked in the spotlight alongside Jiang Heng. It was likely that countless talented youths would soon flock to the sect to register. I believe that since his talent and strength have been universally acknowledged as top tier, he deserves such treatment. Therefore, I propose that he be exceptionally promoted to a true disciple. However, another voice hesitated, isn't this? Enjoying all the privileges and rights afforded to such a position, proclaimed the first seat by Hao Tsong. The second agenda item addressed the adjustment of the entrance selection strategy and criteria in light of the sect's soaring reputation. Not only among the upper echelons of the sect, but also within the disciple community, Jiang Heng's entry into the Hidden Dragon rankings sparked considerable excitement, regardless of their rank, be it miscellaneous disciples. Elderwin sat in his study, his gaze contemplative. Who could have imagined that Jiang Wenjing's son would grow to such heights? If you were aware from beyond, I trust you would find peace now. In the inner disciple area, within his own residence, Jiang Heng, the very catalyst of this tempest, was engrossed in fervent cultivation, oblivious to his inclusion in the Hidden Dragon rankings and the magnitude of the commotion he had incited. Through relentless training, his potential points surged dramatically, accumulating an astonishing 1.5 million points in merely 3 days. Yet, he refrained from allocating these points, choosing instead to amass them further in terms of cultivation, given that revealing his true energy level during combat was a concern. After considerable deliberation, Jiang Heng resolved to accumulate a substantial number of potential points first, aiming to reach 4 million before prioritizing the upgrade of primordial transformation technique. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the gate of his small courtyard. Understood. I shall come shortly. Jiang Heng replied, I shall take my leave now. The steward bowed slightly before departing. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, while the steward had shown him a degree of politeness, he would merely be regarded as an equal, not deserving of such deference. It seems that my achievements within the Heavenly Sword sect have spread far and wide. Jiang Heng smiled subtly, not overly concerned. Cross-legged, with his eyes gently closed. Upon Jiang Heng's entrance, he opened his eyes and greeted him with a faint smile. Congratulations, you have been included in the potential dragon list at the 10th position. This is a reward from the sect for you. As by Hao Tsong spoke, he presented a black identity token to Jiang Heng. The token bore a simple yet elegant design, featuring the emblem of the Luo Sect at its center. In the majority of sects, disciples and stewards represent two distinct paths of advancement. Disciples are students focused solely on cultivation, while stewards are part of the management, tasked with overseeing the daily operations of the sect. The ranks include steward, chief steward, and elder, corresponding to inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples, respectively. Only those exhibiting extraordinary talent may continue as disciples, enjoying increasingly favorable benefits from the sect. Conversely, those with lesser talents or slower progress in cultivation are relegated to the role of stewards, exchanging their labor for compensation. In a previous life, many might have aspired to join the management. However, in this world, martial cultivation offers the prospect of longevity. Generally, the most exceptional geniuses prefer to become true disciples, dedicating themselves to deep cultivation, free from mundane affairs. This explains why the Holy Lands, despite being superior to empires, remain indifferent to worldly matters. Everyone pursues longevity who would wish to personally manage trivial earthly concerns. In this realm, strength invariably surpasses power. Does this imply that I can directly enjoy the privileges of a true disciple? What specific benefits are there? Jiang Heng inquired with a hint of surprise. Making them significantly more efficient with lower wastage. Jiang Heng chuckled. Thank you, Master. His gratitude was, of course, directed towards the prior personal subsidies provided by Hao Tsong, based on his experience from hunting a few days ago to earn contribution points. 800 contribution points over 5 days, averaging around 400 points per person each day. This was due to Jiang Heng's innate peak strength and the considerable risks taken, which yielded such substantial rewards. In contrast, an ordinary core disciple at the innate level would not dare to venture too far into the Shiluan mountain range. A cautious trio exploring would typically earn only 200 or 300 contribution points in a day, resulting in approximately 100 contribution points per person. Furthermore, considering the frequent life-threatening dangers encountered deeper within the mountains, many core disciples would opt for tasks that yielded lower rewards but were significantly safer. True disciples, regarded as the pinnacle of talent within the Luo Sect and holding a status equivalent to that of elders, also reside in the vicinity of the elder residential area on the 5th peak. Merely 5 minutes later, the pill was fully digested, and Jiang Heng's potential points surged by 10,000. Yet the results exceeded all expectations. The efficiency of progressing from enhancement to perfection had astonishingly tripled. He could digest 12 pills in 1 hour. A smile of delight spread across Jiang Heng's face. With sufficient resources, he could, under full cultivation, amass over 100 million potential points in a single day. At any moment, with any action, he could operate the technique at full power simply by focusing his mind and calming his spirit. After completing the upgrade, Jiang Heng exited the courtyard. Today marked his first occasion as a true disciple to receive benefits. There were only about 20 true disciples in total. Some were immersed in secluded training, while others were traveling, so encountering a few while collecting benefits was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Heng stepped into the courtyard. I am 2HAO.is. This your first visit to the Fortune Hall, junior brother? The youth too how conversed amiably with Jiang Heng. Although Jiang Heng's current cultivation level paled in comparison to that of other true disciples in the spiritual sea realm, Jiang Heng replied with a respectful gesture and a warm smile. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Heng emerged from the inner room holding a delicate wooden box. Under Tu Hao's guidance, Jiang Heng familiarized himself with the true disciple area and arrived at the martial transmission hall. With the occasional appearance of a supreme elder from the profound hidden realm. Therefore, when time permits, it is advisable to engage in study on a weekly basis. At the very least, one should glance at the course schedule displayed on the notice board once a month. By Haotsong, rendering additional instruction unnecessary. After departing from the martial arts hall, the two ultimately arrived at the scripture repository. This place, nestled among the 9 peaks of the sect, boasts the richest collection of texts. Heaven-grade techniques, Jiang Heng felt little enthusiasm towards them. For him, all techniques held equal value. Their rank was insignificant, as he prioritized functionality instead. Presently, he possesses an ample variety of techniques. Acquiring more would serve little purpose and merely dilute the investment of his potential points, adversely affecting the pace of his strength enhancement. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, Jiang Heng resolved to enter the scripture repository, hoping to unearth some unforeseen delight. I shall venture in first. I am truly grateful to you. Brother too, Jiang Heng said politely. Although it was merely a simple orientation, he recognized the goodwill in the other's initiative and felt compelled to acknowledge it. Tu Hao exchanged a few courteous words before taking his leave. Treasured weapons for those above the true Qi realm, and spiritual weapons for those above the spiritual sea realm, along with various common elixirs such as blood Qi pills, Qi gathering pills, essence cultivation pills, and essence condensation pills. It can be said that from this moment onward, Jiang Heng truly began to comprehend the essence of this world. Chapter 72. Continuous upgrades. The following morning, Jiang Heng took out a Qi gathering pill received the previous day and swallowed 1,000, resulting in a 3-fold increase compared to the blood essence pill. While the time consumed had only doubled, in other words, efficiency had surged by 50%. Frowning, Jiang Heng departed from the residence and made his way to the trading hall to ascertain the contribution points required for the Qi gathering pill. Qi gathering pill, 30 contribution points. Jiang Heng silently shook his head. The price was thrice that of the blood essence pill, rendering it quite unprofitable. For ordinary practitioners, the absorption efficiency and loss rate were paramount. In the Tai Sui realm, the sacred grounds reigned supreme, seemingly indifferent to mundane affairs, yet they steadfastly maintained control over the entire order within the imperial domain. No sect or warrior dares to openly transgress. This was a question Jiang Heng had pondered previously. However, after revisiting the text yesterday and acquiring more information, his curiosity deepened. He firmly believed that where there are people, there will be conflict. Yet, the entire Tai Sui realm, ultimately resulting in war, unless an external threat existed. A formidable external adversary capable of jeopardizing the Tai Sui realm could redirect internal conflicts, thereby maintaining peace and stability within. Thus, he felt an urgent desire to discern whether his conjecture held any truth. These matters would likely confront him directly. Therefore, with someone of Bai Haotsong's stature in the upper echelons of a premier sect available to provide clarity, he was eager to voice his inquiry. The moment Jiang Heng completed his question, Bai Haotsong's eyes abruptly snapped open, a piercing sword intent flickering within them. Humph! Jiang Heng let out a muffled grunt, instinctively closing his eyes. During this interval, Bai Haotsong remained silent. After a while, when Jiang Heng reopened his eyes, Bai Haotsong finally spoke. These matters are not yet for you to know. Once you have transcended to the innate realm and accomplished the tasks I have assigned, I shall reveal to you everything you wish to understand. You may leave now. Jiang Heng silently bowed and departed. Upon returning to his abode, he set aside his thoughts, regardless of whether his conjectures held truth. Possessing sufficient strength would render all issues trivial. He immersed himself fully in his cultivation, consuming one gathering qi pill after another, followed by blood qi pills, his potential points increasing at an astonishing rate. He resolved to wait until he had significantly bolstered his strength and preparation before proceeding. Thus, he continued to upgrade his martial arts. Ding, consumed 1 million potential points. Learned Swift Light Flash, proficient. Ding, consumed 1 million potential points. Secret technique, Golden Body Formula, Heavenly Third Layer. Remaining potential points, 703,000. Although his cultivation level had not improved, his strength had undergone a seismic transformation to AT this moment. Whether in explosive power, agility, or physique, he had completely surpassed the confines of the innate realm. If he were to confront Wu Mingxian again, he would no longer have to engage in prolonged struggles, but could instead match his pace and deliver a decisive blow. Presently, his sect contribution points had dwindled to a mere 50. Therefore, upon encountering Wen Qingsno once more, Bahanyi was once again taken aback. Before their separation, Wen Qingsno's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of true qi. This meant that in less than 10 days. I concur, my own strength has seen significant enhancement as well, at least by several folds that I am now confident in defeating a tier 3 ferocious beast on my own. This time, we may find our venture considerably easier. Wen Qingsno narrowed her eyes and chuckled. Bahanyi, I agree as well. We can set off at any moment. After the trio reached a consensus, they once again prepared the necessary supplies for their expedition and headed towards the Zyro Mountains. In fact, even several neighboring states bordering the Zyro Mountains had numerous martial artists relying on its resources for their livelihood. Of course, the annual toll of martial artists lost in these depths was unfathomable. And when Qingsno for combat, before long, they stumbled upon a suitable quarry. It was a jet-black leopard-like ferocious beast, nearly 3 meters in length, gracefully traversing the forest. Shadow leopard, tier 3, extremely swift. Exercise caution. Bahanyi promptly relayed the pertinent information regarding the shadow leopard. Over a fortnight ago, under the tutelage of Xiao Lingyun's consciousness, when Qingxue had fully comprehended the celestial-grade perfected technique known as Daqian illusory body, that in the subsequent days, Xiao Lingyun imparted another celestial-grade perfected martial art to her. Daqian returned to origin force, a discipline of even greater caliber than that of Jiang Heng. Although her cultivation was merely at the true qi realm, the synergy of these two formidable techniques bestowed upon Wen Qingxue the capacity to engage in combat beyond her rank. Naturally, while Jiang Heng appeared to be at the 2nd realm of martial arts, his physical prowess had already ascended to the 3rd realm, enabling him to transcend and defeat the peak innate realm warrior. The shadow leopard, Wen Qingxue maneuvered with ease. However, to secure a kill, she would have to gradually wear it down. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A shadow darted forth from behind a tree, hurtling directly towards Wen Qingxue, who was engaged in battle. Jiang Heng, keenly observing the unfolding skirmish, reacted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing his celestial-grade mastery of Swift Light Flash to its fullest extent in the blink of an eye. He appeared before the shadow and delivered a powerful punch. It was then that Jiang Heng beheld the true form of the shadow, a diminutive snake, entirely dark red, no thicker than a thumb and less than a meter in length. However, his pair of fleshly palms can withstand high-grade treasured artifacts without sustaining any damage, and his agility is comparable to that of the 10th stage of innate realm, Wu Mingxian. His explosive power is exceptionally formidable. How laughable! As Fu Qingye spoke, his expression gradually contorted. Here he was, a paragon of the hidden dragon rankings, regarded as an unparalleled genius by countless eyes, now being supplanted by a suddenly emerging youth. Reduced to a figure of ridicule, accustomed to the reverent and admiring gazes of others, he had recently felt the sting of countless whispers behind his back, filled with cold remarks and veiled mockery. Deliver my challenge. In half a month, I shall publicly duel Jiang Heng, Fu Qingye stated, his countenance regaining its composure. Understood. The young man bowed and withdrew, within the Shiluo mountain range, under the cautious exploration of the trio. By midday, the three successfully emerged from the inner regions of the mountains to the relatively brighter periphery. Only then did they exhale in relief. Their astonishment. Their gains this time were significantly greater than the last. Typical geniuses walk, and ordinary individuals crawl. Upon selling all their spoils, the trio burst into joyous laughter. Over the course of the week, They had amassed a staggering total of 7,200 contribution points, averaging around 1,350 a week later in Sand City. Excellent. I shall keep my appointment. Jiang Heng smiled nonchalantly, then added, however, I would appreciate it if you could convey 2 additional messages to the other party. Whoever seeks to challenge me must present a wager of 1,000 chi blood pills. Otherwise, if every little cat and dog comes to challenge me, I simply do not have the time to entertain them. The steward looked at Jiang Heng in astonishment, then nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. Not every challenge from just anyone is accepted 2 days later. This was a duel between prodigies of the potential dragon ranking. Such a rare battle must be witnessed. It is said that the prodigies of the potential dragon ranking are invincible among their peers. I shall go as well. I am also at the pinnacle of the innate realm and have mastered earth-level martial arts to great perfection that I refuse to believe that these 2 mere youths can surpass me. In the midst of fervent discussions among countless martial artists, many set off for Sand City, preparing to witness this duel between prodigies. 1 week later, on the eve of the fateful day that I in Jiang Heng's small courtyard. Permeating the depths of his being, his muscles swelled, and blood coursed through him like a raging river. From the second realm of martial arts onward, his chi blood would no longer overflow as it did in the physical realm, creating a slight tempest. After a brief moment, the storm subsided, and the chi blood within Jiang Heng settled thoroughly. As he clenched his fist, he immediately felt a significant enhancement in strength and a more deft control over his body. Moreover, his physical defense, as a strength of the diamond skill, surged to new heights. His power had once again escalated dramatically. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Brother Jiang, tomorrow is the day of Fu Qingye's challenge. Ensuring that no one disrupted the proceedings. Although this challenge was initiated by Fu Qingye in his personal capacity against Jiang Heng, the Luo Sect, as the host, was naturally responsible for overseeing the decorum and facilitating the duel's smooth execution. A sword slung across his back, maintaining a tranquil distance of 2 paces behind the youth. Fu Qingye had arrived. A voice rang out, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The crowd parted, creating a wide pathway for Fu Qingye and his companion to approach the arena. Jiang Heng had not arrived early? Humph! What an audacious display of disregard. After surveying the surroundings, Fu Qingye snorted disdainfully. He leapt onto the arena, cradling his sword in both hands, oblivious to the curious gazes directed his way, and quietly closed his eyes to meditate. As time passed, and noon approached, impatience began to simmer among the onlookers. At last, a shout pierced the air. Jiang Heng! Jiang Heng has arrived. Countless heads turned to behold the figure approaching steadily. Wow, he truly looks so young. I hear he is only 16. At my age, I was still playing in the mud, while others have already become renowned martial arts masters. He is indeed a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Playing in the mud at such an age, that is a sign of delayed intellectual development. Nevertheless, Jiang Heng's talent was universally acknowledged, particularly his martial prowess, which rendered him invincible among his peers. The ability to defeat a 10th level innate realm warrior with his own cultivation at the 10th level of true chi realm certainly spoke volumes of his exceptional martial artistry. Jiang Heng, come to the stage. Fu Qingye suddenly called out. Was his intention to leave me in suspense for so long merely to wear down my resolve and marginally enhance his chances of winning? Fu Qingye's countenance darkened even further. He discerned the deeper implication behind Jiang Heng's smile, clearly indicating that the stakes he had brought from afar were already viewed as spoils of war. And a dense, crimson aura instantly enveloped the blade, as if it were sheathed in a layer of red film, extending a 3-inch crimson sword light from the tip. Jiang Heng's expression sharpened instantly. The weapon must be of exceptional quality, nearly impervious to the transmission of qi, akin to the internal circulation of one's own energy. Second, one must cultivate a heavenly grade martial technique and achieve a certain level of mastery. With this thought, Jiang Heng felt a surge of excitement that a battle of such balanced prowess was precisely what he had longed for. Then let us begin, Jiang Heng shouted with exhilaration, his right fist clenched. He lunged forward, his long sword descending heavily towards Jiang Heng's fist. Boom! At the moment of collision, the long sword trembled not in the slightest, and the arena was filled solely with the sound of a dull thud. In stark contrast, his opponent, Jiang Heng, remained utterly unharmed despite the direct impact of his fist against a supreme treasure, his stance as steady as a mountain, devoid of even the slightest tremor. The disparity was immediately apparent. Surely, it must be some sort of esoteric secret technique, refining the body to resemble celestial meteorite, or perhaps merely honing the fist itself. Nevertheless, such techniques have a limit to their growth, once a certain level of cultivation is reached. Evading Jiang Heng's blow while simultaneously wielding his sword, releasing a fierce sword chi that streaked toward Jiang Heng's neck. Jiang Heng's gaze shifted, completely disregarding the sword chi's assault, allowing it to strike his neck before dissipating into nothingness. Come forth, he reached out, attempting to seize Fu Qingye's sword. Fu Qingye's initial strike having failed, he swiftly turned again, preparing to engage Jiang Heng in a tactical retreat. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Heng immediately pursued. Now, even his speed seemed to exceed Fu Qingye's by a hair. How could he possibly contend with this? A sense of foreboding settled within Fu Qingye, as he began to regret his impulsive decision to challenge Jiang Heng. It appeared that Fu Qingye was gaining the upper hand. I told you. Fu Qingye's strength ultimately surpasses Jiang Heng's. Despite Jiang Heng's robust physique, how many attacks can he truly withstand? Yet, there were also discerning individuals among the crowd. Relentlessly pursued him, compelling Fu Qingye to remain entirely focused on evasion to avoid capture. Furthermore, the multiple sword energy strikes during this interval had proven ineffective, further unsettling his composure. He was beginning to feel a sense of panic. In Chapter 76, the first divine-level martial art, without the ability to breach the opponent's defenses, any advantages in other aspects are rendered futile. Moreover, in those other areas, Fu Qingye found himself lacking. He could see no glimmer of hope for victory. Boom! Under the immense force, the long sword was sent flying. Unrelenting, Jiang Heng advanced once more, delivering another punch that struck Fu Qingye squarely in the chest. Ugh! Fu Qingye involuntarily let out a muffled groan. His body sent tumbling backward. Jiang Heng, with a swift motion, almost instantly caught up to him. Gripping his ankle, Fu Qingye's complexion changed dramatically. With a grin that bordered on madness, Jiang Heng exerted force with his wrist, lifting Fu Qingye's body and slamming it down onto the ground. Boom! The ground erupted with a deafening crash, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Yet Jiang Heng showed no signs of cessation, repeatedly lifting Fu Qingye's body and smashing it into the earth. Even a mere fifth-level Fu Qingye was capable of entangling him for such an extended period. Thus, how formidable must those ranked at the forefront of the potential dragon list be? Furthermore, the 9 individuals currently on the potential dragon list were certainly not the strongest among the innate realm, but subsequently aged out and was removed, might still be advancing in strength. 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. Although no longer on the list, their power continues to surge. This implies that those predecessors still within the innate realm who once graced the potential dragon list truly belong to the ranks of the strongest. It seems I have a long journey ahead. Upon encountering the apex talents of this world, one realizes that the disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and swine. This Jiang Heng has merely cultivated a certain unique secret technique, coupled with likely practicing physical enhancement methods, which grants him combat prowess far exceeding his peers. However, in comparison to other prodigies of his age, his cultivation still falls short. Moreover, the dual cultivation of body and true qi dilutes his focus. At most, he will only shine for a moment. Elder Yang, what do you think? Considering his past experiences, his cultivation speed is indeed among the elite. Unfortunately, the dual cultivation of body and true qi has consumed too much of his energy. Currently at the true qi realm, catching up to his contemporaries seems nearly impossible. To ordinary people, he remains a top-tier genius. Unable to suppress a smile, Jiang Heng was thoroughly pleased with his newfound understanding. The new technique not only optimized digestion efficiency to its zenith, but also enabled the rapid assimilation of any ingested substance. Furthermore, it possessed the remarkable ability to absorb the essence of the void. Henceforth, even in the absence of resources like blood-boosting pills, he could maintain his bodily functions and accrue potential points by consuming external materials or energies. Chapter 77. The task of Baihao Tsang. Why is there a transformation in my true energy? Could it be that my previous belief, that the primary cultivation technique merely served as a means of gaining experience, was fundamentally flawed? Based on the insights from the new technique, he recognized that compared to his current absorption efficiency, the energy contained in a single pill was woefully inadequate, thus rendering it unnecessary to consume them one by one. Ding! While cultivating, potential points increased by 100. Ding! While cultivating, potential points increased by 100. As the alerts continued to sound, Jiang Heng indeed felt no sense of fullness. Consequently, He lifted the remaining blood-boosting pills and consumed them all at once. It was likely that relying solely on void absorption would surpass the speed of acquiring potential points through the ingestion of blood-boosting pills at that juncture. Resources would no longer hinder his advancement. His heavenly devouring creation technique effectively operated at full capacity, whether he lay, sat, or stood. Even during his travels and hunts, potential points surged without pause. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to diligently peruse the texts within the. With his formidable physique, reflexes, and memory having long surpassed those of ordinary mortals, he could finish a book in merely a minute, particularly with the lower-tier martial arts, having mastered numerous celestial-level disciplines. He found that he could comprehend them after just a single reading, effortlessly grasping their essence. Although he did not incorporate these lower-tier techniques into his personal panel, should Jiang Heng wish to employ them, he could do so with ease. Beginning from the first tier, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a unique secret technique tucked away in a corner. The Star-Snatching Hand. Star-Snatching Hand. A mysterious-level secret technique, once mastered, grants one's palms the might of celestial iron. Capable of clashing with treasured artifacts and effortlessly crushing mundane weaponry, as for the numerous stringent cultivation prerequisites mentioned thereafter, Jiang Heng scarcely glanced at them. Having finished his reading, he immediately opted to learn it. The mere initiation of a mysterious-level technique would yield no substantial enhancement. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Heng examined his personal panel and commenced a series of point allocations. First, he upgraded the long-neglected secret technique, Golden Body Skill. 25 million potential points, nearly exhausting his reserves. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a fierce crimson sword energy erupted from his fingertip, shooting straight towards a rockery more than 10 meters away. Boom! The massive block of iron-gray rock, nearly a person's height and weighing several thousand pounds, crashed to the ground, shattering the granite beneath and sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Indeed, true chi cultivation proved to have its merits. Repeatedly waving his hands in modesty, after giving his instructions, Jiang Heng departed from the estate, making his way to the sect's grand hall for cultivation. Bai Haozong was indeed, as ever, immersed in quiet meditation within the hall. After announcing his arrival, Jiang Heng stepped inside. "Master, I have broken through to the innate realm." Bai Haozong opened his eyes, appraising Jiang Heng from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. "Quite well. Your vital energy is pure. Even collaborating at times. And behind the court lies the sacred land. To assassinate a high-ranking official of the court would be tantamount to provocation, undoubtedly attracting the attention of the sacred land." "Why must we kill someone from the court?" Jiang Heng asked. "That I cannot disclose the reasons at this moment. For now, you need only tell me. Will you accept or decline?" Chapter 78. Accept or decline. Jiang Heng lowered his eyelids, pondering in silence for a moment before responding. "I accept." He was not one to possess a moral purity complex. Killing someone whose character was uncertain posed little psychological burden. His only concern lay with the forces the target represented. However, given the past favors Bai Haozong had bestowed upon him, he saw no reason to refuse this task, even if it was merely to repay a kindness. Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. "Yes, please follow me, sir." The boy's face brightened instantly, and with a bow, he led Jiang Heng in a certain direction. Along the way, the youth eagerly introduced various sites of interest, including the origin of Twin Tower City's name and some of its more renowned locales. After approximately half an hour, they halted before a bustling inn. "Sir, this is the place." "Very well. Thank you." Jiang Heng nodded and handed over a couple of silver coins. The boy quickly waved his hands, saying, "Sir, I do not possess enough change. Do you have any copper coins? Take it." "No need for change," Jiang Heng insisted, placing the silver directly into the boy's hands before turning to enter the inn. Behind him, the youth, filled with excitement and gratitude, bowed deeply and called out, "Thank you for your generosity, sir." At the entrance of the inn, a young attendant was beckoning to customers and witnessed Jiang Heng's magnanimous act. Promptly approaching him, "Esteemed sir, please come inside. Will you be dining or seeking accommodation?" "Accommodation. Please arrange for me a room of the highest standard," Jiang Heng replied. "Certainly," the attendant shouted back. "One room of the highest standard." "This way, sir." With obsequiousness, the attendant led Jiang Heng inside and helped him settle into his room before bowing and departing. In the room, Jiang Heng sat cross-legged, fully activating his swallowing heaven and transforming the universe technique. After Jiang Heng received it, the young man promptly turned and departed. Unrolling the scroll, Jiang Heng discovered a meticulously drawn layout of the domain lord's mansion, detailing the guards' patrol routes, shift changes, and the daily movements of domain lord Yu Gaoan, with precise annotations indicating where he could typically be found at various times. Furthermore, a designated evacuation point and escape route were marked for Jiang Heng's benefit. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon a particular corner of the scroll. The young man nodded and continued, "After you eliminate that person, follow the escape route I've outlined and come to me. There are two options for evacuation that you can choose from. Thus, the first option is for you to temporarily hide in a secret chamber within the courtyard, and after a few days when the situation has calmed down, you can quietly leave the city. The second option is for me to arrange for you to mingle among the goods of a merchant caravan, thereby slipping through unnoticed." Jiang Heng pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said. The night unfurled, bathed in a silvery, gentle moonlight. Jiang Heng donned a complete set of night gear, shouldering a superior-grade treasured sword, and skillfully evaded the patrolling guards, stealthily navigating between the houses. Before long, he arrived outside the domain lord's mansion, moving about in a manner that rendered the entire estate as secure as an iron fortress. However, against a top-tier expert like Jiang Heng, even the most formidable defenses could be exploited. Moreover, having studied the guards' patrol routes and shift changes, under the dim moonlight, the two figures instantly beheld one another, clad in black and wielding a long sword. Jiang Heng clearly bore ill intent. The middle-aged man seated cross-legged in the room was about to call out, and his vision spun dizzily. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged out of my dead. In an instant, Yu Gaohan was engulfed by absurdity and resentment. Decades of arduous training and struggle had elevated him to his current high status and bestowed upon him formidable power. Thus, stealth was unnecessary. Speed was of the essence. Jiang Heng lifted his gaze to the sky, discerning his direction, then bent his knees and propelled himself forcefully from the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as if struck by a meteor. The blue stone slabs within 100 meters shattered instantly, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Before long, the meditation chamber itself began to tremble perilously, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Jiang Heng's form soared into the air, instantly alarming all the guards within the manor. Except for a few stationed at various points, the others hastily rushed towards the meditation chamber under their leader's command. Soon, the scene of devastation within the meditation chamber came into view. "Hurry, let us see how the domain lord is faring." The group immediately began to clear the rubble, quickly uncovering the severed body of Yu Gaohan. Although they were somewhat prepared for the sight, the guard leader gasped in shock, his voice trembling. "Someone, quickly summon the protector." In the high sky, Jiang Heng soared like a meteor, his garments billowing wildly. He certainly cannot soar through the skies. Yet in that leap, with the matter resolved, he brushed off his garments and concealed both his identity and presence. A day later, at the Great Hall of Cultivation on the 5th peak, Master Jiang Heng sat cross-legged before Bai Haotsong. Jiang Heng's expression faltered, and his countenance darkened. To learn that assassinating a domain lord was merely a preliminary test task meant that the actual mission would undoubtedly be several times more arduous. Yet in his view, regardless of the gratitude Bai Haotsong had shown him, he could not act upon the others' commands when he was well aware of the trap laid before him. Indeed, being indebted to others is not a favorable circumstance. From Elder One to the current Bai Haotsong, both had extended kindness towards him, yet in the end, greater costs had to be paid in return. As he walked, Jiang Heng pondered gravely. Having reached such a point with his master, he had come to grasp another side of him, one that was undoubtedly shrouded in secrecy, regardless of past impressions. Jiang Heng once again entered a state of secluded cultivation. In his heart, he had begun to harbor wariness towards Bai Haotsong. It would be reckless to venture outside the sect at such a critical juncture. Ding! Consuming 10 million potential points, he mastered, swallowing heaven and transforming arts, proficient, that a torrent of vast information surged abruptly into his mind. Yet, Jiang Heng maintained a calm demeanor, seamlessly integrating all the knowledge. He once again immersed himself in his training. Another 20 days passed, this swallowing heaven and transforming arts, upgraded once more, reaching the level of mastery, and his cultivation efficiency doubled again, enabling him to obtain a remarkable 2 million contribution points daily. Becoming a core disciple of the sect, her martial prowess rivaling that of her peers. From the records, she appeared to be considerably stronger than the previously celebrated Jiang Heng. After all, Jiang Heng had risen to fame at the age of 16. where she was highly esteemed. On this day, a procession of 20 horse-drawn carriages, accompanied by dozens of attendants and 10 outer disciples, led by Wen Qingxue and another core disciple, marched along the official road. In the midst of the convoy, when Qingxue rode a grand steed, her eyes casually surveying the surroundings. As they approached a mountain path outside Xinang City, her gaze suddenly sharpened. At that moment, figures wielding swords surged forth from various positions on either side, her figure vanishing from the saddle in an instant. Another core disciple immediately confronted one of the assailants. The attackers evidently had prepared well, with clear roles. Two engaged the core disciples, while the third focused on eliminating the remaining disciples. A third individual let out a sinister laugh, poised to continue the massacre, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon the dire predicament of his companion, causing him to tremble with shocked eye in another location, which dissipated, leaving the girl's silhouette vanished from his sight. This is dire. His complexion shifted drastically. Just as he turned, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and the world spun chaotically before him. In his daze, he caught a glimpse of the girl's swift retreating figure, heading towards his elder brother, who was entangled with another core disciple of the Luo Sect. Thud, his head rolled onto the ground, only to see Wen Qingxue rapidly pursuing him. This is a true powerhouse. The moment he landed, he turned and fled into the distance. Yet, it wasn't long before he heard the rapid sound of slicing air behind him. I struck her. The elder brother was about to reveal a triumphant expression when he suddenly realized the figure he had struck was dissipating like a fleeting dream. Almost immediately, he felt a shadow drawing near from his side, vanishing into the air. Following this, a sharp pain seared through his neck. Another head soared into the air. Thus, all three of the attacking innate realm warriors met their demise at the hands of Wen Qingxue. My goodness, could this be the youngest prodigy to ever grace the Qianlong list? Merely 14 years old. Not only that, but upon entering the list, she immediately claimed the third position. This is surely unprecedented. They turned to the subsequent information introduction. Wen Qingxue, 14 years old, third stage of the innate realm, hailing from Qingzhou, Fenghe domain, daughter of a revered elder of the prestigious Luo Sect, and a core disciple of the sect. Miao Zhan, at the 8th stage of the innate realm. Combat performance. In the blink of an eye during the skirmish, she beheaded the 3 innate realm experts, indicating that her movement skills are likely above the level of heavenly class great accomplishment. It is no wonder she can challenge those of higher realms. In just a year or two. Even if she merely enhances her cultivation, she will undoubtedly be qualified to vie for the top position on the Qianlong list, resulting in Jiang Heng, who was originally ranked 10th, being ousted from the list. What a pity. The glory of having dual prodigies in one sect has been dashed. However, it might lead to some excitement. The Luo Sect once again captured the attention of many, igniting fervent discussions. Within the Luo Sect, a special meeting was convened once more. 5th Peak, Elders Conference Hall. Esteemed colleagues, our sect has birthed another disciple of prodigious caliber on the Qianlong list, whose talents appear to subtly surpass those of Jiang Heng. I propose, in accordance with tradition, to promote her to the status of true disciple. What are your thoughts? Previously, Jiang Heng was promoted despite merely being at the true Qi realm. Now, given Wen Qingxue's performance, which outshines Jiang Heng's, it is only natural that there would be unanimous support. Following a unanimous vote, Elder Sun suddenly remarked, every true disciple is an elite talent nurtured at great expense by the sect. For instance, someone who was promoted as a true disciple, but has yet to break through to the innate realm. Elder Sun cast a knowing glance at Bai Haotsong, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Oh, that is certainly deserving of congratulations. However, such performance still falls short of the esteemed title of a prodigy on the Qianlong list and is not quite worthy of the privileges afforded to a true disciple. Furthermore, the Holy Land has shown no inclination to extend an invitation to him. Thus, while he may possess formidable talent, his initial entry into the Qianlong list was more attributable to a unique cultivation method that significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Ensuring fairness for all. What does everyone think? The remaining core elders exchanged glances. One of them raised a hand to signal and spoke. I believe there is no need for that in our sect. However, we cannot allow an unworthy disciple to enjoy the highest privileges of the sect, as that would be unfair to the other disciples. Hence, I propose we arrange a test for Jiang Heng. Should he pass, it would validate his eligibility for the status of true disciple. If he fails, it would reflect his own inadequacies, and any subsequent demotion cannot be attributed to the sect's lack of compassion. What does everyone think? At this point, Elder Sun's lips curled into a subtle smile. Bai Haotsong then spoke up, "In that case, I concur with Elder Sun's proposal to arrange a test for Jiang Heng," allowing the results to speak for themselves. With Bai Haotsong, Jiang Heng's master, voicing his agreement, the others naturally had no objections and expressed their consent. Seated in a corner, Elder Sun's lips revealed a victorious smile, ultimately determining the sect's destiny. Except for those disciples who have been exceptionally promoted due to the potential dragon ranking, all true disciples from various sects are top-tier powerhouses within the Spirit Sea realm. If this is a trial, it must be commensurate with his age and capabilities. Elder Sun's expression shifted, and he sternly retorted, "Wu Hao, are you attempting to provoke me?" The bearded middle-aged man cast a cold glance at him before turning to Bai Haotsong. What qualifications does he possess to partake in discussions? He merely makes a ruckus. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in fury, "Wu Hao, as a fellow core elder, how dare you insult me so? I shall." Silence. Bai Haotsong suddenly interjected with a sharp command, and the entire assembly fell into a hush. Elder Sun's movements froze, and he sat down in silence. Bai Haotsong's demeanor returned to calmness as he softly declared, "I concur with Elder Sun's proposal. Let Jiang Heng participate in this joint martial arts competition that I invite everyone to express their opinions as well." At this pronouncement, all present were momentarily stunned, and Elder Sun gazed at him in disbelief. Jiang Heng has already benefited from numerous resources from the sect. If he fails to demonstrate sufficient potential, Jiang Heng can undoubtedly be considered a top-tier genius. It would be a waste of the sect's resources to send him to his death for no reason. At this moment, Elder Sun chuckled. Now that he is in the innate realm, he is perfectly poised to triumph over those in the Spirit Sea realm. Rest assured, he will certainly bring fame to our Luo Sect. Let us vote. Those in favor of his participation, please raise your hands. Elder Sun immediately raised his right hand, followed by several other elders who hesitated before doing the same. 13 votes in favor. I shall take my leave now. Please be sure to come as soon as possible. With that, he turned and departed. Inside the training room, Jiang Heng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The sect master? What could be the purpose of the summons? He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before dismissing the thought. After all, within the sect, no one could truly impose upon him. What was the harm in going? Hence, it has been proposed that you also participate in this martial assembly. The Council of Elders has passed the resolution. Bai Haotsong's gaze was gentle as water, calm and unruffled. However, Jiang Heng felt inexplicably perplexed. Jiang Heng quietly shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "No problem." As for the joint martial assembly, he had encountered it through books and understood well that all participants were the true disciples. Each of them was a top-tier genius within their respective sects, everyone a formidable practitioner at the Spirit Sea realm. It was not merely the innate realm. Even those of slightly lesser capabilities in the Spirit Sea realm would struggle to make any significant impact, and were likely to lose their lives. Yet, Jiang Heng harbored no concerns, although only a month remained, and despite his current strength not having significantly improved compared to 2 months prior, his dedicated focus on enhancing the swallowing heaven and transforming arts had allowed him to amass a staggering 2 million potential points daily. Chapter 83. Jiang Heng's frantic advancement. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Heng continued his seclusion and cultivation. 6 days later, when his accumulated potential points reached 30 million, he unhesitatingly upgraded the swallowing heaven and transforming arts to perfection. Sect leader Bai Haotsong personally announced the chosen participants for the martial assembly. In truth, there was little to announce. The greatest value of true disciples lay in contributing their strengths at the joint martial assembly. As for his other achievements, while they might appear dazzling to ordinary folk, to them, they were merely trivial. Why, then, would such a youth, regarded as an ordinary talent, participate in the joint martial assembly with his innate realm cultivation? It is rather peculiar. Could it be a requirement from the sect? Why would they allow junior brother Jiang Heng to participate in the competition? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Perhaps it is that junior brother Jiang Heng is overly confident and, upon hearing about the martial assembly, voluntarily applied to take part. The onlookers exchanged a few words on the matter before dismissing it entirely, no longer allowing it to linger in their thoughts. True Qi cultivation level, 10th stage of the innate realm, 3rd stage, physical martial arts, heaven destruction fist, god level entry, great teleportation, god level entry, true Qi martial arts, heavenly Qi sword, earth level completion. Primary cultivation method, devouring heaven and creating transformation technique, god level perfection. Vajra technique, mystical level, Secret techniques. Indestructible golden body, God level second stage. Star plucking hand, first stage. Remaining potential points. 3.5 million. His physical cultivation had advanced to the fourth stage, termed the golden body realm. Both of his primary physical martial arts had ascended to God level. No, it surpassed even that level of advancement, particularly concerning the enhancement of physical defense. It was truly terrifying. Jiang Heng's gaze flickered as he pondered deeply. The Vidra technique as his primary physical cultivation method. Back then, he had merely approached the upgrade with a trial-and-error mindset. Though there had been some increase in his physical prowess, it was minimal, far from the exaggeration experienced this time. What could possibly account for this? The essence of a primary cultivation method. Was it not merely a means to acquire potential points? As he contemplated the primary cultivation methods, he also recalled another one. Devouring heaven and creating transformation technique. In the realm of the primary cultivation technique, the swallowing heaven and transforming nature technique, the essence of true energy continually solidifies and becomes increasingly refined during its enhancement. Moreover, the magnitude of improvement also escalates correspondingly. Jiang Heng contemplated this and instinctively summoned a 1-inch-long blade of true energy at his fingertips. The thought struck him. Drawing upon his previous life-est knowledge, he suddenly conceived a possibility that in various films and novels he had encountered in his past existence. Jiang Heng suddenly comprehended this notion. Presently, the technique at the pinnacle of his cultivation was, in fact, the swallowing heaven and transforming nature technique, which was a method for refining true energy. Although he had previously sensed a significant strengthening of his true energy. Indestructible heavenly technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have learned indestructible heavenly technique, earth level. Jiang Heng glanced at his status panel. With only 2.4 million potential points remaining, he decided to save them until he amassed 10 million. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice emanating from not far outside the courtyard. Half an hour prior, 2 young envoys from the Holy Land arrived at the Luo Sect. The news of their arrival sent ripples through the upper echelons of the Luo Sect, prompting the sect leader, Bai Haotsong, to dispatch a core elder personally to the foot of the mountain to welcome the 2 envoys into the reception hall. We have come at the behest of the elders of the Holy Land to meet your esteemed sects Wenqingxue. Along the way, he engaged them in warm, yet measured conversation, providing a brief introduction to the layout of the Luo Sect. Before long, the trio arrived at the courtyard where Wenqingxue resided. Elder Zhu stepped forward and addressed the 2 maidens stationed at the gate in a gentle tone. I am Elder Zhu. Please inform that there is a holy envoy here for a visit. And the door soon swung open from the inside. A youthful and charming girl stood behind the door, her star-like eyes sparkling as they met the trio, immediately breaking into a radiant smile. Elder Zhu, do you have something to discuss with me? Wenqingxue, it is the 2 holy envoys from the sacred land seeking you. Elder Zhu replied, gesturing towards the 2 young men. Wenqingxue regarded the 2 with curiosity. Nor did they harbor any thoughts of doing so. Rather, they welcomed it. For once a disciple entered the sacred land, during the next joint martial conference, the hosting sacred land would bestow additional merits upon their sect. For ordinary individuals, those on the potential dragon ranking are unparalleled geniuses. However, for the sacred land, which is teeming with prodigies, this is a common occurrence. Therefore, our sacred land conducts analyses based on intelligence to determine whether one is qualified to accept an invitation. As for Jiang Heng, the young man clad in white, with an air of arrogance, remarked, you still lack the qualifications. Wenqingxue regarded the young man in white, shaking her head with a mixture of pity and disdain, and replied, if that is the case, then I see no necessity to enter any sacred grounds. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhu appeared somewhat anxious, saying, Wenqingxue, the personal invitation from the sacred grounds, just as Elder Zhu intended to offer some counsel. However, I believe that the path of martial arts is boundless, and so too is the notion of genius. It is precisely because of this boundlessness that a place filled with such arrogance. Elder Zhu's face turned anxious, about to interject, when the young man in white sneered, well said, sharp-tongued girl. Those of the sacred grounds possess talents and strength that surpass any outside, thus we must harbor boundless confidence. This is one of the reasons for our swift progress in cultivation, that if you deem this as arrogance, I shall not bother to argue. However, your audacity to speak disrespectfully of the sacred grounds is something I cannot tolerate. With that, he suddenly moved, transforming into a streak of light, and appeared before Wenqingxue, aiming a palm strike at her face. Chapter 85. The Fierce Battle of Wenqingxue. The speed of the young man in white was astonishing. Suddenly, When Qingshui's figure became elusive, with a slight shift, she evaded the incoming palm and appeared at the young man's side, silently delivering a counterstrike. The young man in white was momentarily taken aback. And when Qingshui's eyes, it resembled an enormous celestial canopy that obscured the sky, leaving no room for evasion. The two maidens stationed at the entrance were so stunned by the scene that they collapsed to the ground, yet dared not utter a sound, desperately covering their mouths while gazing in horror at the unfolding spectacle. Just as everyone believed that when Qingshui had nowhere to flee, her figure suddenly became indistinct, instantly transforming into a multitude of afterimages that scattered in various directions. This movement technique. The young man in white furrowed his brow. For a moment, he could not discern the authenticity of when Qingshui's afterimages and had no choice but to move towards one of them. For a dignified envoy of the sacred land, to bully the weak is hardly an admirable skill. Why not let a disciple of the innate realm from the sacred land come forth for a contest with me? I shall overlook your previous affront this time. However, should I hear any more disrespectful remarks, I will not be so lenient. When Qingshui chuckled softly, preparing to respond when another envoy, who had remained silent until now. In that instant, there were no longer any barriers between Wen Qingshui and Shi Junsheng that a great battle was imminent. Even Elder Zhu and Senior Brother Bai watched with a degree of anticipation. Initially, everyone believed that when Qingshui's ascent on the potential dragon ranking was primarily due to her talent, and her strength might not surpass that of other prodigies on the list. However, the movement technique she had just displayed astonished even Elder Zhu and Senior Brother Bai. Celestial-level martial arts were rare, and among the prodigies of the potential dragon ranking, few could cultivate it to great accomplishment, let alone to perfection. Thus, with her impeccable celestial-level agility, Wen Qingshui is more than capable of standing undefeated in numerous situations. The two maids beside him, having momentarily forgotten their earlier trepidation, now gazed with eager anticipation at the impending duel. One is a peerless prodigy ranked on the Qianlong list at merely 14 years of age. With her cultivation at the 6th level of the innate realm, she was able to contend directly with Shi Junxin. Such martial talent is truly remarkable. Even I must concede in admiration. Coupled with an equally she is undoubtedly among the elite in the entire sacred realm. Amidst the fierce exchange, Shi Junxin's countenance was serious. By discerning the true qi enveloping Wen Qingshui's longsword, he could ascertain her cultivation level to be approximately at the 6th level of the true qi realm. The golden bell of guardian qi, a semi-transparent crimson bell, completely shielded him. In the next instant, when Qingshui, akin to drawing a sword from its sheath, suddenly swung her longsword. Celestial-level secret technique. The Annihilation 7 Severing Slash. Having nurtured 7 sword energies within her body, she could release them all simultaneously through a brief moment of accumulation during combat. Even with the guidance of Shaolin Yun, mastering this secret technique required her to refine it from scratch. Thus at this moment, she had only attained the 1st level of the technique. Yet, even so, the lethality of each sword energy equaled her most potent burst of power, with all 7 sword energies unleashed simultaneously. None of her peers could withstand it. At the instant she drew her sword, 7 fiercely unmatched sword energies shot forth. Bang! As the sword energies struck, Shi Junxin's protective golden bell shattered in an instant. I shall not easily grant you forgiveness. Elder Zhu, standing behind him, supported Shi Junxin into a seated position, his expression a tumult of emotions as he surveyed the unfolding situation. The might of the Holy Land was palpable. He dared not offend them, for to bring trouble upon his sect would ensure his own suffering. Alas, it seems I must allow Wen Qingshui to endure some hardships. As long as the injuries do not prove excessively severe. Is it the way those from the Holy Land wield their influence? Even in a fair duel, losing leads to such disgrace. Truly disappointing. Bai Shixiang's expression darkened as he turned to see a handsome youth sauntering out from a nearby courtyard. Paying no heed to Bai Shixiang's reaction, he approached Wen Qingshui and gave her a thumbs up, grinning. Well done. Your strength has increased significantly. He then glanced at Elder Zhu in the distance, though unfamiliar with him. Jiang Heng recognized him as a core elder of the sect from his attire and insignia. However, since the elder showed no intention of aiding Wen Qingshui, he could not be bothered to initiate conversation. Finally, he turned his attention to Bai Shixiang, casually smiling. I truly do not know how high the heavens are or how thick the earth is, nor have I witnessed the might of the Holy Land. The immense pressure had already caused Jiang Heng's garments to flutter and his hair to dance. Yet, in the face of such formidable oppression, Jiang Heng remained utterly unperturbed. With a swift motion of his feet, I am occupied with my cultivation and have neither the time nor inclination to indulge in your childish games. If you intend to strike, make it genuine. Otherwise, get out of my sight." Brother Bai's face turned ashen. He drew his sword, enveloping it in true energy that extended nearly half a meter forward. His true energy surged violently, encasing him like a suit of orange energy armor. In an instant, he moved. Brother Bai's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the scene, feeling as though his worldview had been utterly upended. My strength in the Spirit Sea realm, augmented by a mid-grade spirit weapon, unleashed with full force, was effortlessly thwarted by his mere fleshly palm. How could such a robust physique exist? Chapter 87. Weak, too weak. At that moment, Jiang Heng raised his brows slightly, shaking his head in a gesture of lament. A voice drifted from behind him. Brother Bai's body trembled, a wave of goosebumps erupting across his skin, as an overwhelming chill surged within him. Before he could react, the hand behind him disappeared, and Jiang Heng's figure reappeared right before him. A palm struck out. Boom! The tangible protective true energy enveloping Brother Bai shattered instantaneously, and a tremendous force surged into his body. Every organ and sinew, every morsel of flesh and inch of bone felt as though they were being struck by heavy weights simultaneously. Brother Bai, shaking off Elder Zhu's support, took a trembling step forward, his gaze heavy as he looked at Jiang Heng, and after another spout of blood, he hoarsely inquired, "My name is Jiang Heng." With that, how can he be so powerful? Shi Junsheng, sitting cross-legged on the ground, widened his eyes in astonishment. Unlike Brother Bai, who was in his 20s, he and Jiang Heng were peers, having briefly shared a spot on the Qianlong ranking. It was an apt comparison. Once reigning supreme on the Qianlong list for an entire year, he was widely regarded as the strongest among his contemporaries, and he himself harbored such confidence and self-awareness. Yet now, a prodigy had emerged from nowhere, completely overshadowing him and stripping him of the courage to even compare himself. Truly, talents emerge in every generation. Shi Junsheng sighed deeply in the courtyard, when Qingxue suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. But you had to humiliate him further. Jiang Heng waved his hand nonchalantly. Those from the sacred land are all unparalleled prodigies, their pride immense. Being defeated by a youth of lower rank would only bring shame upon themselves should it be known. In this world, fair battles among equals are permitted in any faction. Thus, no one would come to his aid. The two paid little heed to the sacred envoy outside, casually discussing the matter before casting. When Qingxue gazed at Jiang Heng with sparkling eyes, that "It seems your strength has grown even faster than mine. Do you feel confident for the upcoming joint martial assembly?" Jiang Heng grinned widely. "Of course. Morong Yuhao, at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, proficient in 3 types of heavenly level martial arts, among which his heavenly level sword technique was likely to have reached great mastery, had once decisively defeated a 10th level Spirit Sea realm expert skilled in 2 heavenly level martial arts. However, the profundity of celestial level martial arts is such that even for exceptional talents like true disciples, complete mastery is no simple feat. That it is only upon reaching a level of proficiency that the true power of a martial art begins to manifest. Thus, when assessing combat prowess within the same realm, most comparisons are made based on celestial level martial arts at the level of proficiency or higher, generally. True disciples can gradually cultivate a celestial level martial art to proficiency while simultaneously enhancing their cultivation, provided they dedicate a certain amount of effort. Yet, achieving full mastery requires an extraordinary genius among true disciples, making it a rare accomplishment. Alternatively, to master multiple celestial level martial arts at the proficiency level necessitates considerable effort. Although my true energy cultivation is merely at the innate realm, the prowess derived from the divine level, Tun Tianzhao Hua Gong, is not to be underestimated. Thus, considering all factors, my strength should still be regarded as top tier within the Linghai realm. So the information recorded pertains only to those top-tier experts who publicly display their formidable strength. In reality, anyone who becomes a true disciple is a top-tier genius and may possess hidden immense power. One must exercise utmost caution. Jiang Heng closed the book. Chapter 88. The 11 Holy Envoys arriving on sword. The following dawn. As the morning light gently breaks, and the dawn blushes with beauty. Glistening dewdrops cascade from the tips of leaves in the square designated for the true disciples. 26 true disciples, including Jiang Heng, have gathered. Standing before the crowd is a middle-aged man with a long beard. Stands as the economic and political heart of the region. Every decree issued here directly affects the lives of billions of citizens within a 1,000-mile radius. Outside Ulan City, there lies an opulent estate spanning over 10 square miles. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on Jiang Heng for a brief moment, surprise flickering across his features. Generally, those attending the martial arts conference are true disciples who have reached the Spirit Sea realm, making the attendees, except for the leading elder, typically around 30 years of age. Jiang Heng's youthful visage stood out conspicuously among them. The king's expression quickly returned to its former joviality as he complimented, "The Luo Sect truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier sect," prompting a shift in the king's demeanor as he grasped Jiang Heng's identity. However, he refrained from probing further, steering the conversation to lighter topics before directing everyone into the manor. "Esteemed guests, this way please." The Tianjin sect, it turns out that Elder Wu was leading the group. It had been quite some time since they last met, and one could hardly believe that his charisma remained as vibrant as in the past. "You flatter me," Elder Huang responded. "You yourself seem even more formidable than before. I presume your cultivation has seen remarkable advancements, though." "Not at all. Haha." The Luo Sect and the Tianjin sect have been long-standing rivals. Yet as high-ranking members of their respective sects, they maintained a facade of cordiality, exchanging pleasantries. However, Elder Huang's gaze discreetly assessed the true inheritor of the Luo Sect, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. Indeed, the Luo Sect was brimming with talent. This year, there were as many as 26 true disciples participating, among whom was a youth likely no older than his teens. He must be Jiang Heng, who once ranked on the Qianlong list. Elder Huang remarked with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, for one so young to attain the status of a true disciple. Jiang Heng represented an endless source of humiliation. Elder Wu was well aware of this fact. Following Elder Huang's gaze, he cast a glance at Jiang Heng and laughed heartily. "Indeed, he is Jiang Heng, who once had a friendly exchange with your esteemed sect. It seems there is a certain affinity between you at this juncture." He hesitated momentarily. Elder Wu suddenly realized that given Jiang Heng's cultivation level, he mentally resolved to discreetly advise Jiang Heng to be cautious. Truly a prodigy, he thought to himself, to qualify for such a joint martial assembly at such a tender age. He reflected, "I must refrain from discussing Jiang Heng, lest it incite suspicion and deter him from participating. That would mean losing a prime opportunity to eliminate him." For now, he needed to remain composed and conceal any murderous intent, regardless of Jiang Heng's reasons for entering the competition. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of Elder Huang's furtive glance, as well as the occasional stares from the disciples of the Tianjin sect. He smiled silently, then resumed his meditation. Before long, someone suddenly exclaimed. The middle-aged man in the white robe is an elder of the Holy Land, named Yuan Haoyan, and he is also the host of this Qingzhou joint martial arts gathering. In that case, allow me to elucidate the rules of the gathering. The gathering is divided into 2 rounds. The first round consists of a collective trial. Each participant will receive a token and enter the northern Lianhua mountain range to engage in combat and seize tokens. In truth, these rules are consistent with those of previous years, and nearly everyone has reviewed them in advance. Yet all participants continue to listen attentively. In the center of the plaza, Yuan Haoyan continued to speak in a resonant voice. The second round will be a tournament. The total points will be aggregated by sect, leading to a reclassification based on the total points of each sect. Individually, rankings will also be determined based on the cumulative points from both rounds. Soon, several hundred attendants began distributing tokens and rescue tokens throughout the plaza. Jiang Heng observed the scene with keen interest. At this moment, excluding the attendants, the number of true disciples from all sects gathered in the plaza exceeded 10,000. It is worth noting that these individuals are the most elite talents from their respective sects. Apart from him, each one is a formidable being at the Spirit Sea realm, the likes of which would be considered extraordinary masters in the outside world. And if one were to extend this to encompass the entire Taiyuan Empire, composed of 18 states, and even several empires within the entire Tai Sui realm, the so-called hidden dragon rankings would hardly shine as brightly. Remember, once you enter the Lianhua mountain range, seek refuge immediately and avoid revealing yourself, especially upon encountering the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Flee at the first opportunity. Do you understand? Jiang Heng could not help but chuckle. We will spare him? How naive. Remember, we must strike swiftly and decisively, exercising utmost caution. Survival until the end is the true victory. If the situation becomes dire, do not hesitate to call for help. Furthermore, Jiang Heng of the Luo Sect must be eliminated. Understood? Understood, the true disciples affirmed with fervor. Shortly thereafter, all the signal talismans were distributed. Under the guidance of Yuan Haoyin, the group headed towards the Lianhua mountain range, located over 10 miles to the north. With their swift pace, they reached their destination in just 10 minutes. Following Yuan Haoyin's arrangements, everyone was dispersed into 10 formations, each led by a saintly envoy, fanning out around the mountains and entering from various directions. And then cautiously explore and seize opportunities one by one. The Lianhua mountain range was vast, spanning nearly 100 miles, featuring undulating hills, mirror-like lakes, and expansive plains. Once nearly 10,000 individuals ventured within, seemingly preparing to hunt him. The rest swiftly vanished from his sight. That a short-haired youth perched upon a branch of a large tree, watching Jiang Heng's slowly advancing figure, muttered to himself, "I noticed earlier that among the participants, seemingly biding their time for others to act first." Suddenly, Jiang Heng sprang into action, racing swiftly in a certain direction. "Oh no," he asked, trying to escape. One of the concealed youths could no longer contain himself. Chapter 90. This youth is far from ordinary. Jiang Heng abruptly halted, and his form vanished in an instant. What? So fast? The foremost youth was taken aback. In the next moment, he sensed a figure materialize beside him and hurriedly leaped aside. Simultaneously, he swung his long sword, unleashing a tangible blade of energy nearly 2 meters long that sliced through the air. Yet, Jiang Heng's figure disappeared once more, reappearing behind the young man, before the latter could react. His body was violently propelled, crashing through several trees, and he lay before a broken stump, spitting blood. Meanwhile, the sword energy he had previously unleashed continued to sever a dozen stout trees before finally dissipating in the distance. The sound of colossal trees collapsing echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. The other two onlookers were equally astonished. From their vantage point, they clearly observed Jiang Heng's trajectory and speed. However, this clarity only deepened their solemnity. This youth is indeed extraordinary. Such a thought simultaneously arose in their minds as they exchanged glances, then dispersed to flank Jiang Heng from 2 directions, ready to strike. The orange-hued, tangible energy enveloped their weapons like a thin film, augmenting the already fearsome lethality of the spiritual artifacts that in the air. 2 crescent-shaped beams of orange light flickered and vanished. Jiang Heng raised both hands, and the knife and sword sliced through his palms. Whoosh! Yet, the swords and blades moved with such swiftness that only then did the sharp sound of slicing air resonate, causing the atmosphere to ripple chaotically a moment later. The sword-wielding youth asserted with fervor. Although he had never encountered such a potent secret technique, it was the only plausible explanation at this moment. Otherwise, could it be that the opponent possessed such terrifying physical defenses? The blade-bearing youth also regained his composure, declaring, "Let us join forces to eliminate him." The 2 figures flickered once more, transforming into arcs of light as they circled around Jiang Heng, their blades becoming mere phantoms that enveloped his form entirely. Boom! The terrifying blade, comprised of an orange sword aura, struck the top of Jiang Heng's head, only for the outcome to utterly confound the 2 youths. The blade shattered instantaneously into countless luminous particles. Jiang Heng chuckled nonchalantly, even going so far as to critique their performance, which incited both anger and disbelief within them. This youth of the innate realm truly possessed strength that surpassed their own. Exchanging glances, an unspoken understanding passed between them. A single word echoed in their eyes: escape. They moved in unison, swiftly retreating in opposite directions. That a smirk played on Jiang Heng's lips as he too sprang into action. The next moment, finding himself behind the sword-wielding youth, before the latter could react, a fist crashed down, shattering the protective true energy surrounding him and inflicting severe injuries. Boom! The young man's body collided with several large trees before collapsing to the ground in a heap. The void-breaking shield. The void-breaking shield stood resolutely in the path of Jiang Heng's movement. While it could be circumvented, he was eager to test his own prowess. Thus, he channeled his true energy. His opponent had no time left to escape. Chapter 91. Brother Luo. After delivering a heavy blow that left his adversary gravely injured, Jiang Heng brought him to the side of the sword-wielding youth. "Honestly, I shall spare your lives." Jiang Heng pointed at the sword-wielding youth, his expression devoid of emotion. At this juncture, what he most desired to ascertain was the precise rank of his own strength within the Spirit Sea realm. Given the circumstances, neither could resist, and they could only comply with Jiang Heng, hoping he would honor his word. Jiang Heng, contemplating thoughtfully, replied coolly, "Today, I am in a good mood. I shall spare you this time. However, should there be a next time, I will not hold back. Hand over your tokens, and you may leave." The two hastily retrieved their tokens from their garments and presented them to Jiang Heng. Eager to depart, seemingly fearful of his potential change of heart. After collecting the other youth's token, Jiang Heng possessed a total of 4 tokens. He continued to stroll leisurely in a certain direction. As Jiang Heng walked, he pondered deeply that my speed and explosive power occupy the same echelon. Overall, my physical prowess can be deemed invincible. However, in other aspects, I can only barely claim to be at the top. It was essential to find a hidden refuge, such as a tree hollow or a cave that in truth, many sought to conceal themselves. This was primarily due to the martial arts competition system. The outcome of the Martial Arts Association relies on the total points of the sects. Otherwise, if each sect only sent their 1 or 2 most exceptional members, the competition would lose its significance. However, among the disciples sent by the sects to compete, there were many who had only recently become true disciples. And compared to those talented seniors who had cultivated for several more years, their strength was markedly inferior. For these junior true disciples, the best strategy for participating in the trial was naturally to hide until the end or to regroup with their senior brothers. "I dare say your swordsmanship has reached a remarkable level," exclaimed one of the youth, who appeared somewhat simple-minded as they walked along, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. With such a powerful companion, his own safety was significantly assured. "Indeed," replied the youth known as Brother Luo, his expression calm as he nodded. "During the first round of the trial, most disciples would assist one another. After all, having one more person survive until the end would grant the sect an additional 10 points, benefiting everyone involved." As the two continued their leisurely pace, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind a large rock. As soon as his figure was set in motion, the opponent had already darted past his junior brother. The moment the latter gathered his protective vital energy, a blade struck his neck. Instantly, the protective energy was shattered. He had completely lost the capacity to concern himself with that fate. Clang! The clash of blades resounded violently. At last, Brother Luo discerned the visage of his adversary. He was a young man with a sinister demeanor. Thus, there was only one possibility. The opponent's swordsmanship had reached a consummate level. The amplification of explosive power was an astonishing 8-fold. Chapter 92. Morong Yuhao having failed to land a decisive blow. Occasionally shooting out from their combat zone, severing tree trunks in half with a thunderous crash. Before long, both sensed a disturbance in their ears. They instantly understood that the commotion from their battle had drawn the attention of others, and reinforcements were already on their way. The sinister young man's expression shifted slightly as he quickly leaped out of the combat zone, turning without hesitation to seize the corpse of the previously deceased disciple of the Luo Sect. Brother Luo's expression darkened further as he too swiftly vacated the battlefield. In another location, beside a gently rippling lake, a youth with flowing white hair approached, a long knife slung across his back. Facing the vast lake, a white-haired youth suddenly opened his piercing eyes, radiating an intimidating aura of lethal intent. In an instant, his form vanished from sight, as if he had teleported beside one of the approaching assailants. What? Such a terrifying speed of movement left the 3 men utterly astonished. Clash! The white-haired youth had already drawn his blade long before the sound of metal scraping against the sheath reached their ears. Swoosh! In that fleeting moment of clash, the young man's long sword slipped from his grasp, accompanied by a sharp pain radiating from his waist. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to see a torrent of blood gushing from his midsection, prompting him to howl in madness. Meanwhile, the white-haired youth, having dispatched his foe in an instant, turned his attention to another target. Flee! The remaining 2, witnessing their comrade's instant demise, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This individual's prowess was beyond their capacity to contend with. Even if they united forces, defeat was inevitable. Thus, it became imperative for each to escape, leaving the choice of pursuit to fate. How terrifying! Wang Shidi, an 8th-tier practitioner well-versed in a celestial-level technique, was undoubtedly among the middle ranks of competing true disciples, yet he was effortlessly slain in a single exchange. Who on earth is this person? As he contemplated the astounding power of the white-haired youth, a name abruptly surfaced in his mind. Morong Yuhao. It seemed the intelligence circulated by the sect had mentioned that the formidable contender for the championship. Morong Yuhao, bore white hair, and wielded a blade, his strength deemed fearsome. Now, it appeared that his might exceeded the documented accounts, his agility undoubtedly reaching a consummate level. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce wind approaching from behind. Awaiting Morong Yuhao's response, should the opponent relent upon acquiring the talisman, he would seize the opportunity to escape far away. However, if Morong Yuhao continued his relentless pursuit, he would immediately invoke his call for aid. In an instant, a minuscule spark shot into the sky, subsequently exploding into a magnificent burst of red light. The trajectory of the spark left behind a lingering red trail, which shimmered in the air, whisking him away from the mountains. Phew, he had survived. With Morong Yuhao's strength surpassing that of the intelligence reports, he was likely the most formidable contender for the championship this time around. Chapter 93. Seize the opportunity to escape throughout the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. Fierce battles raged on incessantly. Originally, nearly 10,000 disciples of the Spirit Sea realm were dwindling in numbers each day. Hundreds and thousands of corpses lay strewn across the mountains, devoured by various ferocious beasts, leaving only remnants behind. The following day, a young man with a pointed face cautiously traversed the forest, glancing left and right, wary of enemies that could appear at any moment. His left arm was tightly bandaged, faint traces of dark red blood visible upon it. The competition was rife with skilled fighters. Although the injury to his arm was not severe, it placed him at a disadvantage in battles against opponents of the same caliber. His strength was not among the very best, but his cautious nature had allowed him to survive longer than many. A faint smile began to emerge on his face. In the next moment, the three beams of sword light predictably struck the body of the boy seated cross-legged in the cave. The young man's astonishment. All three beams shattered upon impact, and the boy, seemingly in the midst of cultivation. Boom! As the protective energy shattered in an instant, the young man's body was propelled violently, crashing into a row of towering trees. Another punch followed, decisively ending the confrontation, after which Jiang Heng rifled through the young man's belongings. There was no urgency. Jiang Heng focused his mind and began to hunt within the mountains. With his deceptively youthful visage and casual demeanor, he hardly needed to actively seek out prey. Merely wandering aimlessly through the mountains attracted a steady stream of hunters to him. Naturally, all these hunters ultimately contributed their talismans to Jiang Heng. By the third day, the number of people in the mountains had noticeably diminished, or perhaps everyone had simply become more cautious, for everyone understood that those who had survived to this point possessed either exceptional escape skills or formidable strength. He swiftly moved towards the source of the sound. The figure in the distance, having sensed his approach, leaped from the forest and alighted upon a high branch, gaining a clearer view and immediately spotting Jiang Heng, but quickly realized that his words might have been inappropriate and swiftly redirected the conversation. You must have found a good hiding spot for the past 2 days, right? If you have a secure place to conceal yourself. Smiling as he replied, I hid for a day but was discovered and had to eliminate the intruder. Senior brother Luo, for the moment, did not dwell on how Jiang Heng managed to defeat other disciples at the Spirit Sea level, and softly suggested, how about this? Following me is a necessity, for traversing this perilous path alone is far too dangerous. Jiang Heng pondered for a moment. However, I fear that the other party may not be inclined to squander their time. Only by demonstrating my formidable prowess to senior brother Luo might he be persuaded to comply with my plans. Presently, these individuals who have come to me provide an opportune moment to showcase my strength, revealing them to be true disciples of the sect. Senior brother Luo's expression turned grave as he stood beside Jiang Heng, whispering, the situation appears dire. I cannot guarantee success against 3 adversaries simultaneously, but I will do my utmost to hold them off. You should seize the opportunity to escape and immediately crush the distressed talisman. Chapter 94. The Might of Jiang Heng. Oh dear, 2 prodigious talents from the Luo Sect. This senior brother, are you not insulting Jiang Heng? The 3 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect surrounded them, seemingly in no rush to engage, finding amusement in toying with their prey. Particularly, the one encircled was none other than Jiang Heng, who had once been audacious and domineering within the Heavenly Sword Sect, bringing them untold disgrace. Though they were not directly involved, as true disciples, they too bore the shame of their sect. Thus, witnessing his flustered demeanor brought them great delight. Their blades sliced through the air, and the glint of swords flashed forth. Senior brother Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to pull Jiang Heng behind him, only to find that Jiang Heng had vanished from his reach. Boom! The individual was propelled like a cannonball, swept away by a surge of tumultuous air. With a thunderous crash, he toppled several large trees before curling up in front of a shattered stump. Crimson and ivory matter erupted forth. Flee. None among the participants in the martial gathering were fools. Upon witnessing Jiang Heng's terrifying display, the two remaining individuals realized they stood no chance against him and promptly resolved to escape. Though panicked, she remained composed. Suddenly, as she pivoted, she slashed backward with her longsword, attempting to catch Jiang Heng off guard. To her surprise, Jiang Heng appeared momentarily oblivious, launching a punch directly toward her blade. My sword is not like those of the innate realm disciples. Do you truly believe you can withstand it with your bare hand? You are courting death. The woman's countenance twisted into a ghastly grimace, envisioning Jiang Heng's right arm cleaved in two. In the next instant, the thought flickered through her mind before excruciating pain radiated from every part of her body, disrupting her thoughts and rendering her momentarily incapable of rationality. With a resounding crash, her figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Jiang Heng swiftly followed, delivering another lethal kick before hastening back to the original battlefield, where Brother Luo remained engaged in combat with the opponent. Cursed be it, the long-haired youth. Amidst the fierce battle, heard the resounding noise and instantly comprehended that Jiang Heng and his junior sister had encountered dire straits. Clearly, his junior sister had met with misfortune, and now he was next. The youth suddenly unleashed a surge of true energy, forcing Brother Luo to retreat with a powerful strike before turning and fleeing desperately into the distance. Simultaneously, he retrieved a distressed talisman from his robe. The instantaneous demise of his two companions, whose prowess was akin to his own, had utterly extinguished his will to fight. Thoughts of contending with Jiang Heng had completely dissipated from his mind. Jiang Heng's prowess was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Especially noteworthy were his formidable physical defenses and his indomitable iron fists, which could only be described as unprecedented in the realm of spiritual seas. Chapter 95. The Devilish Youth. Senior Brother Luo, the recent battle has bestowed upon me some insights, and I wish to enter seclusion for a day or two to cultivate. Would you be able to guard me during this time? On the third morning, within the cave, Jiang Heng opened his eyes after continuous cultivation. Upgrade. Indestructible heavenly art. He had already contemplated that among the primary martial arts he practiced, the only ones capable of upgrading in the short term were the two physical martial arts and the primary body cultivation technique. Ding, consuming 10 million potential points. The technique is undergoing simulation. Please hold on. Ding, simulation successful. Please name it. With the sound of the prompt, a torrent of heat suddenly manifested within every inch of Jiang Heng's body. Merging with him in profound unity. Boom, his blood surged like a raging river. His bones resembled an alloy forged through countless trials. His muscles were akin to ancient iron, impervious to wear. His body, from the exterior to the core, underwent a cataclysmic transformation once more. Who? Jiang Heng took a deep breath. Instantly, the cavern felt as though it were engulfed by a tempest of ninth-degree winds, hurling small stones about with reckless abandon. Accompanied by intermittent thunderous sounds, his expression shifted immediately. Focusing intently, wasn't Junior Brother Jiang in seclusion? Why were such peculiar sounds emanating from the cave? Before long, he beheld a revitalized Jiang Heng emerging from the cave, who had just exited his seclusion. Such formidable perceptive ability was nothing short of astonishing. Stepping out from the thicket, Luo Wei greeted with a smile. Junior Brother Jiang, have you achieved another breakthrough? Jiang Heng casually nodded. Indeed, I have made a small advancement. Luo Wei felt a jolt of surprise. Based on Jiang Heng's performance over the past few days, he had already proven to be among the most elite competitors. Why not take a day to rest? Once you've recuperated, we shall set forth. After all, with our capabilities, a few days' delay would bear little consequence. Luo Wei was about to decline, but upon hearing Jiang Heng's last two statements, an instinctive chill coursed through his heart. Yet, before he could react, the terrified shouts of his companions reached his ears. Flee! Almost simultaneously with the sound, a sharp pain surged through his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. Her features exquisite, yet her face was twisted in a horrified and furious expression. The long sword in her hand had long been drawn, now enveloped in a massive surge of true energy, glowing like an orange lightsaber. The woman resembled a chicken with its neck grasped, her head drooping limply. Jiang Heng withdrew his hand and turned away to that moment. The last remaining young man, utterly unfazed by the gruesome demise of his companion, had already turned and fled in a frenzy upon witnessing the instant the woman's neck was seized. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. How could such a formidable youth exist? Fear consumed the young man, causing his escape to become frantic and disordered. His senior sister and brother, with such immense power, had been slain in an instant by this devilish boy. Who on earth was he? He trembled involuntarily, even forgetting the distressed talisman in his grasp. Boom! The young man's head exploded, his headless corpse crashing to the ground. Chapter 96. East of Xianfu City, Tianyuan's sacred mountain not far away, Luo Wei swallowed hard, secretly astonished. Jiang Shidi had indeed made remarkable progress. Even from my vantage point as an observer, his speed was somewhat elusive. If one were to face him as an opponent, how many would be able to react in time? Jiang Shidi, your prowess? And inquired with a hint of surprise. As we happened to pass by, we overheard some commotion. Has the enemy been dealt with? Jiang Heng nodded in affirmation, just as Luo Wei arrived at his side. He then turned to Jiang Heng and clarified, please do not misunderstand, Jiang Shidi. Based on past experiences, larger teams tend to diminish individual hunting efficiency. Thus, maintaining a balance of strength is paramount with your capabilities. I find merit in Luo Shixiang's assertion. If everyone remains with me, the opportunities for engagement will be scarce, resulting in a waste of our capabilities. Therefore, those who feel their strength is lacking may accompany me. So, with a slight upward curve of his lips, Jiang Heng vanished from his position in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared among the three, still wearing a gentle smile, his voice resonating softly. Can you believe it now? While speed alone does not fully encapsulate one's strength, being powerful enough to exceed others' reaction times is an entirely different matter. Regardless of Jiang Heng's other attributes, such a formidable agility undoubtedly qualifies him as a top-tier expert. At merely 16 years of age, he had only recently been promoted to true disciple status with innate cultivation. Luo Wei stepped forward once more, asserting, in truth, not only is Jiang Shidi's agility remarkable, but his explosive power and defensive capabilities are equally formidable. Thus, in terms of strength, he ranks among the pinnacle of this martial gathering. He then turned his gaze towards the other two disciples and proposed, we shall form a separate team for hunting. What are your thoughts on this? He is also someone with aspirations, yearning to make a mark in the martial arts competition, however, when accompanied by Jiang Heng. After a brief exchange, they all agreed to this new arrangement, recognizing that the competition ultimately hinges on the overall points of the sect, and Luo Wei's proposal indeed stands as the most rational solution. Following the reorganization, martial brother Wu departs alongside Luo Wei, while Jiang Heng takes the lead with disciples Li and Lin, heading in a different direction. The trio strolls leisurely along a mountain path. Jiang Shidi, are you truly all right with this? Li Chun, a robust young man with short hair trailing behind Jiang Heng, hesitates to voice his concern. Beside him, Lin Fei lets out a wry smile, adding, Jiang Shidi, taps his fingers thoughtfully against the broad armrest of his wooden chair, then gazes indifferently at the reporter below. Bai Su, your cultivation is lacking, having been defeated by a youth of lesser rank, thus tarnishing the reputation of the sacred ground. From this day forth, you are to be penalized with 5 years of seclusion. You shall not descend the mountain until you reach the realm of Wanxiang. Elder Su said, casually waving his hand from the high platform. Once Bai Su and his companion had departed, he rested his chin on his hand in contemplation. How could such an extraordinary talent suddenly emerge from the mundane world? Such a formidable gift must surely rival that of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden were selected from nearly 1,000 prodigies on the potential dragon rankings. Exhibiting such alarming combat strength, could it be that his talent surpasses even that of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden? After pondering for a while, Elder Su could not help but rub his temples and ordered the retrieval of more information regarding Jiang Heng for a meticulous examination. Soon, Elder Su discerned a clue within the documents. One particular record noted that when Jiang Heng was entered into the potential dragon rankings, 2 esteemed elders from the sacred ground happened to be in the vicinity of Fenghe Domain, thus undertaking the task of investigation. Consequently, when Jiang Heng faced Fu Qingye, these 2 high-ranking and formidable elders personally attended to observe the duel. It was precisely because of their extensive experience that they discerned Jiang Heng's true capabilities. Nevertheless, even so, achieving such a level of cultivation at the tender age of 16 speaks volumes of his terrifying talent. If he were merely an ordinary genius, the the sacred ground would not take notice, especially after defeating Bai Su and his companion. He likely believes that the disciples of the sacred ground are nothing remarkable. His arrogance must first be tempered. After a moment of reflection, Elder Su departed the palace. Sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in white, her skin as smooth as jade. She slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled like stars, gazing down at Elder Su, and spoke with a serene demeanor. "What brings you here?" "Elder Su, Your Highness the Saintess, recently a prodigious talent has emerged in the mortal realm. I had initially intended to invite him to our sacred domain, yet he appears to be quite arrogant and indifferent to our sanctum. However, the saint's son exhibits an overwhelming bloodlust." Wan Baishui gazed at Elder Su, inquiring earnestly. 16 years old, defeating a disciple of the Spirit Sea realm with a single strike. Indeed. Is he also of the Spirit Sea realm? It is likely at the fourth realm. Elder Su refrained from speculating further, for that would be entirely implausible. Physical cultivation is far more arduous than true energy cultivation, demanding greater resources, based on the records he had previously encountered. And defeating a disciple of the Spirit Sea realm with a single strike. The contemplative Wan Baishue remained silent for a moment before declaring, "Very well, I shall make the journey." Elder Su below immediately burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng walked ahead, casually admiring the scenery of the mountains. After a short while, he paused and listened intently. Faint sounds of combat echoed from afar. "Let us proceed. Over there." Jiang Heng signaled to the two and quickened his pace towards the direction of the sounds. Amidst the low-lying woods, an unexpected encounter ignited a fierce melee between two small teams, comprising 6 individuals. The clashing of blades rang out with intensity, and sword energy erupted in all directions, just as the skirmish commenced. "Who dares?" the youth bellowed. But the others, caught in the throes of battle, had no time to divert their attention. Even the young man himself had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a crimson light from the corner of his eye. They quickly recognized the threat posed by that crimson apparition. Among the 3 who halted, 2 moved closer to the shouting youth, bracing themselves back to back in a defensive stance. The last, a burly bald man. After observing intently for a moment, he suddenly sprang into action, darting away into the distance. Given the current predicament, flight was his only option. Otherwise, facing the 3 would surely lead to his demise. Attempting to escape at least offered a glimmer of hope. The 3 immediately reacted, moving in unison towards the direction of the red shadow, their blades raised in a formidable arc, unleashing a torrent of devastating sword energy. Yet, as the swiftly moving red apparition slightly distorted, "Hee." At that moment, the lilting laughter of a girl echoed through the surrounding foliage, its proximity fluctuating, elusive and unpredictable. "Humph, what a farce. Girl, if you possess the courage, step forward and engage in direct combat. What skill lies in hiding?" One youth scoffed, attempting to mask his disdain. However, the tension in his clenched grip on the blade and the alertness in his gaze betrayed his inner trepidation. The girl concealed among the trees remained silent, her laughter occasionally ringing out, casting an eerie and sinister ambience in the otherwise tranquil forest point. 3 young men stood back to back, their bodies tense, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Suddenly, a crimson figure darted swiftly from the thicket. "Die." The young man facing the direction of the red shadow reacted instantly, brandishing his long blade in a furious downward slash that a massive blade of light, nearly 2 meters long, surged forth to confront the incoming crimson specter. However, the speed of the red figure surpassed his reaction. With merely a slight shift, it continued its advance unabated. At that moment, the young man finally discerned the true visage of the shadow. It was a stunning woman clad entirely in red, a gleeful smile gracing her face. Her scarlet lips curved into a crescent shape, exuding an unsettlingly sinister charm. In her hand, she wielded a crescent-shaped dagger, enveloped in a rich orange energy, bestowing upon it an extraordinary allure. At this juncture, the dagger drew perilously close to him. Death loomed ominously. In that critical moment, the young man's latent potential surged forth. Remained oblivious to the fact that the woman in red possessed not only a fearsome agility, but an overwhelming offensive prowess that far surpassed their own. Even so, witnessing their comrade's swift demise under such dire circumstances sent a chilling dread coursing through their hearts. The young man, oblivious to the precarious situation, failed to discern the tension in the air. Both individuals on the battlefield, along with the concealed woman in red, simultaneously cast a fleeting glance at the boisterous Jiang Heng. Subsequently, they disregarded him, continuing to extract their distressed talismans, poised to shatter them. The figure in the grass, the woman in red, stirred, ready to spring forth. However, the unfolding chaos compelled her to halt her movements. Suddenly, Jiang Heng materialized beside the youth who had first drawn the talisman. And before the latter could react, Jiang Heng's fist crashed down upon his head. Chapter 99. The three most supreme powerhouses. Boom! A mixture of red and white erupted instantaneously, drenching the other young man in filth. Although the adversary might not necessarily surpass her in strength, his previous display was sufficient to affirm that he was indeed a formidable foe. Jiang Heng's two senior brothers were left utterly astounded by this sudden, calmly stating, "All right, it is your turn to eye in the underbrush." The woman remarked, "Little one, you are quite intriguing. I have a fondness for charming young men like you. I would love to collect your head as a trophy." Jiang Heng continued to regard her with indifference, replying, "You uttered 32 words, of which only 2 did not irk me, indicating you are indeed a rather annoying person." The laughter from the underbrush abruptly ceased. As the woman in red prepared to respond, Jiang Heng, losing patience, surged towards her direction. Observing this, the woman genuinely laughed, exclaiming, "What an amusing youth!" She willingly met him head-on, once again transforming into a red blur. The grace of the red-clad woman was but a fraction slower than his own, and to truly catch up would require considerable effort, a prospect Jiang Heng deemed overly cumbersome. "Help me gather the spoils. Once we are done, we shall continue our journey." At that moment, Li Chun and Lin Fei Bai, having witnessed Jiang Heng's display of combat prowess, were utterly captivated and readily acquiesced to his command. The trio meticulously collected all the tokens before pressing onward. Days passed in succession, and the situation within the Lotus Flower Mountain range grew increasingly clear. Disciples from various sects had largely reunited with their comrades, forming small teams of 3 to scour for other groups or solitary targets to hunt. Occasionally encountering fellow sect members, they exchanged valuable intelligence regarding the foes they had encountered. In this context,